Chapter 24. Dr. Frederick Chilton stood in the corridor outside Hannibal Lecter's cell. With Chilton there were 3 large orderlies. One carried a straitjacket and leg restraints, and another held a can of mace. The third loaded a tranquilizer dart into his air rifle. Lecter was reading an actuarial chart at his table and taking notes. He had heard the footsteps coming. He heard the rifle breech close behind him, but he continued to read and gave no sign that he knew Chilton was there. Chilton had sent him the newspapers at noon and let him wait until night to find out his punishment for helping the dragon. "Dr. Lecter," Chilton said. Lecter turned around. "Good evening, Dr. Chilton." He didn't acknowledge the presence of the guards. He looked only at Chilton. "I've come for your books. All your books." "I see. May I ask how long you intend to keep them?" "That depends on your attitude." "Is this your decision?" "I decide the punitive measures here." "Of course you do. It's not the sort of thing Will Graham would request." "Back up to the net and slip these on, Dr. Lecter. I won't ask you twice." "Certainly, Dr. Chilton. I hope that's a 39. The 37's a snug around the chest." Dr. Lecter put on the restraints as though they were dinner clothes. An orderly reached through the barrier and fastened them from the back. "Help him to his cot," Chilton said. While the orderlies stripped the bookshelves, Chilton polished his glasses and stirred Lecter's personal papers with a pen. Lecter watched from the shadowed corner of his cell. There was a curious grace about him, even in restraints. "Beneath the yellow folder," Lecter said quietly, "you'll find a rejection slip the archives sent you. It was brought to me by mistake with some of my archives mail, and I'm afraid I opened it without looking at the envelope. Sorry." Chilton reddened. He spoke to an orderly. "I think you'd better take the seat off Dr. Lecter's toilet." Chilton looked at the actuarial table. Lecter had written his age at the top, 41. "And what do you have here?" Chilton asked. "Time," Dr. Lecter said. Section Chief Brian Zeller took the courier's case and the wheelchair wheels into instrumental analysis, walking at a rate that made his gabardine pants whistle. The staff, held over from the day shift, knew that whistling sound very well. Zeller in a hurry. There had been enough delays. The weary courier, his flight from Chicago delayed by weather, and then diverted to Philadelphia, had rented a car and driven down to the FBI laboratory in Washington. The Chicago Police Laboratory is efficient, but there are things it is not equipped to do. Zeller prepared to do them now. At the mass spectrometer, he dropped off the paint flecks from Lowndes' car door. Beverly Katz in Hair and Fiber got the wheels to share with others in the section. Zeller's last stop was the small hot room, where Liza Lake bent over her gas chromatograph. She was testing ashes from a Florida arson case, watching the stylus trace its spiky line on the moving graph. "Ace lighter fluid," she said. "That's what he lit it with." She had looked at so many samples that she could distinguish brands without searching through the manual. Zeller took his eyes off Liza Lake and rebuked himself severely for feeling pleasure in the office. He cleared his throat and held up the 2 shiny paint cans. "Chicago?" she said. Zeller nodded. She checked the condition of the cans and the seal of the lids. One can contained ashes from the wheelchair, the other charred material from Lowndes. "How long has it been in the cans?" 6 hours, anyway," Zeller said. "I'll headspace it." She pierced the lid with a heavy-duty syringe, extracted air that had been confined with the ashes, and injected the air directly into the gas chromatograph. She made minute adjustments. As the sample moved along the machine's 500-foot column, the stylus jiggled on the wide graph paper. "Unleaded," she said. "It's gasohol. Unleaded gasohol. Don't see much of that." She flipped quickly through a loose-leaf file of sample graphs. "I can't give you a brand yet. Let me do it with pentane, and I'll get back to you." "Good," Ziller said. Pentane would dissolve the fluid in the ashes, then fractionate early in the chromatograph, leaving the fluids for fine analysis. By 1 a.m., Zeller had all he could get. Liza Lake succeeded in naming the gasohol. Freddie Lowndes was burned with a Servco Supreme blend. Patient brushing in the grooves of the wheelchair treads yielded two kinds of carpet fiber, wool and synthetic. Mold in dirt from the treads indicated the chair had been stored in a cool, dark place. The other results were less satisfactory. The paint flecks were not original factory paint. Blasted in the mass spectrometer and compared with the National Automotive Paint File, the paint proved to be high-quality Duco enamel manufactured in a lot of 186,000 gallons during the first quarter of 1978 for sale to several auto paint shop chains. Zeller had hoped to pinpoint a make of vehicle and the approximate time of manufacture. He telexed the results to Chicago. The Chicago Police Department wanted its wheels back. The wheels made an awkward package for the courier. Zeller put written lab reports in his pouch along with mail and a package that had come for Graham. "Federal Express, I'm not," the courier said when he was sure Zeller couldn't hear him. The Justice Department maintains several small apartments near 7th District Court in Chicago for the use of jurists and favored expert witnesses when court is in session. Graham stayed in one of these, with Crawford across the hall. He came in at 9 p.m., tired and wet. He had not eaten since breakfast on the plane from Washington, and the thought of food repelled him. Rainy Wednesday was over at last. It was as bad a day as he could remember. With Lowndes dead, it seemed likely that he was next, and all day Chester had watched his back, while he was in Lowndes' garage, while he stood in the rain on the scorched pavement where Lowndes was burned. With strobe lights flashing in his face, he told the press he was grieved at the loss of his friend Frederick Lowndes. He was going to the funeral, too. So were a number of federal agents and police, in the hope that the killer would come to see Graham grieve. Actually, he felt nothing he could name, just cold nausea and an occasional wave of sickly exhilaration that he had not burned to death instead of Lowndes. It seemed to Graham that he had learned nothing in 40 years. He had just gotten tired. He made a big martini and drank it while he undressed. He had another after his shower while he watched the news. An FBI trap to catch the Tooth Fairy backfires, and a veteran reporter is dead. We'll be back with details on Eyewitness News after this. They were referring to the killer as the Dragon before the newscast was over. The Tattler had spilled it all to the networks. Graham wasn't surprised. Thursday's edition should sell well. He made a third martini and called Molly. She had seen the television news at 6 and 10 o'clock, and she had seen a Tattler. She knew that Graham had been the bait in a trap. "You should have told me, Will." "Maybe. I don't think so." "Will he try to kill you now?" "Sooner or later. It would be hard for him now since I'm moving around. I'm covered all the time, Molly, and he knows it. I'll be okay." "You sound a little slurry. Have you been to see your friend in the fridge?" "I had a couple." "How do you feel?" "Fairly rotten." The news said the FBI didn't have any protection for the reporter. He was supposed to be with Crawford by the time the Tooth Fairy got the paper. The news is calling him the Dragon now. That's what he calls himself. Will, there's something... I want to take Willie and leave here. And go where? His grandparents. They haven't seen him in a while. They'd like to see him. Oh, Willie's father's parents had a ranch on the Oregon coast. It's creepy here. I know it's supposed to be safe, but we're not sleeping a whole lot. Maybe the shooting lessons spooked me. I don't know. I'm sorry, Molly. I wish I could tell you how sorry. I'll miss you. We both will. So, she had made up her mind. When are you going? In the morning. What about the shop? Evelyn wants to take it. I'll underwrite the fall stuff with the wholesalers, just for the interest, and she can keep what she makes. The dogs? I asked her to call the county, Will. I'm sorry, but maybe somebody will take some of them. Molly, if staying here I could keep something bad from happening to you, I'd stay. But you can't save anybody, Will. I'm not helping you here. With us up there, you can just think about taking care of yourself. I'm not carrying this damned pistol the rest of my life, Will. Maybe you can get down to Oakland and watch the A's. Didn't mean to say that. Oh, boy. This silence is getting pretty long. Well, look, I'll call you, she said. Or I guess you'll have to call me up there. Graham felt something tearing. He felt short of breath. Let me get the office to make the arrangements. Have you made a reservation already? I didn't use my name. I thought maybe the newspapers. Good. Let me get somebody to see you off. You wouldn't have to board through the gate, and you'd get out of Washington absolutely clean. Can I do that? Let me do that. What time does the plane go? 9:40, American 118. Okay, 8:30, behind the Smithsonian. There's a park right. Leave the car there. Somebody'll meet you. He'll listen to his watch, put it to his ear when he gets out of his car, okay? That's fine. Say, do you change at O'Hare? I could come out. No, change in Minneapolis. Oh, Molly. Maybe I could come up there and get you when it's over. That would be very nice. Very nice. Do you have enough money? The bank's wiring me some. What? To Barclays at the airport. Don't worry. I'll miss you. Me too. But that'll be the same as now. Same distance by phone. Willie says hi. Hi to Willie. Be careful, darling. She had never called him darling before. He didn't care for it. He didn't care for new names. Darling, Red Dragon. The night duty officer in Washington was glad to make the arrangements for Molly. Graham pressed his face to the cool window and watched sheets of rain whip over the muffled traffic below him, the street leaping from gray to sudden color in the lightning flashes. His face left a print of forehead, nose, lips, and chin on the glass. Molly was gone. The day was over, and there was only the night to face, and the lipless voice accusing him. Lowndes' woman held what was left of his hand until it was over. Hello, this is Valerie Leeds. I'm sorry I can't come to the phone right now. I'm sorry, too, Graham said. Graham filled his glass again and sat at the table by the window, staring at the empty chair across from him. He stared until the space in the opposite chair assumed a man shape, filled with dark and swarming motes, a presence like a shadow on suspended dust. He tried to make the image coalesce, to see a face. It would not move, had no countenance, but, faceless, faced him with palpable attention. I know it's tough, Graham said. He was intensely drunk. You've got to try to stop. Just hold off until we find you. If you got to do something, fuck, come after me. I don't give a shit. It'll be better after that. They've got some things now to help you make it stop. to help you stop wanting to so bad. Help me a little. Molly's gone, old Freddy's dead. It's you and me now, sport." He leaned across the table, his hand extended to touch, and the presence was gone. Graham put his head down on the table, his cheek on his arm. He could see the print of his forehead, nose, mouth, and chin on the window as the lightning flashed behind it, a face with drops crawling through it down the glass, eyeless, a face full of rain. Graham had tried hard to understand the dragon. At times, in the breathing silence of the victims' houses, the very spaces the dragon had moved through tried to speak. Sometimes Graham felt close to him. A feeling he remembered from other investigations had settled over him in recent days. The taunting sense that he and the dragon were doing the same things at various times of the day, that there were parallels in the quotidian details of their lives. Somewhere the dragon was eating, or showering, or sleeping at the same time he did. Graham tried hard to know him. He tried to see him past the blinding glint of slides and vials, beneath the lines of police reports, tried to see his face through the louvers of print. He tried as hard as he knew how. But to begin to understand the dragon, to hear the cold drips in his darkness, to watch the world through his red haze, Graham would have had to see things he could never see, and he would have had to fly through time. Chapter 25. Springfield, Missouri, June 14th, 1938. Marion Dollarhide Trevane, tired and in pain, got out of a taxi at City Hospital. Hot wind whipped grit against her ankles as she climbed the steps. The suitcase she lugged was better than her loose wash dress, and so was the mesh evening bag she pressed to her swollen belly. She had 2 quarters and a dime in her bag. She had Frances Dollarhide in her belly. She told the admitting officer her name was Betty Johnson, a lie. She said her husband was a musician, but she did not know his whereabouts, which was true. They put her in the charity section of the maternity ward. She did not look at the patients on either side of her. She looked across the aisle at the soles of feet. In 4 hours she was taken to the delivery room, where Frances Dollarhide was born. The obstetrician remarked that he looked more like a leaf-nosed bat than a baby, another truth. He was born with bilateral fissures in his upper lip and in his hard and soft palates. The center section of his mouth was unanchored and protruded. His nose was flat. The hospital supervisors decided not to show him to his mother immediately. They waited to see if the infant could survive without oxygen. They put him in a bed at the rear of the infant ward and faced him away from the viewing window. He could breathe, but he could not feed. With his palate cleft, he could not suck. His crying on the first day was not as continuous as that of a heroin-addicted baby, but it was as piercing. By the afternoon of the second day, a thin keening was all he could produce. When the shifts changed at 3 p.m., a wide shadow fell across his bed. Prince Easter Mize, 260 pounds, cleaning woman and aide in the maternity ward, stood looking at him, her arms folded on top of her bosom. In 26 years in the nursery, she had seen about 39,000 infants. This one would live if he ate. Prince Easter had received no instructions from the Lord about letting this infant die. She doubted that the hospital had received any either. She took from her pocket a rubber stopper pierced with a curved glass drinking straw. She pushed the stopper into a bottle of milk. She could hold the baby and support his head in one great hand. She held him to her breast until she knew he felt her heartbeat. Then she flipped him over and popped the tube down his throat. He took about 2 ounces and went to sleep. "Uh-huh," she said. She put him down and went about her assigned duties with the diaper pails. On the 4th day, the nurses moved Marion Dollarhide Trevane to a private room. Hollyhocks left over from a previous occupant were in an enamel pitcher on the washstand. They had held up pretty well. Marion was a handsome girl, and the puffiness was leaving her face. She looked at the doctor when he started talking to her, his hand on her shoulder. She could smell strong soap on his hand, and she thought about the crinkles at the corners of his eyes until she realized what he was saying. Then she closed her eyes and did not open them while they brought the baby in. Finally she looked. They shut the door when she screamed. Then they gave her a shot. On the 5th day, she left the hospital alone. She didn't know where to go. She could never go home again. Her mother had made that clear. Marion Dollarhide Trevane counted the steps between the light poles. Each time she passed 3 poles, she sat on the suitcase to rest. At least she had the suitcase. In every town there was a pawn shop near the bus station. She had learned that, traveling with her husband. Springfield in 1938 was not a center for plastic surgery. In Springfield, you wore your face as it was. A surgeon at City Hospital did the best he could for Francis Dollarhide, first retracting the front section of his mouth with an elastic band, then closing the clefts in his lip by a rectangular flap technique that is now outmoded. The cosmetic results were not good. The surgeon had trouble to read up on the problem and decided correctly that repair of the infant's hard palate should wait until he was 5. To operate sooner would distort the growth of his face. A local dentist volunteered to make an obturator, which plugged the baby's palate and permitted him to feed without flooding his nose. The infant went to the Springfield Foundling Home for a 1.5 years, and then to Morgan Lee Memorial Orphanage. Reverend S.B. Buddy Lomax was head of the orphanage. Brother Buddy called the other boys and girls together and told them that Francis was a hare-lip, but they must be careful never to call him a hare-lip. Brother Buddy suggested they pray for him. Francis Dollarhide's mother learned to take care of herself in the years following his birth. Marion Dollarhide first found a job typing in the office of a ward boss in the St. Louis Democratic machine. With his help, she had her marriage to the absent Mr. Trevane annulled. There was no mention of a child in the annulment proceedings. She had nothing to do with her mother. "I didn't raise you to slut for that Irish trash," were Mrs. Dollarhide's parting words to Marion when she left home with Trevane. Marion's ex-husband called her once at the office. Sober and pious, he told her he had been saved and wanted to know if he, Marion, and the child he never had the joy of knowing might make a new life together. He sounded broke. Marion told him the child was born dead, and she hung up. He showed up drunk at her boarding house with his suitcase. When she told him to go away, he observed that it was her fault the marriage failed, and the child was stillborn. He expressed doubt that the child was his. In a rage, Marion Dollarhide told Michael Trevane exactly what he had fathered, and told him he was welcome to it. She reminded him that there were 2 cleft palates in the Trevane family. She put him in the street and told him never to call her again. He didn't. But years later, drunk and brooding over Marion's rich new husband and her fine life, he did call Marion's mother. He told Mrs. Dollarhide about the deformed child and said her snag teeth proved the hereditary fault lay with the Dollarhides. A week later, a Kansas City streetcar cut Michael Trevane in 2. When Trevane told Mrs. Dollarhide that Marion had a hidden son, she sat up most of the night. Tall and lean in her rocker, Grandmother Dollarhide stared into the fire. Toward dawn, she began a slow and purposeful rocking. Somewhere upstairs in the big house, a cracked voice called out of sleep. The floor above Grandmother Dollarhide creaked as someone shuffled toward the bathroom. A heavy thump on the ceiling, someone falling, and the cracked voice called in pain. Grandmother Dollarhide never took her eyes off the fire. She rocked faster, and, in time, the calling stopped. Near the end of his 5th year, Francis Dollarhide had his first and only visitor at the orphanage. He was sitting in the thick reek of the cafeteria when an older boy came for him and took him to Brother Buddy's office. The lady waiting with Brother Buddy was tall and middle-aged, dredged in powder, her hair in a tight bun. Her face was stark white. There were touches of yellow in the gray hair and in the eyes and teeth. What struck Francis, what he would always remember, she smiled with pleasure when she saw his face. That had never happened before. No one would ever do it again. "This is your grandmother," Brother Buddy said. "Hello," she said. Brother Buddy wiped his own mouth with a long hand. "Say hello. Go ahead." Francis had learned to say some things by occluding his nostrils with his upper lip, but he did not have much occasion for hello. "Lo" was the best he could do. Grandmother seemed even more pleased with him. "Can you say grandmother?" "Try to say grandmother," Brother Buddy said. The plosive G defeated him. Francis strangled easily on tears. A red wasp buzzed and tapped against the ceiling. "Never mind," his grandmother said. "I'll just bet you can say your name. I just know a big boy like you can say his name. Say it for me." The child's face brightened. The big boys had helped him with this. He wanted to please. He collected himself. "Cunt face," he said. 3 days later, Grandmother Dollarhide called for Francis at the orphanage and took him home with her. She began at once to help him with his speech. They concentrated on a single word. It was mother. Within 2 years of the annulment, Marion Dollarhide met and married Howard Vogt, a successful lawyer with solid connections to the St. Louis machine, and what was left of the old Pendergast machine in Kansas City. Vogt was a widower with 3 young children, an affable, ambitious man 15 years older than Marion Dollarhide. He hated nothing in the world except the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, which had singed his feathers in the voter registration scandal of 1936, and blasted the attempt in 1940 by the St. Louis machine to steal the governorship. By 1943, Vogt's star was rising again. He was a brewery candidate for the state legislature and was mentioned as a possible delegate to the upcoming state constitutional convention. Marion was a useful and attractive hostess, and Vogt bought her a handsome, half-timbered house on Olive Street that was perfect for entertaining. Francis Dollarhide had lived with his grandmother for a week when she took him there. Grandmother had never seen her daughter's house. The maid who answered the door did not know her. "I'm Mrs. Dollarhide," she said, barging past the servant. Her slip was showing 3 inches in the back. She led Francis into a big living room with a pleasant fire. "Who is it, Viola?" a woman's voice from upstairs. Grandmother cupped Francis's face in her hand. He could smell the cold leather glove. An urgent whisper. "Go see Mother, Francis. Go see Mother. Run." He shrank from her, twisting on the tines of her eyes. "Go see Mother. Run." She gripped his shoulders and marched him toward the stairs. He trotted up to the landing and looked back down at her. She motioned upward with her chin. Up to the strange hallway toward the open bedroom door. Mother was seated at her dressing table, checking her makeup in a mirror framed with lights. She was getting ready for a political rally, and too much rouge wouldn't do. Her back was to the door. "Mother," Francis piped, as he had been taught. He tried hard to get it right. "Mother." She saw him in the mirror then. "If you're looking for Ned, he isn't home from—" "Mother." He came into the heartless light. Marion heard her mother's voice downstairs, demanding tea. Her eyes widened, and she sat very still. She did not turn around. She turned out the makeup lights and vanished from the mirror. In the darkened room, she gave a single, low keening that ended in a sob. It might have been for herself, or it might have been for him. Grandmother took Francis to all the political rallies after that, and explained who he was and where he came from. She had him say hello to everyone. They did not work on hello at home. Mr. Vogt lost the election by 1,800 votes. Chapter 26. At Grandmother's house, Francis Dollarhide's new world was a forest of blue-veined legs. Grandmother Dollarhide had been running her nursing home for 3 years when he came to live with her. Money had been a problem since her husband's death in 1936. She had been brought up a lady, and she had no marketable skills. What she had was a big house, and her late husband's debts. Taking in boarders was out. The place was too isolated to be a successful boarding house. She was threatened with eviction. The announcement in the newspaper of Marion's marriage to the affluent Mr. Howard Vogt had seemed a godsend to Grandmother. She wrote to Marion repeatedly for help, but received no answer. Every time she telephoned, a servant told her Mrs. Vogt was out. Finally, bitterly, Grandmother Dollarhide made an arrangement with the county and began to take in elderly, indigent persons. For each one, she received a sum from the county and erratic payments from such relatives as the county could locate. It was hard until she began to get some private patients from middle-class families. No help from Marion all this time, and Marion could have helped. Now Francis Dollarhide played on the floor in the forest of legs. He played cards with Grandmother's mahjong pieces, pushing them among feet twisted like gnarled roots. Mrs. Dollarhide could keep clean-washed dresses on her residence, but she despaired at trying to make them keep on their shoes. The old people sat all day in the living room listening to the radio. Mrs. Dollarhide had put in a small aquarium for them to watch as well, and a private contributor had helped her cover her parquet floors with linoleum against the inevitable incontinence. They sat in a row on the couches and in wheelchairs, listening to the radio, their faded eyes fixed on the fish, or on nothing, or something they saw long ago. Francis would always remember the shuffle of feet on linoleum in the hot and buzzing day, and the smell of stewed tomatoes and cabbage from the kitchen. The smell of the old people, like meat wrappers dried in the sun, and always the radio. Rinso white, rinso bright, happy little wash day song. Francis spent as much time as he could in the kitchen because his friend was there. The cook, Queen Mother Bailey, had grown up in the service of the late Mr. Dollarhide's family. She sometimes brought Francis a plum in her apron pocket, and she called him Little Possum, always dreamin'. The kitchen was warm and safe, but Queen Mother Bailey went home at night. December 1943. Francis Dollarhide, 5 years old, lay in bed in his upstairs room in grandmother's house. The room was pitch dark, with its blackout curtains against the Japanese. He could not say Japanese. He needed to pee. He was afraid to get up in the dark. He called to his grandmother in bed downstairs. "Hey, Ma! Hey, Ma!" He sounded like an infant goat. He called until he was tired. "Mlidzi, hey, Ma!" It got away from him then, hot on his legs and under his seat, and then cold, his nightdress sticking to him. He didn't know what to do. He took a deep breath and rolled over to face the door. Nothing happened to him. He put his foot on the floor. He stood up in the dark, nightdress plastered to his legs, face burning. He ran for the door. The doorknob caught him over the eye, and he sat down in wetness, jumped up, and ran down the stairs, fingers squealing on the banister. To his grandmother's room. Crawling across her in the dark and under the covers, warm against her now. Grandmother stirred, tensed, her back hardened against his cheek, voice hissing. "I've never A clatter on the bedside table as she found her teeth, clacket as she put them in. "I've never seen a child as disgusting and dirty as you. Get out of this bed." She turned on the bedside lamp. He stood on the carpet shivering. She wiped her thumb across his eyebrow. Her thumb came away bloody. "Did you break something?" He shook his head so fast, droplets of blood fell on grandmother's nightgown. "Upstairs. Go on." The dark came down over him as he climbed the stairs. He couldn't turn on the lights because grandmother had cut the cords off short, so only she could reach them. He did not want to get back in the wet bed. He stood in the dark, holding on to the footboard for a long time. He thought she wasn't coming. The blackest corners in the room knew she wasn't coming. She came, snatching the short cord on the ceiling light, her arms full of sheets. She did not speak to him as she changed the bed. She gripped his upper arm and pulled him down the hall to the bathroom. The light was over the mirror, and she had to stand on tiptoe to reach it. She gave him a washcloth, wet and cold. "Take off your nightshirt and wipe yourself off." Smell of adhesive tape, and the bright sewing scissors clicking. She snipped out a butterfly of tape, stood him on the toilet lid, and closed the cut over his eye. "Now," she said. She held the sewing scissors under his round belly, and he felt cold down there. "Look," she said. She grabbed the back of his head and bent him over to see his little penis lying across the bottom blade of the open scissors. She closed the scissors until they began to pinch him. "Do you want me to cut it off?" He tried to look up at her, but she gripped his head. He sobbed, and spit fell on his stomach. "Do you?" "No, Emma, no, Emma." "I pledge you my word, if you ever make your bed dirty again, I'll cut it off. Do you understand?" "Yeah, Emma." "You can find the toilet in the dark, and you can sit on it like a good boy. You don't have to stand up. Now go back to bed." At 2 a.m. the wind rose, gusting warm out of the southeast, clacking together the branches of the dead apple trees, rustling the leaves of the live ones. The wind drove warm rain against the side of the house, where Francis Dollarhide, 42 years old, lay sleeping. He lay on his side, sucking his thumb, his hair damp and flat on his forehead and his neck. Now he awakes. He listens to his breathing in the dark and the tiny clicks of his blinking eyes. His fingers smell faintly of gasoline. His bladder is full. He feels on the bedside table for the glass containing his teeth. Dollarhide always puts in his teeth before he rises. Now he walks to the bathroom. He does not turn on the light. He finds the toilet in the dark and sits down on it like a good boy. Chapter 27. The change in grandmother first became apparent in the winter of 1947, when Frances was 8. She stopped taking meals in her room with Frances. They moved to the common table in the dining room, where she presided over meals with the elderly residents. Grandmother had been trained as a girl to be a charming hostess, and now she unpacked and polished her silver bell and put it beside her plate. Keeping a luncheon table going, pacing the service, managing conversation, batting easy conversational lobs to the strong points of the shy ones, turning the best facets of the bright ones in the light of the other guests' attention, is a considerable skill, and one now sadly in decline. Grandmother had been good at it in her time. Her efforts at this table did brighten meals initially for the 2 or 3 among the residents who were capable of linear conversation. Frances sat in the host's chair at the other end of the avenue of nodding heads, as grandmother drew out the recollections of those who could remember. She expressed keen interest in Mrs. Floater's honeymoon trip to Kansas City, went through the yellow fever with Mr. Eaton a number of times, and listened brightly to the random, unintelligible sounds of the others. "Isn't that interesting, Frances?" she said, and rang the bell for the next course. The food was a variety of vegetable and meat mushes, but she divided it into courses, greatly inconveniencing the kitchen help. Mishaps at the table were never mentioned. A ring of the bell and a gesture in mid-sentence took care of those who had spilled or gone to sleep or forgotten why they were at the table. Grandmother always kept as large a staff as she could pay. As grandmother's general health declined, she lost weight and was able to wear dresses that had long been packed away. Some of them were elegant. In the cast of her features and her hairstyle, she bore a marked resemblance to George Washington on the dollar bill. Her manners had slipped somewhat by spring. She ruled the table and permitted no interruptions as she told of her girlhood in St. Charles, even revealing personal matters to inspire and edify Frances and the others. It was true that grandmother had enjoyed a season as a belle in 1907, and was invited to some of the better balls across the river in St. Louis. There was an object lesson in this for everyone, she said. She looked pointedly at Francis, who crossed his legs beneath the table. "I came up at a time when little could be done medically to overcome the little accidents of nature," she said. "I had lovely skin and hair, and I took full advantage of them. I overcame my teeth with force of personality and bright spirits, so successfully, in fact, that they became my beauty spot. I think you might even call them my charming trademark. I wouldn't have traded them for the world." She distrusted doctors, she explained at length. But when it became clear that gum problems would cost her her teeth, she sought out one of the most renowned dentists in the Midwest, Dr. Felix Bertel, a Swiss. Dr. Bertel's Swiss teeth were very popular with a certain class of people, grandmother said, and he had a remarkable practice. Opera singers, fearing that new shapes in their mouths would affect their tone, actors and others in public life came from as far away as San Francisco to be fitted. Dr. Bertel could reproduce a patient's natural teeth exactly, and had experimented with various compounds and their effect on resonance. When Dr. Bertel had completed her dentures, her teeth appeared just as they had before. She overcame them with personality and lost none of her unique charm, she said with a spiky smile. If there was an object lesson in all this, Frances did not appreciate it until later. There would be no further surgery for him until he could pay for it himself. Francis could make it through dinner because there was something he looked forward to afterward. Queen Mother Bailey's husband came for her each evening in the mule-drawn wagon he used to haul firewood. If Grandmother was occupied upstairs, Francis could ride with them down the lane to the main road. He waited all day for the evening ride, sitting on the wagon seat beside Queen Mother, her tall, flat husband silent and almost invisible in the dark, the iron tires of the wagon loud in the gravel behind the jingle of the bits. Two mules, brown and sometimes muddy, their cropped manes standing up like brushes, swishing their tails across their rumps. The smell of sweat and boiled cotton cloth, snuff and warm harness. There was the smell of wood smoke when Mr. Bailey had been clearing new ground, and sometimes, when he took his shotgun to the new ground, a couple of rabbits or squirrels lay in the wagon box, stretched long as though they were running. They did not talk on the ride down the lane. Mr. Bailey spoke only to the mules. The wagon motion bumped the boy pleasantly against the Baileys. Dropped off at the end of the lane, he gave his nightly promise to walk straight back to the house, and watched the lantern on the wagon move away. He could hear them talking down the road. Sometimes Queen Mother made her husband laugh, and she laughed with him. Standing in the dark, it was pleasant to hear them, and know they were not laughing at him. Later, he would change his mind about that. Francis Dollarhide's occasional playmate was the daughter of a sharecropper who lived 3 fields away. Grandmother let her come to play because it amused her now and then to dress the child in the clothing Marion had worn when she was small. She was a red-haired, listless child, and she was too tired to play much of the time. One hot June afternoon, bored with fishing for doodlebugs in the chicken yard with straws, she asked to see Francis's private parts. In a corner between the chicken house and a low hedge that shielded them from the lower windows of the house, he showed her. She reciprocated by showing him her own, standing with her pilled cotton underwear around her ankles. As he squatted on his heels to see, a headless chicken flapped around the corner, traveling on its back, flapping up the dust. The hobbled girl hopped backward as it spattered blood on her feet and legs. Francis jumped to his feet, his trousers still down, as Queen Mother Bailey came around the corner after the chicken, and saw them. "Look here, boy," she said calmly. "You want to see what's what. Well, now you see. So go on and find yourself something else to do. Occupy yourself with children's doings and keep your clothes on. You and that child help me catch that rooster." The children's embarrassment quickly passed as the rooster eluded them. But Grandmother was watching from the upstairs window. Grandmother watched Queen Mother come back inside. The children went into the chicken house. Grandmother waited 5 minutes, then came up on them silently. She flung open the door and found them gathering feathers for headdresses. She sent the girl home and led Francis into the house. She told him he was going back to Brother Buddy's orphanage after she had punished him. "Go upstairs, go to your room and take your trousers off and wait for me while I get my scissors." He waited for hours in his room, lying on the bed with his trousers off, clutching the bedspread and waiting for the scissors. He waited through the sounds of supper downstairs, and he heard the creak and clop of the firewood wagon and the snort of the mules as Queen Mother's husband came for her. Sometime toward morning he slept, and woke in starts to wait. Grandmother never came. Perhaps she had forgotten. He waited through the routine of the days that followed, remembering many times a day in a rush of freezing dread. He would never cease from waiting. He avoided Queen Mother Bailey, would not speak to her, and wouldn't tell her why. He mistakenly believed that she had told Grandmother what she saw in the chicken yard. Now he was convinced that the laughter he heard while he watched the wagon lantern diminish down the road was about him. Clearly, he could trust no one. It was hard to lie still and go to sleep when it was there to think about. It was hard to lie still on such a bright night. Francis knew that Grandmother was right. He had hurt her so. He had shamed her. Everyone must know what he had done, even as far away as St. Charles. He was not angry at Grandmother. He knew that he loved her very much. He wanted to do right. He imagined that burglars were breaking in, and he protected Grandmother, and she took back what she said. "You're not a child of the devil after all, Francis. You are my good boy." He thought about a burglar breaking in, coming in the house determined to show Grandmother his private parts. How would Francis protect her? He was too small to fight a big burglar. He thought about it. There was Queen Mother's hatchet in the pantry. She wiped it with newspaper after she killed a chicken. He should see about the hatchet. It was his responsibility. He would fight his fear of the dark. If he really loved Grandmother, he should be the thing to be afraid of in the dark, the thing for the burglar to be afraid of. He crept downstairs and found the hatchet hanging on its nail. It had a strange smell, like the smell at the sink when they were drawing a chicken. It was sharp, and its weight was reassuring in his hand. He carried the hatchet to Grandmother's room to be sure there were no burglars. Grandmother was asleep. It was very dark, but he knew exactly where she was. If there was a burglar, he would hear him breathing just as he could hear Grandmother breathing. He would know where his neck was just as surely as he knew where Grandmother's neck was. It was just below the breathing. If there was a burglar, he would come up on him quietly, like this. He would raise the hatchet over his head with both hands, like this. Francis stepped on Grandmother's slipper beside the bed. The hatchet swayed in the dizzy dark and pinged against the metal shade of her reading lamp. Grandmother rolled over and made a wet noise with her mouth. Francis stood still. His arms trembled from the effort of holding up the hatchet. Grandmother began to snore. The love Francis felt almost burst him. He crept out of the room. He was frantic to be ready to protect her. He must do something. He did not fear the dark house now, but it was choking him. He went out the back door and stood in the brilliant night, face upturned, gasping as though he could breathe the light. A tiny disk of moon, distorted on the whites of his rolled-back eyes, rounded as the eyes rolled down, and was centered at last in his pupils. The love swelled in him unbearably tight, and he could not gasp it out. He walked toward the chicken house, hurrying now, the ground cold under his feet, the hatchet bumping cold against his leg, running now before he burst. Francis, scrubbing himself at the chicken yard pump, had never felt such sweet and easy peace. He felt his way cautiously into it, and found that the peace was endless and all around him. What Grandmother kindly had not cut off was still there, like a prize, when he washed the blood off his belly and legs. His mind was clear and calm. He should do something about the nightshirt. Better hide it under the sacks in the smokehouse. Discovery of the dead chicken puzzled Grandmother. She said it didn't look like a fox job. A month later, Queen Mother found another one when she went to gather eggs. This time, the head had been wrung off. Grandmother said at the dinner table that she was convinced it was done for spite by some sorry help I ran off. She said she had called the sheriff about it. Francis sat silent at his place, opening and closing his hand on the memory of an eye blinking against his palm. Sometimes in bed, he held himself to be sure he hadn't been cut. Sometimes, when he held himself, he thought he felt a blink. Grandmother was changing rapidly. She was increasingly contentious and could not keep household help. Though she was short of housekeepers, it was the kitchen where she took personal charge, directing Queen Mother Bailey to the detriment of the food. Queen Mother, who had worked for the Dollarhides all her life, was the only constant on the staff. Red-faced in the kitchen heat, Grandmother moved restlessly from one task to the next, often leaving dishes half-made, never to be served. She made casseroles of leftovers, while vegetables wilted in the pantry. At the same time, she became fanatical about waste. She reduced the soap and bleach in the wash until the sheets were dingy gray. In the month of November, she hired 5 different black women to help in the house. They would not stay. Grandmother was furious the evening the last one left. She went through the house yelling. She came into the kitchen and saw that Queen Mother Bailey had left a teaspoonful of flour on the board after rolling out some dough. In the steam and heat of the kitchen, a half-hour before dinner, she walked up to Queen Mother and slapped her face. Queen Mother dropped her ladle, shocked. Tears sprang into her eyes. Grandmother drew back her hand again. A big pink palm pushed her away. "Don't you ever do that. You're not yourself, Mrs. Dollarhide, but don't you ever do that." Screaming insults, Grandmother, with her bare hand, shoved over a kettle of soup to slop and hiss down through the stove. She went to her room and slammed the door. Francis heard her cursing in her room and objects thrown against the walls. She didn't come out again all evening. Queen Mother cleaned up the soup and fed the old people. She got her few things together in a basket and put on her old sweater and stocking cap. She looked for Francis, but couldn't find him. She was in the wagon when she saw the boy sitting in the corner of the porch. He watched her climb down heavily and come back to him. "Possum, I'm going now. I won't be back here. Saronia at the feed store, she'll call your mama for me. You need me before your mama get here. You come to my house." He twisted away from the touch on his cheek. Mr. Bailey clucked to the mules. Francis watched the wagon lantern move away. He had watched it before, with a sad and empty feeling, since he understood that Queen Mother betrayed him. Now he didn't care. He was glad. A feeble kerosene wagon light fading down the road. It was nothing to the moon. He wondered how it feels to kill a mule. Marion Dollarhide Vogt did not come when Queen Mother Bailey called her. She came 2 weeks later, after a call from the sheriff in St. Charles. She arrived in mid-afternoon, driving herself in a pre-war Packard. She wore gloves and a hat. A deputy sheriff met her at the end of the lane and stooped to the car window. "Mrs. Vogt, your mother called our office around noon, saying something about the help stealing. When I come out here, you'll excuse me, but she was talking out of her head, and it looked like things wasn't tended to. Sheriff thought he ought to get hold of y'all first, if you understand me, Mr. Vogt being before the public and all." Marion understood him. Mr. Vogt was Commissioner of Public Works in St. Louis now, and was not in the party's best graces. "To my knowledge, nobody else has saw the place," the deputy said. Marion found her mother asleep. 2 of the old people were still sitting at the table waiting for lunch. One woman was out in the backyard in her slip. Marion telephoned her husband. "How often do they inspect these places? They must not have seen anything. I don't know if any relatives have complained. I don't think these people have any relatives." No, you stay away. I need some Negroes. Get me some Negroes." and Dr. Waters. I'll take care of it." The doctor, with an orderly in white, arrived in 45 minutes, followed by a panel truck bringing Marion's maid and 5 other domestics. Marion, the doctor, and the orderly were in grandmother's room when Francis came home from school. Francis could hear his grandmother cursing. When they rolled her out in one of the nursing home wheelchairs, she was glassy-eyed, and a piece of cotton was taped to her arm. Her face looked sunken and strange without her teeth. Marion's arm was bandaged, too. She had been bitten. Grandmother rode away in the doctor's car, sitting in the back seat with the orderly. Francis watched her go. He started to wave, but let his hand fall back to his side. Marion's cleaning crew scrubbed and aired the house, did a tremendous wash, and bathed the old people. Marion worked alongside them and supervised a sketchy meal. She spoke to Francis only to ask where things were. Then she sent the crew away and called the county authorities. Mrs. Dollarhide had suffered a stroke, she explained. It was dark when the welfare workers came for the patients in a school bus. Francis thought they would take him too. He was not discussed. Only Marion and Francis remained at the house. She sat at the dining-room table with her head in her hands. He went outside and climbed a crabapple tree. Finally, Marion called him. She had packed a small suitcase with his clothes. "You'll have to come with me," she said, walking to the car. "Get in. Don't put your feet on the seat." They drove away in the Packard and left the empty wheelchair standing in the yard. There was no scandal. The county authorities said it was sure a shame about Mrs. Dollarhide. She sure kept things nice. The Vogts remained untarnished. Grandmother was confined to a private nerve sanatorium. It would be 14 years before Francis went home to her again. "Francis, here are your stepsisters and stepbrother," his mother said. They were in the Vogts' library. Ned Vogt was 12, Victoria 13, and Margaret 9. Ned and Victoria looked at each other. Margaret looked at the floor. Francis was given a room at the top of the servants' stairs. Since the disastrous election of 1944, the Vogts no longer employed an upstairs maid. He was enrolled in Potter Gerard Elementary School, within walking distance of the house, and far from the Episcopal private school the other children attended. The Vogt children ignored him as much as possible during the first few days, but at the end of the first week, Ned and Victoria came up the servants' stairs to call. Francis heard them whispering for minutes before the knob turned on his door. When they found it bolted, they didn't knock. Ned said, "Open this door." Francis opened it. They did not speak to him again while they looked through his clothes in the wardrobe. Ned Vogt opened the drawer in the small dressing table and picked up the things he found with 2 fingers. Birthday handkerchiefs with FD embroidered on them, a capo for a guitar, a bright beetle in a pill bottle, a copy of Baseball Joe in the World Series, which had once been wet, and a get-well card signed, "Your classmate Sarah Hughes." "What's this?" Ned asked. "A capo." "What's it for?" "A guitar." "Do you have a guitar?" "No." "What do you have it for?" Victoria asked. "My father used it." "I can't understand you. What did you say? Make him say it again, Ned." "He said it belonged to his father." Ned blew his nose on one of the handkerchiefs and dropped it back in the drawer. "They came for the ponies today," Victoria said. She sat on the narrow bed. Ned joined her, his back against the wall, his feet on the quilt. "No more ponies," Ned said. "No more lake house for the summer. You know why? Speak up, you little bastard." "Father is sick a lot and doesn't make as much money," Victoria said. "Some days he doesn't go to the office at all." "Know why he's sick, you little bastard?" Ned asked. "Talk where I can understand you." Grandmother said he's a drunk. Understand that all right? He's sick because of your ugly face, Ned said. That's why people didn't vote for him, too, Victoria said. Get out, Francis said. When he turned to open the door, Ned kicked him in the back. Francis tried to reach his kidney with both hands, which saved his fingers as Ned kicked him in the stomach. Oh, Ned, Victoria said. Oh, Ned. Ned grabbed Francis by the ears and held him close to the mirror over the dressing table. That's why he's sick. Ned slammed his face into the mirror. That's why he's sick. Slam. That's why he's sick. Slam. The mirror was smeared with blood and mucus. Ned let him go, and he sat on the floor. Victoria looked at him, her eyes wide, holding her lower lip between her teeth. They left him there. His face was wet with blood and spit. His eyes watered from the pain, but he did not cry. Chapter 28. Rain in Chicago drums through the night on the canopy over the open grave of Freddie Lowndes. Thunder jars Will Graham's pounding head as he weaves from the table to a bed where dreams coil beneath the pillow. The old house above St. Charles, shouldering the wind, repeats its long sigh over the hiss of rain against the windows and the bump of thunder. The stairs are creaking in the dark. Mr. Dollarhide is coming down them, his kimono whispering over the treads, his eyes wide with recent sleep. His hair is wet and neatly combed. He has brushed his nails. He moves smoothly and slowly, carrying his concentration like a brimming cup. Film beside his projector. 2 subjects. Other reels are piled in the wastebasket for burning. 2 left, chosen from the dozens of home movies he has copied at the plant and brought home to audition. Comfortable in his reclining chair, with a tray of cheese and fruit beside him, Dollarhide settles in to watch. The first film is a picnic from the 4th of July weekend. A handsome family, 3 children, the father bull-necked, dipping into the pickle jar with his thick fingers, and the mother. The best view of her is in the softball game with the neighbor's children, only about 15 seconds of her. She takes a lead off second base, faces the pitcher and the plate, feet apart, ready to dash either way, her breasts swaying beneath her pullover as she leans forward from the waist. An annoying interruption as a child swings a bat. The woman again, walking back to tag up. She puts 1 foot on the boat cushion they use for a base and stands hip-shot, the thigh muscle tightening in her locked leg. Over and over Dollarhide watches the frames of the woman, foot on the base, pelvis tilts, thigh muscle tightens under the cut-off jeans. He freezes the last frame. The woman and her children. They are dirty and tired. They hug, and a dog wags among their legs. A terrific crash of thunder clinks the cut crystal in Grandmother's tall cabinet. Dollarhide reaches for a pear. The second film is in several segments. The title, The New House, is spelled out in pennies on a shirt cardboard above a broken piggy bank. It opens with Father pulling up the for sale sign in the yard. He holds it up and faces the camera with an embarrassed grin. His pockets are turned out. An unsteady, long shot of Mother and 3 children on the front steps. It is a handsome house. A cut to the swimming pool. A child, sleek-headed and small, pads around to the diving board, leaving wet footprints on the tile. Heads bob in the water. A small dog paddles toward a daughter, his ears back, chin high, and the whites of his eyes showing. Mother in the water holds to the ladder and looks up at the camera. Her curly black hair has the gloss of pelt, her bosom swelling, shining wet above her suit, her legs wavy below the surface, scissoring. Night. A badly exposed shot across the pool to the lighted house, the lights reflected in the water. Indoors and family fun. Boxes everywhere and packing materials. An old trunk not yet stored in the attic. A small daughter is trying on grandmother's clothes. She has on a big garden party hat. Father is on the sofa. He looks a little drunk. Now father must have the camera. It is not quite level. Mother is at the mirror in the hat. The children jostle around her, the boys laughing and plucking at the old finery. The girl watches her mother coolly, appraising herself in time to come. A close-up. Mother turns and strikes a pose for the camera with an arch smile, her hand at the back of her neck. She's quite lovely. There is a cameo at her throat. Dollarhide freezes the frame. He backs up the film. Again and again she turns from the mirror and smiles. Absently, Dollarhide picks up the film of the softball game and drops it in the wastebasket. He takes the reel from the projector and looks at the gateway label on the box. Bob Sherman, Star Route 7, Box 603, Tulsa, Oklahoma. An easy drive, too. Dollarhide holds the film in his palm and covers it with his other hand as though it were a small living thing that might struggle to escape. It seems to jump against his palm like a cricket. He remembers the jerkiness, the haste at the Leeds house when the lights came on. He had to deal with Mr. Leeds before turning on his movie lights. This time, he wants a smoother progression. It would be wonderful to crawl in between the sleepers with the camera going and snuggle up a little while. Then he could strike in the dark and sit up between them happily getting wet. He can do that with infrared film, and he knows where to get some. The projector is still on. Dollarhide sits holding the film between his hands, while on the bright blank screen other images move for him to the long sigh of the wind. There is no sense of vengeance in him, only love and thoughts of the glory to come. Hearts becoming faint and fast, like footsteps fleeing into silence. Him rampant, him rampant, filled with love, the Shermans opening to him. The past does not occur to him at all, only the glory to come. He does not think of his mother's house. In fact, his conscious memories of that time are remarkably few and indistinct. Sometime in his 20s, Dollarhide's memories of his mother's house sank out of sight, leaving a slick on the surface of his mind. He knew that he had lived there only a month. He did not recall that he was sent away at the age of 9 for hanging Victoria's cat. One of the few images he retained was the house itself, lighted, viewed from the street in winter twilight as he passed it going from Potter Gerard Elementary School to the house where he was boarded a mile away. He could remember the smell of the Vogt library, like a piano just opened, when his mother received him there to give him holiday things. He did not remember the faces at the upstairs windows as he walked away, down the frozen sidewalk, the practical gifts burning hateful under his arm, hurrying home to a place inside his head that was quite different from St. Louis. At the age of 11, his fantasy life was active and intense, and when the pressure of his love grew too great, he relieved it. He preyed on pets, carefully, with a cool eye to consequence. They were so tame that it was easy. The authorities never linked him with the sad little bloodstains soaked into the dirt floors of garages. At 42, he did not remember that, nor did he ever think about the people in his mother's house, his mother, stepsisters, or stepbrother. Sometimes he saw them in his sleep, in the brilliant fragments of a fever dream, altered and tall, faces and bodies in bright parrot colors, they poised over him in a mantis stance. When he chose to reflect, which was seldom. He had many satisfactory memories. They were of his military service. Caught at 17 entering the window of a woman's house, for a purpose never established, he was given the choice of enlisting in the army or facing criminal charges. He took the army. After basic training, he was sent to specialist school in darkroom operation and shipped to San Antonio, where he worked on Medical Corps training films at Brooke Army Hospital. Surgeons at Brooke took an interest in him and decided to improve his face. They performed a Z-plasty on his nose, using ear cartilage to lengthen the columella, and repaired his lip with an interesting Abbé flap procedure that drew an audience of doctors to the operating theater. The surgeons were proud of the result. Dollarhide declined the mirror and looked out the window. Records at the film library show Dollarhide checked out many films, mainly on trauma, and kept them overnight. He re-enlisted in 1958, and in his second hitch, he found Hong Kong. Stationed at Seoul, Korea, developing film from the tiny spotter planes the Army floated over the 38th parallel in the late 1950s, he was able to go to Hong Kong twice on leave. Hong Kong and Kowloon could satisfy any appetite in 1959. Grandmother was released from the sanatorium in 1961 in a vague Thorazine piece. Dollarhide asked for and received a hardship discharge 2 months before his scheduled separation date and went home to take care of her. It was a curiously peaceful time for him as well. With his new job at Gateway, Dollarhide could hire a woman to stay with grandmother in the daytime. At night, they sat in the parlor together, not speaking. The tick of the old clock and its chimes were all that broke the silence. He saw his mother once, at grandmother's funeral in 1970. He looked through her, past her, with his yellow eyes so startlingly like her own. She might have been a stranger. His appearance surprised his mother. He was deep-chested and sleek, with her fine coloring and a neat mustache, which she suspected was hair transplanted from his head. She called him once in the next week, and heard the receiver slowly replaced. For 9 years after grandmother's death, Dollarhide was untroubled, and he troubled no one. His forehead was as smooth as a seed. He knew that he was waiting. For what? He didn't know. One small event, which occurs to everyone, told the seed in his skull it was time. Standing by a north window, examining some film, he noticed aging in his hands. It was as though his hands, holding the film, had suddenly appeared before him, and he saw in that good north light that the skin had slackened over the bones and tendons, and his hands were creased in diamonds as small as lizard scales. As he turned them in the light, an intense odor of cabbage and stewed tomatoes washed over him. He shivered, though the room was warm. That evening he worked out harder than usual. A full-length mirror was mounted on the wall of Dollarhide's attic gym beside his barbells and weight bench. It was the only mirror hanging in his house, and he could admire his body in it comfortably because he always worked out in a mask. He examined himself carefully while his muscles were pumped up. At 40, he could have competed successfully in regional bodybuilding competition. He was not satisfied. Within the week, he came upon the Blake painting. It seized him instantly. He saw it in a large full-color photograph in Time magazine, illustrating a report on the Blake retrospective at the Tate Museum in London. The Brooklyn Museum had sent the Great Red Dragon and the Woman Clothed with the Sun to London for the show. Time's critic said, "Few demonic images in Western art radiate such a nightmarish charge of sexual energy." Dollarhide didn't have to read the text to find that out. He carried the picture with him for days, photographed and enlarged it in the darkroom late at night. He was agitated much of the time. He posted the painting beside his mirror in the weight room and stared at it while he pumped. He could sleep only when he had worked out to exhaustion and watched his medical films to aid him in sexual relief. He had known since the age of 9 that essentially he was alone, and that he would always be alone, a conclusion more common to the 40s. Now, in his 40s, he was seized by a fantasy life with the brilliance and freshness and immediacy of childhood. It took him a step beyond alone. At a time when other men first see and fear their isolation, Dollarhide's became understandable to him. He was alone because he was unique. With the fervor of conversion, he saw that if he worked at it, if he followed the true urges he had kept down for so long, cultivated them as the inspirations they truly were, he could become. The dragon's face is not visible in the painting, but increasingly Dollarhide came to know how it looked. Watching his medical films in the parlor, pumped up from lifting, he stretched his jaw wide to hold in grandmother's teeth. They did not fit his distorted gums, and his jaw cramped quickly. He worked on his jaw in private moments, biting on a hard rubber block until the muscles stood out in his cheeks like walnuts. In the fall of 1979, Francis Dollarhide withdrew part of his considerable savings and took a 3-month leave of absence from Gateway. He went to Hong Kong, and he took with him his grandmother's teeth. When he returned, red-haired Eileen and his other fellow workers agreed that the vacation had done him good. He was calm. They hardly noticed that he never used the employees' locker room or shower anymore. He had never done that often anyway. His grandmother's teeth were back in the glass beside her bed. His own new ones were locked in his desk upstairs. If Eileen could have seen him before his mirror, teeth in place, new tattoo, brilliant in the harsh gym light, she would have screamed. Once. There was time now. He did not have to hurry now. He had forever. It was 5 months before he selected the Jacobys. The Jacobys were the first to help him, the first to lift him into the glory of his becoming. The Jacobys were better than anything he ever knew, until the Leedses. And now, as he grew in strength and glory, there were the Shermans to come, and the new intimacy of infrared. Most promising. Chapter 29. Francis Dollarhide had to leave his own territory at Gateway Film Processing to get what he needed. Dollarhide was production chief of Gateway's largest...
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Division, home movie processing. But there were 4 other divisions. The recessions of the 1970s cut deeply into home movie making, and there was increasing competition from home video recorders. Gateway had to diversify. The company added departments which transferred film to videotape, printed aerial survey maps, and offered custom services to small-format commercial filmmakers. In 1979, a plum fell to Gateway. The company contracted jointly with the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy to develop and test new emulsions for infrared photography. The Department of Energy wanted sensitive infrared film for its heat conservation studies. Defense wanted it for night reconnaissance. Gateway bought a small company next door, Bader Chemical, in late 1979, and set up the project there. Dollarhide walked across to Bader on his lunch hour, under a scrubbed blue sky, carefully avoiding the reflecting puddles on the asphalt. Lowndes' death had put him in an excellent humor. Everyone at Bader seemed to be out for lunch. He found the door he wanted at the end of a labyrinth of halls. The sign beside the door said, "Infrared sensitive materials in use. No safe lights, no smoking, no hot beverages." The red light was on above the sign. Dollarhide pushed a button, and in a moment the light turned green. He entered the light trap and rapped on the inner door. "Come." A woman's voice. Cool, absolute darkness. The gurgle of water. The familiar smell of D76 developer, and a trace of perfume. "I'm Francis Dollarhide. I came about the dryer." "Oh, good. Excuse me. My mouth's full. I was just finishing lunch." He heard papers wadded and dropped in a wastebasket. "Actually, Ferguson wanted the dryer," said the voice in the dark. "He's on vacation, but I know where it goes. You have one over at Gateway?" "I have two. One is larger. He didn't say how much room he has." Dollarhide had seen a memo about the dryer problem weeks ago. "I'll show you if you don't mind a short wait." "All right." "Put your back against the door." Her voice took on a touch of the lecturer's practiced tone. "Come forward 3 steps until you feel the tile under your feet, and there'll be a stool just to your left." He found it. He was closer to her now. He could hear the rustle of her lab apron. "Thanks for coming down," she said. Her voice was clear, with a faint ring of iron in it. "You're head of processing over in the big building, right?" "Uh-huh." "The same Mr. D who sends the rockets when the requisitions are filed wrong?" "The very one." "I'm Reba McLean. Hope there's nothing wrong over here." "Not my project anymore. I just planned the darkroom construction when we bought this place. I haven't been over here in 6 months." A long speech for him. Easier in the dark. "Just a minute more, and we'll get you some light. Do you need a tape measure?" "I have one." Dollarhide found it rather pleasant, talking to the woman in the dark. He heard the rattle of a purse being rummaged, the click of a compact. He was sorry when the timer rang. "There we go. I'll put this stuff in the black hole," she said. He felt a breath of cold air, heard a cabinet close on rubber seals, and the hiss of a vacuum lock. A puff of air, and fragrance touched him as she passed. Dollarhide pressed his knuckle under his nose, put on his thoughtful expression, and waited for the light. The lights came on. She stood by the door, smiling in his approximate direction. Her eyes made small random movements behind the closed lids. He saw her white cane propped in the corner. He took his hand away from his face and smiled. "Do you think I could have a plum?" he said. There were several on the counter where she had been sitting. "Sure, they're really good." Reba McLean was about 30, with a handsome prairie face, shaped by good bones and resolution. She had a small star-shaped scar on the bridge of her nose. Her hair was a mixture of wheat and red gold, cut in a page boy that looked slightly out of date, and her face and hands were pleasantly freckled by the sun. Against the tile and stainless steel of the darkroom, she was as bright as full. He was free to look at her. His gaze could move over her as freely as the air. She had no way to parry eyes. Dollarhide often felt warm spots, stinging spots on his skin when he talked to a woman. They moved over him to wherever he thought the woman was looking. Even when a woman looked away from him, he suspected that she saw his reflection. He was always aware of reflective surfaces, knew the angles of reflection as a pool shark knows the banks. His skin now was cool. Hers was freckled, pearly on her throat and the insides of her wrists. "I'll show you the room where he wants to put it," she said. "We can get the measuring done." They measured. "Now, I want to ask a favor," Dollarhide said. "Okay." "I need some infrared movie film, hot film, sensitive up around 1,000 nanometers. You'll have to keep it in the freezer and put it back in the cold after you shoot." "I know." "Could you give me an idea of the conditions? Shooting at maybe 8 feet, with a pair of Rattan filters over the lights." It sounded too much like a surveillance rig. "At the zoo," he said. "In the world of darkness, they want to photograph the nocturnal animals." "They must really be spooky if you can't use commercial infrared." "Uh-huh." "I'm sure we can fix you up. One thing, though. You know, a lot of our stuff is under the DD contract. Anything that goes out of here you have to sign for." "Right. When do you need it?" "About the 20th. No later." "I don't have to tell you, the more sensitive it is, the meaner it is to handle. You get into coolers, dry ice, all that. They're screening some samples about 4 o'clock, if you want to look. You can pick the tamest emulsion that'll do what you want." "I'll come." Reba McLean counted her plums after Dollarhide left. He had taken 1. "Strange man, Mr. Dollarhide." There had been no awkward pause of sympathy and concern in his voice when she turned on the lights. Maybe he already knew she was blind. Better yet, maybe he didn't give a damn. That would be refreshing. Chapter 30. In Chicago, Freddie Lowndes' funeral was underway. The National Tatler paid for the elaborate service, rushing the arrangements so that it could be held on Thursday, the day after his death. Then the pictures would be available for the Tatler edition, published Thursday night. The funeral was long in the chapel, and it was long at the graveside. A radio evangelist went on in fulsome eulogy. Graham rode the greasy swells of his hangover and tried to study the crowd. The hired choir at graveside gave full measure for the money, while the Tatler photographers' motor-driven cameras whizzed. 2 TV crews were present with fixed cameras and creepy peepees. Police photographers with press credentials photographed the crowd. Graham recognized several plainclothes officers from Chicago homicide. Theirs were the only faces that meant anything to him. And there was Wendy of Wendy City, Lowndes' girlfriend. She was seated beneath the canopy nearest the coffin. Graham hardly recognized her. Her blonde wig was drawn back in a bun, and she wore a black tailored suit. During the last hymn, she rose, went forward unsteadily, knelt, and laid her head on the casket, her arms outstretched in the pall of chrysanthemums as the strobe lights flashed. The crowd made little noise moving over the spongy grass to the cemetery gates. Graham walked beside Wendy. A crowd of the uninvited stared at them through the bars of the high iron fence. "Are you all right?" Graham asked. They stopped among the tombstones. Her eyes were dry, her gaze level. "Better than you," she said. "Got drunk, didn't you?" "Yep." "Is somebody keeping an eye on you?" "The precinct sent some people over. They've got plain clothes in the club. Lots of business now. More weirdos than usual. I'm sorry you had this. You did. I thought you were fine at the hospital. I admired that. She nodded. Freddie was a sport. He shouldn't have to go out that hard. Thanks for getting me in the room. She looked into the distance, blinking, thinking, eye shadow like stone dust on her lids. She faced Graham. Look, the Tattler's giving me some money. You figured that, right? For an interview and the dive at the graveside. I don't think Freddie would mind. He'd have been mad if you passed it up. That's what I thought. They're jerks, but they pay. What it is, they tried to get me to say that I think you deliberately turned this freak onto Freddie, chumming with him in that picture. I didn't say it. If they print that I did say it, well, that's bullshit. Graham said nothing as she scanned his face. You didn't like him, maybe. It doesn't matter. But if you thought this could happen, you wouldn't have missed the shot at the ferry, right? Yeah, Wendy. I'd have staked him out. Do you have anything at all? I hear noise from these people, and that's about it. We don't have much. A few things from the lab we're following up. It was a clean job, and he's lucky. Are you? What? Lucky. Off and on. Freddie was never lucky. He told me he'd clean up on this. Big deals everywhere. He probably would have, too. Well, look, Graham, if you ever, feel like a drink, I've got one. Thanks. But stay sober on the street. Oh, yes. 2 policemen cleared a path for Wendy through the crowd of curiosity seekers outside the gate. One of the gawkers wore a printed T-shirt reading, "The Tooth Fairy is a one-night stand." He whistled at Wendy. The woman beside him slapped his face. A big policeman squeezed into the 280ZX beside Wendy, and she pulled into the traffic. A second policeman followed in an unmarked car. Chicago smelled like a spent skyrocket in the hot afternoon. Graham was lonely, and he knew why. Funerals often make us want sex. It's one in the eye for death. The wind rattled the dry stalks of a funeral arrangement near his feet. For a hard second, he remembered palm fronds rustling in the sea wind. He wanted very much to go home, knowing that he would not, could not, until the dragon was dead. Chapter 31. The projection room at Bader Chemical was small, 5 rows of folding chairs with an aisle in the middle. Dollarhide arrived late. He stood at the back with his arms folded while they screened gray cards, color cards, and cubes variously lighted, filmed on a variety of infrared emulsions. His presence disturbed Dandridge, the young man in charge. Dollarhide carried an air of authority at work. He was the recognized darkroom expert from the parent company next door, and he was known to be a perfectionist. Dandridge had not consulted him in months, a petty rivalry that had gone on since Gateway bought Bader Chemical. "Reba, give us the development dope on sample 8, Dandridge said. Reba McLean sat at the end of a row, a clipboard in her lap. Speaking in a clear voice, her fingers moving over the clipboard in the semi-darkness, she outlined the mechanics of the development, chemicals, temperature and time, and storage procedures before and after filming. Infrared-sensitive film must be handled in total darkness. She had done all the darkroom work, keeping the many samples straight by touch code, and keeping a running record in the dark. It was easy to see her value to Bader. The screening ran through quitting time. Reba McLean kept her seat as the others were filing out. Dollarhide approached her carefully. He spoke to her at a distance while there were others in the room. He didn't want her to feel watched. "I thought you hadn't made it," she said. "I had a machine down. It made me late." The lights were on. Her clean scalp glistened in the part of her hair as he stood over her. "Did you get to see the 1000C sample?" "I did. They said it looked all right. It's a lot easier to handle than the 1200 series. Think it'll do?" "It will." She had her purse with her and a light raincoat. He stood back when she came into the aisle behind her searching cane. She didn't seem to expect any help. He didn't offer any. Dandridge stuck his head back into the room. "Reba, dear, Marcia had to fly. Can you manage?" Spots of color appeared in her cheeks. "I can manage very well, thank you, Danny." "I'd drop you, love, but I'm late already. Say, Mr. Dollarhide, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you—" "Danny, I have a ride home." She held in her anger. The nuances of expression were denied her, so she kept her face relaxed. She couldn't control her color, though. Watching with his cold yellow eyes, Dollarhide understood her anger perfectly. He knew that Dandridge's limp sympathy felt like spit on her cheek. "I'll take you," he said, rather late. "No, but thank you." She had thought he might offer and had intended to accept. She wouldn't have anybody forced into it. Damn Dandridge. Damn his fumbling. She'd ride the damned bus, damn it. She had the fare, and she knew the way, and she could go anywhere she fucking pleased. She stayed in the woman's room long enough for the others to leave the building. The janitor let her out. She followed the edge of a dividing strip across the parking lot toward the bus stop, her raincoat over her shoulders, tapping the edge with her cane and feeling for the slight resistance of the puddles when the cane swished through them. Dollarhide watched her from his van. His feelings made him uneasy. They were dangerous in daylight. For a moment, under the lowering sun, windshields, puddles, high steel wires splintered the sunlight into the glint of scissors. Her white cane comforted him. It swept the light of scissors, swept scissors away, and the memory of her harmlessness eased him. He was starting the engine. Reba McLean heard the van behind her. It was beside her now. "Thank you for inviting me." She nodded, smiled, tapped along. "Ride with me?" "Thanks, but I take the bus all the time." "Dandridge is a fool. Ride with me." What would someone say? "For my pleasure." She stopped. She heard him get out of the van. People usually grasped her upper arm, not knowing what else to do. Blind people do not like to have their balance disturbed by a firm hold on their triceps. It is as unpleasant for them as standing on wiggly scales to weigh. Like anyone else, they don't like to be propelled. He didn't touch her. In a moment she said, "It's better if I take your arm." She had wide experience of forearms, but his surprised her fingers. It was as hard as an oak banister. She could not know the amount of nerve he summoned to let her touch him. The van felt big and high, surrounded by resonances and echoes, unlike those of a car. She held to the edges of the bucket seat until Dollarhide fastened her safety belt. The diagonal shoulder belt pressed one of her breasts. She moved it until it lay between them. They said little during the drive. Waiting at the red lights, he could look at her. She lived in the left side of a duplex on a quiet street near Washington University. "Come in, and I'll give you a drink." In his life, Dollarhide had been in fewer than a dozen private homes. In the past 10 years, he had been in 4. His own, Eileen's briefly, the Leedses, and the Jacobys. Other people's houses were exotic to him. She felt the van rock as he got out. Her door opened. It was a long step down from the van. She bumped into him lightly. It was like bumping into a tree. He was much heavier, more solid than she would have judged from his voice and his footfalls. Solid and light on his feet. She had known a Bronco linebacker once in Denver who came out to film a United Way appeal with some blind kids. Once inside her front door, Reba McLean stood her cane in the corner and was suddenly free. She moved effortlessly, turning on music, hanging up her coat. Dollarhide had to reassure himself that she was blind. Being in a home excited him. "How about a gin and tonic?" "Tonic will be fine." "Would you rather have juice?" "Tonic." "You're not a drinker, are you?" "No." "Come on in the kitchen." She opened the refrigerator. "How about—" She made a quick inventory with her hands. "A piece of pie, then. Cairo pecan. It's dynamite." "Fine." She took a whole pie from the icebox and put it on the counter. Hands pointing straight down, she spread her fingers along the edge of the pie tin until its circumference told her that her middle fingers were at 9 and 3 o'clock. Then she touched her thumb tips together and brought them down to the surface of the pie to locate its exact center. She marked the center with a toothpick. Dollarhide tried to make conversation to keep her from feeling his stare. "How long have you been at Bader?" No S's in that one. 3 months. Didn't you know?" "They tell me the minimum." She grinned. "You probably stepped on some toes when you laid out the dark rooms. Listen, the techs love you for it. The plumbing works, and there are plenty of outlets. 220 wherever you need it." She put the middle finger of her left hand on the toothpick, her thumb on the edge of the tin, and cut him a slice of pie, guiding the knife with her left index finger. He watched her handle the bright knife. Strange to look at the front of a woman as much as he liked. How often in company can one look where he wants to look? She made herself a stiff gin and tonic, and they went into the living room. She passed her hand over a floor lamp, felt no heat, switched it on. Dollarhide ate his pie in 3 bites and sat stiffly on the couch, his sleek hair shining under the lamp, his powerful hands on his knees. She put her head back in her chair and propped her feet on an ottoman. "When will they film at the zoo?" "Maybe next week." He was glad he had called the zoo and offered the infrared film. Dandridge might check. "It's a great zoo. I went with my sister and my niece when they came to help me move in. They have the contact area, you know. I hugged this llama. It felt nice. But talk about aroma, boy. I thought I was being followed by a llama until I changed my shirt." This was having a conversation. He had to say something or leave. "How did you come to Bader?" "They advertised at the Riker Institute in Denver, where I was working. I was checking the bulletin board one day and just happened to come across this job. Actually, what happened, Bader had to shape up their employment practices to keep this defense contract. They managed to pack 6 women, 2 blacks, 2 Chicanos, an Oriental, a paraplegic, and me into a total of 8 hirings. We all count in at least 2 categories, you see." "You worked out well for Bader." "The others did too. Bader's not giving anything away." "Before that?" He was sweating a little. Conversation was hard. Looking was good, though. She had good legs. She had nicked an ankle shaving. Along his arms, a sense of the weight of her legs, limp. "I trained newly blind people at the Riker Institute in Denver for 10 years after I finished school. This is my first job on the outside." "Outside of what?" "Out in the big world. It was really insular at Riker. I mean, we were training people to live in the sighted world, and we didn't live in it ourselves. We talked to each other too much. I thought I'd get out and knock around a little. Actually, I had intended to go into speech therapy for speech and hearing impaired children. I expect I'll go back to that one of these days." She drained her glass. "Say, I've got some Mrs. Paul's crab ball miniatures in here. They're pretty good. I shouldn't have served dessert first." Want some? Uh-huh. Do you cook? Uh-huh. A tiny crease appeared in her forehead. She went into the kitchen. How about coffee? She called. Uh-huh. She made small talk about grocery prices and got no reply. She came back into the living room and sat on the ottoman, her elbows on her knees. Let's talk about something for a minute and get it out of the way, okay? Silence. You haven't said anything lately. In fact, you haven't said anything since I mentioned speech therapy. Her voice was kind, but firm. It carried no taint of sympathy. I understand you fine, because you speak very well, and because I listen. People don't pay attention. They ask me, what, all the time. If you don't want to talk, okay, but I hope you will talk, because you can, and I'm interested in what you have to say. That's good, Dollarhide said softly. Clearly, this little speech was very important to her. Was she inviting him into the two-category club with her and the Chinese paraplegic? He wondered what his second category was. Her next statement was incredible to him. May I touch your face? I want to know if you're smiling or frowning. Riley, now. I want to know whether to just shut up or not. She raised her hand and waited. How well would she get around with her fingers bitten off? Dollarhide mused. Even in street teeth, he could do it as easily as biting off breadsticks. If he braced his heels on the floor, his weight back on the couch, and locked both hands on her wrist, she could never pull away from him in time. Crunch, 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 crunch. Maybe leave the thumb for measuring pies. He took her wrist between his thumb and forefinger and turned her shapely, hard-used hand in the light. There were many small scars on it, and several new nicks and abrasions. A smooth scar on the back might have been a burn. Too close to home, too early in his becoming. She wouldn't be there to look at any more. To ask this incredible thing, she could know nothing personal about him. She had not gossiped. Take my word that I'm smiling, he said. Okay on the S. It was true that he had a sort of smile which exposed his handsome public teeth. He held her wrist above her lap and released it. Her hand settled to her thigh and half closed, fingers trailing on the cloth like an averted glance. I think the coffee's ready, she said. I'm going. Had to go home for relief. She nodded. If I offended you, I didn't mean to. No. She stayed on the ottoman, listened to be sure the lock clicked as he left. Reba McLean made herself another gin and tonic. She put on some Segovia records and curled up on the couch. Dollarhide had left a warm dent in the cushion. Traces of him remained in the air. Shoe polish, a new leather belt, good shaving lotion. What an intensely private man. She had heard only a few references to him at the office. Dandridge saying, "That son of a bitch, Dollarhide," to one of his toadies. Privacy was important to Reba. As a child, learning to cope after she lost her sight, she had had no privacy at all. Now, in public, she could never be sure that she was not watched. So Francis Dollarhide's sense of privacy appealed to her. She had not felt one ion of sympathy from him, and that was good. So was this gin. Suddenly, the Segovia sounded busy. She put on her whale songs. 3 tough months in a new town. The winter to face, finding curbs in the snow. Reba McLean, leggy and brave, damned self-pity. She would not have it. She was aware of a deep vein of cripple's anger in her, and while she could not get rid of it, she made it work for her, fueling her drive for independence, strengthening her determination to wring all she could from every day. In her way, she was a hard one. Faith in any sort of natural justice was nothing but a nightlight. She knew that. Whatever she did, she would end the same way everyone does, flat on her back with a tube in her nose, wondering, is this all? She knew that she would never have the light, but there were things she could have. There were things to enjoy. She had gotten pleasure from helping her students, and the pleasure was oddly intensified by the knowledge that she would be neither rewarded nor punished for helping them. In making friends, she was ever wary of people who foster dependency and feed on it. She had been involved with a few. The blind attract them, and they are the enemy. Involved. Reba knew that she was physically attractive to men. God knows enough of them copped a feel with their knuckles when they grabbed her upper arm. She liked sex very much, but years ago she had learned something basic about men. Most of them are terrified of entailing a burden. Their fear was augmented in her case. She did not like for a man to creep in and out of her bed as though he were stealing chickens. Ralph Mandy was coming to take her to dinner. He had a particularly cowardly mew about being so scarred by life that he was incapable of love. Careful Ralph told her that too often, and it scolded her. Ralph was amusing, but she didn't want to own him. She didn't want to see Ralph. She didn't feel like making conversation and hearing the hitches in conversations around them as people watched her eat. It would be so nice to be wanted by someone with the courage to get his hat or stay as he damn pleased, and who gave her credit for the same, someone who didn't worry about her. Frances Dollarhide, shy, with a linebacker's body, and no bullshit. She had never seen or touched a cleft lip, and had no visual associations with the sound. She wondered if Dollarhide thought she understood him easily because blind people hear so much better than we do. That was a common myth. Maybe she should have explained to him that it was not true, that blind people simply pay more attention to what they hear. There were so many misconceptions about the blind. She wondered if Dollarhide shared the popular belief that the blind are purer in spirit than most people, that they are somehow sanctified by their affliction. She smiled to herself. That one wasn't true either. Chapter 32. The Chicago police worked under a media blitz, a nightly news countdown to the next full moon. 11 days were left. Chicago families were frightened. At the same time, attendance rose at horror movies that should have died at the drive-ins in a week. Fascination and horror. The entrepreneur who hit the punk rock market with Tooth Fairy T-shirts came out with an alternate line that said, "The Red Dragon is a one-night stand." Sales were divided about equally between the two. Jack Crawford himself had to appear at a news conference with police officials after the funeral. He had received orders from above to make the federal presence more visible. He did not make it more audible, as he said nothing. When heavily manned investigations have little to feed on, they tend to turn upon themselves, covering the same ground over and over, beating it flat. They take on the circular shape of a hurricane or a zero. Everywhere Graham went, he found detectives, cameras, a rush of uniformed men, and the incessant crackle of radios. He needed to be still. Crawford, ruffled from his news conference, found Graham at nightfall in the quiet of an unused jury room on the floor above the U.S. prosecutor's office. Good lights hung low over the green felt jury table, where Graham spread out his papers and photographs. He had taken off his coat and tie, and he was slumped in a chair, staring at 2 photographs. The Leeds's framed picture stood before him, and beside it, on a clipboard propped against a carafe, was a picture of the Jacobys. Graham's pictures reminded Crawford of a bullfighter's folding shrine, ready to be set up in any hotel room. There was no photograph of Lowndes. He suspected that Graham had not been thinking about the Lowndes case at all. He didn't need trouble with Graham. "Looks like a pool room in here," Crawford said. "Did you knock 'em dead?" Graham was pale, but sober. He had a quart of orange juice in his fist. "Jesus." Crawford collapsed in a chair. "You try to think out there, it's like trying to take a piss on the train." "Any news?" The commissioner was popping sweat over a question and scratched his balls on television. "That's the only notable thing I saw. Watch at 6 and 11 if you don't believe it." "Want some orange juice?" "I'd just as soon swallow barbed wire." "Good. More for me." Graham's face was drawn. His eyes were too bright. "How about the gas?" "God bless Liza Lake. There are 41 Servco Supreme franchise stations in Greater Chicago. Captain Osborne's boys swarmed those, checking sales and containers to people driving vans and trucks. Nothing yet, but they haven't seen all shifts. Servco has 186 other stations. They're scattered over 8 states. We've asked for help from the local jurisdictions. It'll take a while. If God loves me, he used a credit card. There's a chance. Not if he can suck a siphon hose, there isn't. I asked the commissioner not to say anything about the tooth fairy maybe living in this area. These people are spooked enough. If he told them that, this place would sound like Korea tonight when the drunks come home. You still think he's close? Well, don't you? It figures, Will. Crawford picked up the Lowndes autopsy report and peered at it through his half-glasses. The bruise on his head was older than the mouth injuries. 5 to 8 hours older, they're not sure. Now, the mouth injuries were hours old when they got Lowndes to the hospital. They were burned over too, but inside his mouth they could tell. He retained some chloroform in his, someplace in his wheeze. You think he was unconscious when the tooth fairy bit him? No. He'd want him awake. That's what I figure. All right. He takes him out with a lick on the head. That's in the garage. He has to keep him quiet with chloroform until he gets him someplace where the noise won't matter, brings him back, and gets here hours after the bite. He could have done it all in the back of the van, parked way out somewhere, Graham said. Crawford massaged the sides of his nose with his fingers, giving his voice a megaphone effect. You're forgetting about the wheels on the chair. Bev got 2 kinds of carpet fuzz, wool and synthetic. Synthetics from a van, maybe. But when have you ever seen a wool rug in a van? How many wool rugs have you seen in some place you can rent? Damn few. Wool rug is a house, Will, and the dirt and mold were from a dark place where the chair was stored, a dirt-floored cellar. Maybe. Now, look at this. Crawford pulled a Rand McNally road atlas out of his briefcase. He had drawn a circle on the United States mileage and driving time map. Freddie was gone a little over 15 hours, and his injuries are spaced over that time. I'm going to make a couple of assumptions. I don't like to do that, but here goes. What are you laughing at? I just remembered when you ran those field exercises at Quantico, when that trainee told you he assumed something. I don't remember that. You made him write assume on the blackboard. You took the chalk and started underlining and yelling in his face. When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me both. That's what you told him, as I recall. He needed a boot in the ass to shape up. Now, look at this. Figure he had Chicago traffic on Tuesday afternoon, going out of town with Lowndes. Allow a couple of hours to fool with Lowndes at the location where he took him, and then the time driving back. He couldn't have gone much farther than 6 hours driving time out of Chicago. Okay, this circle around Chicago is 6 hours driving time. See, it's wavy because some roads are faster than others. Maybe he just stayed here. Sure, but this is the farthest away he could be. So you've narrowed it down to Chicago, or inside a circle covering Milwaukee, Madison, Dubuque, Peoria, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Toledo, and Detroit, to name a few. Better than that. We know he got a Tatler very fast, Monday night probably. He could have done that in Chicago. I know it. But once you get out of town, the Tatlers aren't available on Monday night in a lot of locations. Here's a list from the Tatler Circulation Department. Places Tatlers are air freighted or trucked inside the circle on Monday night. See? That leaves Milwaukee, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, and Detroit. They go to the airports and maybe 90 newsstands that stay open all night, not counting the ones in Chicago. I'm using the field offices to check them. Some newsie might remember an odd customer on Monday night. Maybe. That's a good move, Jack. Clearly, Graham's mind was elsewhere. If Graham were a regular agent, Crawford would have threatened him with a lifetime appointment to the Aleutians. Instead, he said, "My brother called this afternoon. Molly left his house," he said. "Yeah. Someplace safe, I guess." Graham was confident Crawford knew exactly where she went. Willie's grandparents. "Well, they'll be glad to see the kid." Crawford waited. No comment from Graham. "Everything's okay, I hope?" "I'm working, Jack. Don't worry about it. No, look, it's just that she got jumpy over there." Graham pulled a flat package tied with string from beneath a stack of funeral pictures and began to pick at the knot. "What's that?" "It's from Byron Metcalf, the Jacoby's lawyer. Brian Zeller sent it on. It's okay." "Wait a minute, let me see." Crawford turned the package in his hairy fingers until he found the stamp and signature of S.F. Semper Fidelis Ainsworth, head of the FBI's explosives section, certifying that the package had been fluoroscoped. "Always check. Always check." "I always check, Jack." "Did Chester bring you this?" "Yes." "Did he show you the stamp before he handed it to you?" "He checked it and showed me." Graham cut the string. "It's copies of all the probate business in the Jacoby estate. I asked Metcalf to send it to me. We can compare with the Leeds stuff when it comes in." "We have a lawyer doing that." "I need it. I don't know the Jacobys, Jack. They were new in town. I got to Birmingham a month late, and their stuff was scattered to shit and gone. I've got a feel for the Leedses. I don't for the Jacobys. I need to know them. I want to talk to people they knew in Detroit, and I want a couple of days more in Birmingham." "I need you here." "Listen, Lowndes was a straight snuff. We made him mad at Lowndes. The only connection to Lowndes is one we made. There's a little hard evidence with Lowndes, and the police are handling it. Lowndes was just an annoyance to him. But the Leedses and the Jacobys are what he needs. We've got to have the connection between them. If we ever get him, that's how we'll do it." "So you have the Jacoby paper to use here," Crawford said. "What are you looking for? What kind of thing?" "Any damn thing, Jack. Right now a medical deduction." Graham pulled the IRS estate tax form from the package. Lowndes was in a wheelchair, medical. Valerie Leeds had surgery about 6 weeks before she died. Remember in her diary? A small cyst in her breast. Medical again. I was wondering if Mrs. Jacoby had surgery too. "I don't remember anything about surgery in the autopsy report." "No, but it might have been something that didn't show. Her medical history was split between Detroit and Birmingham. Something might have gotten lost there. If she had anything done, there'll be a deduction claimed and maybe an insurance claim." "Some itinerant orderly, you're thinking? Worked both places, Detroit or Birmingham and Atlanta?" "If you spend time in a mental hospital, you pick up the drill. You could pass as an orderly, get a job doing it when you got out," Graham said. "Want some dinner?" "I'll wait till later. I get dumb after I eat." Leaving, Crawford looked back at Graham from the gloom of the doorway. He didn't care for what he saw. The hanging lights deepened the hollows in Graham's face as he studied with the victims staring at him from the photographs. The room smelled of desperation. Would it be better for the case to put Graham back on the street? Crawford couldn't afford to let him burn himself out in here for nothing. But for something? Crawford's excellent administrative instincts were not tempered by mercy. They told him to leave Graham alone. Chapter 33. By 10 p.m., Dollarhide had worked out to near exhaustion with the weights, had watched his films, and tried to satisfy himself. Still, he was restless. Excitement bumped his chest like a cold medallion when he thought of Reba McClane. He should not think of Reba McClane. Stretched out in his recliner, his torso pumped up and reddened by the workout, he watched the television news to see how the police were coming along with Freddie Lowndes. There was Will Graham standing near the casket with the choir howling away. Graham was slender. It would be easy to break his back. Better than killing him. Break his back and twist it just to be sure. They could roll him to the next investigation. There was no hurry. Let Graham dread it. Dollarhide felt a quiet sense of power all the time now. The Chicago Police Department made some noise at a news conference. Behind the racket about how hard they were working, the essence was no progress on Freddie. Jack Crawford was in the group behind the microphones. Dollarhide recognized him from a Tatler picture. A spokesman from the Tatler, flanked by 2 bodyguards, said, "This savage and senseless act will only make the Tatler's voice ring louder." Dollarhide snorted. Maybe so. It had certainly shut Freddie up. The newsreaders were calling him the Dragon now. His acts were what the police had termed the Tooth Fairy murders. Definite progress. Nothing but local news left. Some prognathous lout was reporting from the zoo. Clearly, they'd send him anywhere to keep him out of the office. Dollarhide had reached for his remote control when he saw on the screen someone he had talked with only hours ago on the telephone. Zoo Director Dr. Frank Warfield, who had been so pleased to have the film Dollarhide offered. Dr. Warfield and a dentist were working on a tiger with a broken tooth. Dollarhide wanted to see the tiger, but the reporter was in the way. Finally, the newsman moved. Rocked back in his recliner, looking along his own powerful torso at the screen, Dollarhide saw the great tiger stretched unconscious on a heavy work table. Today they were preparing the tooth. In a few days they would cap it, the oaf reported. Dollarhide watched them calmly working between the jaws of the tiger's terrible striped face. "May I touch your face?" said Miss Reba McClane. He wanted to tell Reba McClane something. He wished she had one inkling of what she had almost done. He wished she had one flash of his glory. But she could not have that and live. She must live. He had been seen with her, and she was too close to home. He had tried to share with Lecter, and Lecter had betrayed him. Still, he would like to share. He would like to share with her a little, in a way she could survive. Chapter 34. "I know it's political. You know it's political, but it's pretty much what you're doing anyway," Crawford told Graham. They were walking down the State Street Mall toward the federal office building in the late afternoon. "Do what you're doing. Just write out the parallels and I'll do the rest." The Chicago Police Department had asked the FBI's Behavioral Science section for a detailed victim profile. Police officials said they would use it in planning disposition of extra patrols during the period of the full moon. "Covering their ass is what they're doing," Crawford said, waving his bag of tater tots. The victims have been affluent people. They need to stack the patrols in affluent neighborhoods. They know there'll be a squawk about that. The ward bosses have been fighting over the extra manpower ever since Freddie lit off. If they patrol the upper middle-class neighborhoods and he hits the south side, God help the city fathers. But if it happens, they can point at the damn feds. I can hear it now. They told us to do it that way. That's what they said do. I don't think he's any more likely to hit Chicago than anywhere else, Graham said. There's no reason to think so. It's a jerk-off. Why can't Bloom do the profile? He's a consultant to behavioral science. They don't want it from Bloom. They want it from us. It wouldn't do them any good to blame Bloom. Besides, he's still in the hospital. I'm instructed to do this. Somebody on the Hill has been on the phone with Justice. Above says do it. Will you just do it? I'll do it. It's what I'm doing anyway. That's what I know, Crawford said. Just keep doing it. I'd rather go back to Birmingham. No, Crawford said. Stay with me on this. The last of Friday burned down the west. 10 days to go. Chapter 35. Ready to tell me what kind of an outing this is? Reba McLean asked Dollarhide on Saturday morning when they had ridden in silence for 10 minutes. She hoped it was a picnic. The van stopped. She heard Dollarhide roll down his window. Dollarhide, he said, Dr. Warfield left my name. Yes, sir. Would you put this under your wiper when you leave the vehicle? They moved forward slowly. Reba felt a gentle curve in the road, strange and heavy odors on the wind. An elephant trumpeted. The zoo, she said. Terrific. She would have preferred a picnic. What the hell? This was okay. Who's Dr. Warfield? The zoo director. Is he a friend of yours? No, we did the zoo a favor with the film. They're paying back. How? You get to touch the tiger. Don't surprise me too much. Did you ever look at a tiger? She was glad he could ask the question. No, I remember a puma when I was little. That's all they had at the zoo in Red Deer. I think we better talk about this. They're working on the tiger's tooth. They have to put him to sleep. If you want to, you can touch him. Will there be a crowd? People waiting? No, no audience. Warfield, me, a couple of people. TV's coming in after we leave. Want to do it? An odd urgency in the question. Hell, Fuzzy, yes, I do. Thank you. That's a fine surprise. The van stopped. How do you know he's sound asleep? Tickle him. If he laughs, run for it. The floor of the treatment room felt like linoleum under Reba's shoes. The room was cool, with large echoes. Radiant heat was coming from the far side. A rhythmic shuffling of burdened feet and Dollarhide guided her to one side until she felt the forked pressure of a corner. It was in here now she could smell it. A voice. Up now. Easy. Down. Can we leave the sling under him, Dr. Warfield? Yeah. Wrap that cushion in one of the green towels and put it under his head. I'll send John for you when we've finished. Footsteps leaving. She waited for Dollarhide to tell her something. He didn't. It's in here, she said. 10 men carried it in on a sling. It's big, 10 feet. Dr. Warfield's listening to its heart. Now he's looking under one eyelid. Here he comes. A body damped the noise in front of her. Dr. Warfield, Reba McLean, Dollarhide said. She held out her hand. A large, soft hand took it. Thanks for letting me come, she said. It's a treat. Glad you could come. Enlivens my day. We appreciate the film, by the way. Dr. Warfield's voice was middle-aged, deep, cultured, black. Virginia, she guessed. We're waiting to be sure his respiration and heartbeat are strong and steady before Dr. Hassler starts. Hassler's over there adjusting his head mirror. Just between us, he only wears it to hold down his toupee. Come meet him, Mr. Dolarhyde. You go ahead. She put out her hand to Dolarhyde. The pat was slow in coming, light when it came. His palm left sweat on her knuckles. Dr. Warfield placed her hand on his arm, and they walked forward slowly. He's sound asleep. Do you have a general impression? I'll describe as much as you like. He stopped, uncertain how to put it. I remember pictures in books when I was a child, and I saw a puma once in the zoo near home. This tiger is like a super puma, he said. Deeper chest, more massive head, and a heavier frame and musculature. He's a 4-year-old male Bengal. He's about 10 feet long, from his nose to the tip of his tail, and he weighs 815 pounds. He's lying on his right side under bright lights. I can feel the lights. He's striking, orange and black stripes. The orange is so bright it seems almost to bleed into the air around him. Suddenly, Dr. Warfield feared that it was cruel to talk of colors. A glance at her face reassured him. He's 6 feet away. Can you smell him? Yes. Mr. Dolarhyde may have told you some dimwit poked at him through the barrier with one of our gardener's spades. He snapped off the long fang on the upper left side on the blade. Okay, Dr. Hassler? He's fine. We'll give it another minute or two. Warfield introduced the dentist to Reba. My dear, you're the first pleasant surprise I've ever had from Frank Warfield, Hassler said. You might like to examine this. It's a gold tooth. Fang, actually. He put it in her hand. Heavy, isn't it? I cleaned up the broken tooth and took an impression several days ago, and today I'll cap it with this one. I could have done it in white, of course, but I thought this would be more fun. Dr. Warfield will tell you I never pass up an opportunity to show off. He's too inconsiderate to let me put an advertisement on the cage. She felt the taper, curve, and point with her sensitive, battered fingers. What a nice piece of work. She heard deep, slow breathing nearby. It'll give the kids a start when he yawns, Hassler said. And I don't think it'll tempt any thieves. Now for the fun. You're not apprehensive, are you? Your muscular gentleman over there is watching us like a ferret. He's not making you do this. No, I want to. We're facing his back, Dr. Warfield said. He's just sleeping away about 2.5 feet from you, waist high on a work table. Tell you what, I'll put your left hand, you're right-handed, aren't you? I'll put your left hand on the edge of the table, and you can explore with your right. Take your time. I'll be right here beside you. So will I, Dr. Hassler said. They were enjoying this. Under the hot lights, her hair smelled like fresh sawdust in the sun. Reba could feel the heat on the top of her head. It made her scalp tingle. She could smell her warm hair, Warfield's soap, alcohol and disinfectant, and the cat. She felt a touch of faintness quickly over. She gripped the edge of the table and reached out tentatively until her fingers touched tips of fur, warm from the lights, a cooler layer, and then a deep, steady warmth from below. She flattened her hand on the thick coat and moved it gently, feeling the fur slide across her palm, with and against the lay, felt the hide slide over the wide ribs as they rose and fell. She gripped the pelt, and fur sprang between her fingers. In the very presence of the tiger, her face grew pink, and she lapsed into blindisms, inappropriate facial movements she had schooled herself against. Warfield and Hassler saw her forget herself and were glad. They saw her through a wavy window, a pane of new sensation she pressed her face against. As he watched from the shadows, the great muscles in Dollarhide's back quivered. A drop of sweat bounced down his ribs. "The other side's all business," Dr. Warfield said, close to her ear. He led her around the table, her hand trailing down the tail. A sudden constriction in Dollarhide's chest as her fingers trailed over the furry testicles. She cupped them and moved on. Warfield lifted a great paw and put it in her hand. She felt the roughness of the pads and smelled faintly the cage floor. He pressed a toe to make the claw slide out. The heavy, supple muscles of the shoulders filled her hands. She felt the tiger's ears, the width of its head, and carefully, the veterinarian guiding her, touched the roughness of its tongue. Hot breath stirred the hair on her forearms. Last, Dr. Warfield put the stethoscope in her ears. Her hands on the rhythmic chest, her face upturned, she was filled with the tiger heart's bright thunder. Reba McLean was quiet, flushed, elated as they drove away. She turned to Dollarhide once and said slowly, "Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would dearly love a martini." "Wait here a minute," Dollarhide said as he parked in his yard. She was glad they hadn't gone back to her apartment. It was stale and safe. "Don't tidy up. Take me in and tell me it's neat." "Wait here." He carried in the sack from the liquor store and made a fast inspection tour. He stopped in the kitchen and stood for a moment with his hands over his face. He wasn't sure what he was doing. He felt danger, but not from the woman. He couldn't look up the stairs. He had to do something, and he didn't know how. He should take her back home. Before his becoming, he would not have dared any of this. Now he realized he could do anything. 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 He came outside into the sunset, into the long blue shadow of the van. Reba McLean held on to his shoulders until her foot touched the ground. She felt the loom of the house. She sensed its height in the echo of the van door closing. 4 steps on the grass, then there's a ramp, he said. She took his arm. A tremor through him, clean perspiration in cotton. "You do have a ramp. What for?" "Old people were here." "Not now, though." "No." "It feels cool and tall," she said in the parlor. "Museum air." And was that incense? A clock ticked far away. "It's a big house, isn't it? How many rooms?" 14. "It's old. The things in here are old." She brushed against a fringed lampshade and touched it with her fingers. Shy Mr. Dollarhide. She was perfectly aware that it had excited him to see her with the tiger. He had shuddered like a horse when she took his arm leaving the treatment room. An elegant gesture, his arranging that. Maybe eloquent as well. She wasn't sure. "Martini?" "Let me go with you and do it," she said, taking off her shoes. She flicked vermouth from her finger into the glass. 2½ ounces of gin on top, and 2 olives. She picked up points of reference quickly in the house. The ticking clock, the hum of a window air conditioner. There was a warm place on the floor near the kitchen door, where the sunlight had fallen through the afternoon. He took her to his big chair. He sat on the couch. There was a charge in the air. Like fluorescence in the sea, it limned movement. She found a place for her drink on the stand beside her. He put on music. To Dollarhide, the room seemed changed. She was the first voluntary company he ever had in the house, and now the room was divided into her part and his. There was the music, Debussy as the light failed. He asked her about Denver, and she told him a little, absently, as though she thought of something else. He described the house in the big hedged yard. There wasn't much need to talk. In the silence, while he changed records, she said, "That wonderful tiger, this house, you're just full of surprises, Dee. I don't think anybody knows you at all." "Did you ask them?" "Who? Anybody?" "No." "Then how do you know that nobody knows me?" His concentration on the tongue twister kept the tone of the question neutral. "Oh, some of the women from Gateway saw us getting into your van the other day. Boy, were they curious. All of a sudden, I have company at the Coke machine." "What do they want to know?" "They just wanted some juicy gossip. When they found out there isn't any, they went away. They were just fishing." "And what did they say?" She had meant to make the women's avid curiosity into humor directed at herself. It was not working out that way. "They wonder about everything," she said. "They find you very mysterious and interesting. Come on, it's a compliment." "Did they tell you how I look?" The question was spoken lightly, very well done, but Reba knew that nobody is ever kidding. She met it head on. "I didn't ask them. But yes, they told me how they think you look. Want to hear it? Verbatim? Don't ask if you don't." She was sure he would ask. No reply. Suddenly, Reba felt that she was alone in the room, that the place where he had stood was emptier than empty, a black hole swallowing everything and emanating nothing. She knew he could not have left without her hearing him. "I think I'll tell you," she said. "You have a kind of hard, clean neatness that they like. They said you have a remarkable body." Clearly, she couldn't leave it at that. "They say you're very sensitive about your face, and that you shouldn't be. Okay, here's the dippy one with the dentine. Is it Eileen?" "Eileen." Ah, a return signal. She felt like a radio astronomer. Reba was an excellent mimic. She could have reproduced Eileen's speech with startling fidelity, but she was too wise to mimic anyone's speech for Dollarhide. She quoted Eileen as though she read from a transcript. "He's not a bad-looking guy. Honest to God, I've gone out with lots of guys, didn't look that good. I went out with a hockey player one time, played for the Blues. Had a little dip in his lip where his gum shrank back from his bridge. They all have that, hockey players. It's kind of, macho, I think. Mr. D's got the nicest skin, and what I wouldn't give for his hair." Satisfied? "Oh, and she asked me if you're as strong as you look." "And?" "I said I didn't know." She drained her glass and got up. "Where the hell are you anyway, Dee?" She knew when he moved between her and a stereo speaker. "Aha, here you are. Do you want to know what I think about it?" She found his mouth with her fingers and kissed it, lightly pressing his lips against his clenched teeth. She registered instantly that it was shyness and not distaste that held him rigid. He was astonished. "Now would you show me where the bathroom is?" She took his arm and went with him down the hall. "I can find my own way back." In the bathroom, she patted her hair and ran her fingers along the top of the basin, hunting toothpaste or mouthwash. She tried to find the door of the medicine cabinet and found there was no door, only hinges and exposed shelves. She touched the objects on them carefully, leery of a razor, until she found a bottle. She took off the cap, smelled to verify mouthwash, and swished some around. When she returned to the parlor, she heard a familiar sound, the whir of a projector rewinding. "I have to do a little homework," Dollarhide said, handing her a fresh martini. "Sure," she said. She didn't know how to take it. If I'm keeping you from working, I'll go. Will a cab come up here? No, I want you to be here. I do. It's just some film I need to check. It won't take long. He started to take her to the big chair. She knew where the couch was. She went to it instead. Does it have a soundtrack? No. May I keep the music? Uh-huh. She felt his attention. He wanted her to stay. He was just frightened. He shouldn't be. All right. She sat down. The martini was wonderfully cold and crisp. He sat on the other end of the couch, his weight clinking the ice in her glass. The projector was still rewinding. I think I'll stretch out for a few minutes if you don't mind, she said. No, don't move. I have plenty of room. Wake me up if I drop off, okay? She lay on the couch, holding the glass on her stomach. The tips of her hair just touched his hand beside his thigh. He flicked the remote switch and the film began. Dollarhide had wanted to watch his Leeds film or his Jacoby film with this woman in the room. He wanted to look back and forth from the screen to Reba. He knew she would never survive that. The women saw her getting into his van. Don't even think about that. The women saw her getting into his van. He would watch his film of the Shermans, the people he would visit next. He would see the promise of relief to come, and do it in Reba's presence, looking at her all he liked. On the screen, the new house, spelled in pennies on a shirt cardboard. A long shot of Mrs. Sherman and the children. Fun in the pool. Mrs. Sherman holds to the ladder and looks up at the camera, bosom swelling, shining wet above her suit, pale legs scissoring. Dollarhide was proud of his self-control. He would think of this film, not the other one. But in his mind he began to speak to Mrs. Sherman as he had spoken to Valerie Leeds in Atlanta. You see me now, yes. That's how you feel to see me, yes. Fun with old clothes. Mrs. Sherman has the wide hat on. She is before the mirror. She turns with an arch smile and strikes a pose for the camera, her hand at the back of her neck. There is a cameo at her throat. Reba McLean stirs on the couch. She sets her glass on the floor. Dollarhide feels a weight and warmth. She has rested her head on his thigh. The nape of her neck is pale, and the movie light plays on it. He sits very still, moves only his thumb to stop the film, back it up. On the screen, Mrs. Sherman poses before the mirror in the hat. She turns to the camera and smiles. You see me now, yes. That's how you feel to see me, yes. Do you feel me now? Yes. Dollarhide is trembling. His trousers are mashing him so hard. He feels heat. He feels warm breath through the cloth. Reba has made a discovery. Convulsively, his thumb works the switch. You see me now. Yes, that's how you feel to see me. Yes. Do you feel this? Yes. Reba has unzipped his trousers. A stab of fear in him. He has never been erect before in the presence of a living woman. He is the dragon. He doesn't have to be afraid. Busy fingers spring him free. Oh, do you feel me now? Yes. Do you feel this? Yes. You do. I know it. Yes. Your heart is loud. Yes. He must keep his hands off Reba's neck. Keep them off. The women saw them in the van. His hand is squeezing the arm of the couch. His fingers pop through the upholstery. Your heart is loud, yes, and fluttering now. It's fluttering now. It's trying to get out, yes. And now it's quick and light and quicker and light and... Reba rests her head on his thigh and turns her gleaming cheek to him. She runs her hand inside his shirt and rests it warm on his chest. "I hope I didn't shock you," she said. It was the sound of her living voice that shocked him, and he felt to see if her heart was going, and it was. She held his hand there gently. "My goodness, you're not through yet, are you?" A living woman. How bizarre, filled with power, the dragon's or his own. He lifted her from the couch easily. She weighed nothing, so much easier to carry because she wasn't limp. Not upstairs, not upstairs. Hurrying now, somewhere, quick. Grandmother's bed, the satin comforter sliding under them. "Oh, wait, I'll get them off. Oh, now it's torn. I don't care. Come on. My God, man, that's so sweet. Don't please hold me down. Let me come up to you and take it." With Reba, his only living woman, held with her in this one bubble skin of time, he felt for the first time that it was all right. It was his life he was releasing, himself past all mortality that he was sending into her starry darkness, away from this pain planet, ringing harmonic distances away to peace and the promise of rest. Beside her in the dark, he put his hand on her and pressed her together gently to seal the way back. As she slept, Dollarhide, damned murderer of 11, listened time and again to her heart. Images, baroque pearls flying through the friendly dark, a very pistol he had fired at the moon, a great firework he saw in Hong Kong called "The Dragon Sows His Pearls." The dragon. He felt stunned, cloven. And all the long night beside her, he listened, fearful, for himself coming down the stairs in the kimono. She stirred once in the night, searching sleepily until she found the bedside glass. Grandmother's teeth rattled in it. Dollarhide brought her water. She held him in the dark. When she slept again, he took her hand off his great tattoo and put it on his face. He slept hard at dawn. Reba McLean woke at 9 and heard his steady breathing. She stretched lazily in the big bed. He didn't stir. She reviewed the layout of the house, the order of rugs and floor, the direction of the ticking clock. When she had it straight, she rose quietly and found the bathroom. After her long shower, he was still asleep. Her torn underclothes were on the floor. She found them with her feet and stuffed them in her purse. She pulled her cotton dress on over her head, picked up her cane, and walked outside. He had told her the yard was large and level, bounded by hedges grown wild, but she was cautious at first. The morning breeze was cool, the sun warm. She stood in the yard and let the wind toss the seed heads of the elderberry through her hands. The wind found the creases of her body fresh from the shower. She raised her arms to it, and the wind blew cool beneath her breasts and arms and between her legs. Bees went by. She was not afraid of them, and they left her alone. Dollarhide woke, puzzled for an instant because he was not in his room upstairs. His yellow eyes grew wide as he remembered. An owlish turn of his head to the other pillow. Empty. Was she wandering around the house? What might she find? Or had something happened in the night? Something to clean up? He would be suspected. He might have to run. He looked in the bathroom, in the kitchen, down in the basement where his other wheelchair stood. The upper floor. He didn't want to go upstairs. He had to look. His tattoo flexed as he climbed the stairs. The dragon glowed at him from the picture in his bedroom. He could not stay in the room with the dragon. From an upstairs window he spotted her in the yard. "Frances!" He knew the voice came from his room. He knew it was the voice of the dragon. This new tuneness with the dragon disoriented him. He first felt it when he put his hand on Reba's heart. The dragon had never spoken to him before. It was frightening. "Francis, come here." He tried to shut out the voice calling him as he hurried down the stairs. What could she have found? Grandmother's teeth had rattled in the glass, but he put them away when he brought her water. She couldn't see anything. Freddie's tape. It was in a cassette recorder in the parlor. He checked it. The cassette was rewound to the beginning. He couldn't remember if he had rewound it after he played it on the telephone to the Tatler. She must not come back in the house. He didn't know what might happen in the house. She might get a surprise. The dragon might come down. He knew how easily she would tear. The women saw her getting in his van. Warfield would remember them together. Hurriedly he dressed. Reba McLean felt the cool bark of a tree trunk's shadow, and then the sun again as she wandered across the yard. She could always tell where she was by the heat of the sun and the hum of the window air conditioner. Navigation, her life's discipline, was easy here. She turned around and around, trailing her hands on the shrubs and overgrown flowers. A cloud blocked the sun, and she stopped, not knowing in which direction she faced. She listened for the air conditioner. It was off. She felt a moment of uneasiness, then clapped her hands and heard the reassuring echo from the house. Reba flipped up her watch crystal and felt the time. She'd have to wake Dee soon. She needed to go home. The screen door slammed. "Good morning," she said. His keys tinkled as he came across the grass. He approached her cautiously, as though the wind of his coming might blow her down, and saw that she was not afraid of him. She didn't seem embarrassed or ashamed of what they had done in the night. She didn't seem angry. She didn't run from him or threaten him. He wondered if it was because she had not seen his private parts. Reba put her arms around him and laid her head on his hard chest. His heart was going fast. He managed to say good morning. "I've had a really terrific time, Dee." "Really? What would someone say back?" "Good. Me too." That seemed all right. "Get her away from here." "But I need to go home now," she was saying. "My sister's coming by to pick me up for lunch. You could come too if you like." "I have to go to the plant," he said, modifying the lie he had ready. "I'll get my purse." "Oh, no, I'll get it." Almost blind to his own true feelings, no more able to express them than a scar can blush, Dollarhide did not know what had happened to him with Reba McLean, or why. He was confused, spiked with new fright at being two. She threatened him. She did not threaten him. There was the matter of her startling live movements of acceptance in grandmother's bed. Often Dollarhide did not find out what he felt until he acted. He didn't know how he felt toward Reba McLean. An ugly incident as he drove her home enlightened him a little. Just past the Lindbergh Boulevard exit off Interstate 70, Dollarhide pulled into a Servco Supreme station to fill his van. The attendant was a heavy-set, sullen man with muscatel on his breath. He made a face when Dollarhide asked him to check the oil. The van was a quart low. The attendant jammed the oil spout into the can and stuck the spout into the engine. Dollarhide climbed out to pay. The attendant seemed enthusiastic about wiping the windshield, the passenger side of the windshield. He wiped and wiped. Reba McLean sat in the high bucket seat, her legs crossed, her skirt riding up over her knee. Her white cane lay between the seats. The attendant started over on the windshield. He was looking up her dress. Dollarhide glanced up from his wallet and caught him. He reached in through the window of the van and turned the wipers on high speed, batting the attendant's fingers. "Hey, watch that!" The attendant got busy removing the oil can from the engine compartment. He knew he was caught, and he wore a sly grin until Dollarhide came around the van to him. "You son of a bitch!" Fast over the S. "What the hell's the matter with you?" The attendant was about Dollarhide's height and weight, but he had nowhere near the muscle. He was young to have dentures, and he didn't take care of them. Their greenness disgusted Dollarhide. "What happened to your teeth?" he asked softly. "What's it to you?" "Did you pull them for your boyfriend, you rotten prick?" Dollarhide stood too close. "Get the hell away from me!" Quietly, "Pig, idiot, trash, fool." With a one-hand shove, Dollarhide sent him flying back to slam against the van. The oil can and spout clattered on the asphalt. Dollarhide picked it up. "Don't run, I can catch you." He pulled the spout from the can and looked at its sharp end. The attendant was pale. There was something in Dollarhide's face that he had never seen before, anywhere. For a red instant, Dollarhide saw the spout jammed in the man's chest, draining his heart. He saw Reba's face through the windshield. She was shaking her head, saying something. She was trying to find the handle to roll her window down. "Ever had anything broken, ass-eyes?" The attendant shook his head fast. "I didn't mean no offense now, honest to God." Dollarhide held the curved metal spout in front of the man's face. He held it in both hands, and his chest muscles bunched as he bent it double. He pulled out the man's waistband and dropped the spout down the front of his pants. "Keep your pig eyes to yourself." He stuffed money for the gas in the man's shirt pocket. "You can run now," he said, "but I could catch you any time." Chapter 36. The tape came on Saturday in a small package addressed to Will Graham, care of FBI Headquarters, Washington. It had been mailed in Chicago on the day Lowndes was killed. The laboratory and latent prints found nothing useful on the cassette case or the wrapper. A copy of the tape went to Chicago in the afternoon pouch. Special Agent Chester brought it to Graham in the jury room at mid-afternoon. A memo from Lloyd Bowman was attached. "Voice prints verify this is Lowndes. Obviously he was repeating dictation. It's a new tape, manufactured in the last 3 months and never used before. Behavioral science is picking at the content. Dr. Bloom should hear it when he's well enough. You decide about that. Clearly the killer's trying to rattle you. He'll do that once too often, I think." A dry vote of confidence. Much appreciated. Graham knew he had to listen to the tape. He waited until Chester left. He didn't want to be closed up in the jury room with it. The empty courtroom was better. Some sun came in the tall windows. The cleaning women had been in, and dust still hung in the sunlight. The tape recorder was small and gray. Graham put it on a counsel table and pushed the button. A technician's monotone. "Case number 426238, item 814, tagged and logged, a tape cassette. This is a re-recording." A shift in the quality of the sound. Graham held on to the railing of the jury box with both hands. Freddie Lowndes sounded tired and frightened. "I have had a great privilege. I have seen with wonder and awe, the strength of the great red dragon." The original recording had been interrupted frequently as it was made. The machine caught the clack of the stop key each time. Graham saw the finger on the key. Dragon finger. "I lied about him. All I wrote was lies from Will Graham. He made me write them. I have blasphemed against the dragon. Even so, the dragon is merciful. Now I want to serve him. He has helped me understand. His splendor and I will praise him. Newspapers, when you print this, always capitalize the H in him. He knows you made me lie, Will Graham, because I was forced to lie. He will be more merciful to me than to you, Will Graham. Reach behind you, Will Graham, and feel for the small knobs on the top of your pelvis. Feel your spine between them. That is the precise spot where the dragon will snap your spine. Graham kept his hands on the railing. Damn if I'll feel. Did the dragon not know the nomenclature of the iliac spine, or did he choose not to use it? There's much for you to dread. From my own lips you'll learn a little more to dread. A pause before the awful screaming. Worse, the blubbering, lipless cry. "You goddamn bastard! You promised!" Graham put his head between his knees until the bright spots stopped dancing in front of his eyes. He opened his mouth and breathed deep. An hour passed before he could listen to it again. He took the recorder into the jury room and tried to listen there. Too close. He left the tape recorder turning and went back into the courtroom. He could hear through the open door. "I have had a great privilege." Someone was at the courtroom door. Graham recognized the young clerk from the Chicago FBI office and motioned for him to come in. "A letter came for you," the clerk said. "Mr. Chester sent me with it. He told me to be sure and say the postal inspector fluoroscoped it." The clerk pulled the letter out of his breast pocket. Heavy mauve stationery. Graham hoped it was from Molly. "It's stamped, see?" "Thank you. Also, it's payday." The clerk handed him his check. On the tape, Freddie screamed. The young man flinched. "Sorry," Graham said. "I don't see how you stand it," the young man said. "Go home," Graham said. He sat in the jury box to read his letter. He wanted some relief. The letter was from Dr. Hannibal Lecter. Dear Will, a brief note of congratulations for the job you did on Mr. Lowndes. I admired it enormously. What a cunning boy you are. Mr. Lowndes often offended me with his ignorant drivel, but he did enlighten me on one thing, your confinement in the mental hospital. My inept attorney should have brought that out in court, but never mind. You know, Will, you worry too much. You'd be so much more comfortable if you relaxed with yourself. We don't invent our natures, Will. They're issued to us along with our lungs and pancreas and everything else. Why fight it? I want to help you, Will, and I'd like to start by asking you this. When you were so depressed after you shot Mr. Garrett Jacob Hobbs to death, it wasn't the act that got you down, was it? Really? Didn't you feel so bad because killing him felt so good? Think about it, but don't worry about it. Why shouldn't it feel good? It must feel good to God. He does it all the time. And are we not made in his image? You may have noticed in the paper yesterday, God dropped a church roof on 34 of his worshippers in Texas Wednesday night, just as they were groveling through a hymn. Don't you think that felt good? 34. He'd let you have Hobbs. He got 160 Filipinos in one plane crash last week. He'll let you have measly Hobbs. He won't begrudge you one measly murder. 2 now. That's all right. Watch the papers. God always stays ahead. Best, Hannibal Lecter, M.D. Graham knew that Lecter was dead wrong about Hobbs, but for a half-second he wondered if Lecter might be a little bit right in the case of Freddie Lowndes. The enemy inside Graham agreed with any accusation. He had put his hand on Freddie's shoulder in the Tatler photograph to establish that he really had told Freddie those insulting things about the dragon. Or had he wanted to put Freddie at risk just a little? He wondered. The certain knowledge that he would not knowingly miss a chance at the dragon reprieved him. "I'm just about worn out with you crazy sons of bitches," Graham said aloud. He wanted a break. He called Molly, but no one answered the telephone at Willie's grandparents' house. "Probably out in their damned motorhome," he mumbled. He went out for coffee, partly to assure himself that he was not hiding in the jury room. In the window of a jewelry store he saw a delicate antique gold bracelet. It cost him most of his paycheck. He had it wrapped and stamped for mailing. Only when he was sure he was alone at the mail drop did he address it to Molly in Oregon. Graham did not realize, as Molly did, that he gave presents when he was angry. He didn't want to go back to his jury room and work, but he had to. The thought of Valerie Leeds spurred him. "I'm sorry, I can't come to the phone right now," Valerie Leeds had said. He wished that he had known her. He wished... Useless, childish thought. Graham was tired, selfish, resentful, fatigued to a child-minded state in which his standards of measurement were the first ones he learned, where the direction north was Highway 61, and 6 feet was forever the length of his father. He made himself settle down to the minutely detailed victim profile he was putting together from a fan of reports and his own observations. Affluence. That was one parallel. Both families were affluent. Odd that Valerie Leeds saved money on pantyhose. Graham wondered if she had been a poor child. He thought so. Her own children were a little too well turned out. Graham had been a poor child, following his father from the boatyards in Biloxi and Greenville to the lake boats on Erie. Always the new boy at school, always the stranger. He had a half-buried grudge against the rich. Valerie Leeds might have been a poor child. He was tempted to watch his film of her again. He could do it in the courtroom. No, the Leedses were not his immediate problem. He knew the Leedses. He did not know the Jacobys. His lack of intimate knowledge about the Jacobys plagued him. The house fire in Detroit had taken everything, family albums, probably diaries too. Graham tried to know them through the objects they wanted, bought, and used. That was all he had. The Jacoby probate file was 3 inches thick, and a lot of it was lists of possessions. A new household outfitted since the move to Birmingham. Look at all this shit. It was all insured, listed with serial numbers as the insurance companies required. Trust a man who has been burned out to buy plenty of insurance for the next time. The attorney, Byron Metcalf, had sent him carbons instead of Xerox copies of the insurance declarations. The carbons were fuzzy and hard to read. Jacoby had a ski boat. Leeds had a ski boat. Jacoby had a 3-wheeler. Leeds had a trail bike. Graham licked his thumb and turned the page. The 4th item on the 2nd page was a Chinon Pacific movie projector. Graham stopped. How had he missed it? He had looked through every crate on every pallet in the Birmingham warehouse, alert for anything that would give him an intimate view of the Jacobys. Where was the projector? He could cross-check this insurance declaration against the inventory Byron Metcalf had prepared as executor when he stored the Jacobys' things. The items had been checked off by the warehouse supervisor who signed the storage contract. It took 15 minutes to go down the list of stored items. No projector, no camera, no film. Graham leaned back in his chair and stared at the Jacobys, smiling from the picture propped before him. What the hell did you do with it? Was it stolen? Did the killer steal it? If the killer stole it, did he fence it? Dear God, give me a traceable fence. Graham wasn't tired anymore. He wanted to know if anything else was missing. He looked for an hour, comparing the warehouse storage inventory with the insurance declarations. Everything was accounted for except the small, precious items. They should all be on Byron Metcalf's own lockbox list of things he had put in the bank vault in Birmingham. All of them were on the list, except two. Crystal oddment box, 4 inches by 3 inches, sterling silver lid, appeared on the insurance declaration, but was not in the lockbox. Sterling picture frame, 9 by 11 inches, worked with vines and flowers, wasn't in the vault either. Stolen? Mislaid. They were small items, easily concealed. Usually, fenced silver is melted down immediately. It would be hard to trace. But movie equipment had serial numbers inside and out. It could be traced. Was the killer the thief? As he stared at his stained photograph of the Jacobys, Graham felt the sweet jolt of a new connection. But when he saw the answer whole, it was seedy and disappointing and small. There was a telephone in the jury room. Graham called Birmingham Homicide. He got the 3 to 11 watch commander. In the Jacoby case, I noticed you kept an in and out log at the house after it was sealed off, right? Let me get somebody to look, the watch commander said. Graham knew they kept one. It was good procedure to record every person entering or leaving a murder scene, and Graham had been pleased to see that Birmingham did it. He waited 5 minutes before a clerk picked up the telephone. Okay, in and out. What do you want to know? Is Niles Jacoby, son of the deceased, is he on it? Yep, July 2nd, 7 p.m. He had permission to get personal items. Did he have a suitcase, does it say? Nope, sorry. Byron Metcalf's voice was husky and his breathing heavy when he answered the telephone. Graham wondered what he was doing. Hope I didn't disturb you. What can I do for you, Will? I need a little help with Niles Jacoby. What's he done now? I think he lifted a few things out of the Jacoby house after they were killed. There's a sterling picture frame missing from your lockbox inventory. When I was in Birmingham, I picked up a loose photograph of the family in Niles' dormitory room. It used to be in a frame. I can see the impression the mat left on it. The little bastard. I gave permission for him to get his clothes and some books he needed, Metcalf said. Niles has expensive friendships. This is mainly what I'm after, though. A movie projector and a movie camera are missing, too. I want to know if he got them. Probably he did, but if he didn't, maybe the killer got them. In that case, we need to get the serial numbers out to the hawk shops. We need to put them on the national hot sheet. The frame's probably melted down by now. He'll think frame when I get through with him. One thing, if Niles took the projector, he might have kept the film. He couldn't get anything for it. I want the film. I need to see it. If you come at him from the front, he'll deny everything and flush the film if he has any. Okay, Metcalf said. His car title reverted to the estate. I'm executor, so I can search it without a warrant. My friend the judge won't mind papering his room for me. I'll call you. Graham went back to work. Affluence. Put affluence in the profile the police would use. Graham wondered if Mrs. Leeds and Mrs. Jacoby ever did their marketing in tennis clothes. That was a fashionable thing to do in some areas. It was a dumb thing to do in some areas because it was doubly provocative, arousing class resentment and lust at the same time. Graham imagined them pushing grocery carts, short pleated skirts brushing the brown thighs, the little balls on their sweat socks winking, passing the husky man with the barracuda eyes who was buying cold lunch meat to gnaw in his car. How many families were there, with 3 children and a pet, and only common locks between them and the dragon as they slept? When Graham pictured possible victims, he saw clever, successful people in graceful houses. But the next person to confront the dragon did not have children or a pet, and there was no grace in his house. The next person to confront the dragon was Francis Dollarhide. Chapter 37. The thump of weights on the attic floor carried through the old house. Dollarhide was lifting, straining, pumping more weight than he had ever lifted. His costume was different. Sweatpants covered his tattoo. The sweatshirt hung over the great red dragon and the woman clothed with the sun. The kimono hung on the wall like the shed skin of a tree snake. It covered the mirror. Dollarhide wore no mask. Up, 280 pounds from the floor to his chest in one heave. Now, over his head. "Whom are you thinking about?" Startled by the voice, he nearly dropped the weight, swayed beneath it. Down. The plates thudded and clanked on the floor. He turned, his great arms hanging, and stared in the direction of the voice. "Whom are you thinking about?" It seemed to come from behind the sweatshirt, but its rasp and volume hurt his throat. "Whom are you thinking about?" He knew who spoke, and he was frightened. From the beginning, he and the dragon had been one. He was becoming, and the dragon was his higher self. Their bodies, voices, wills were one. Not now. Not since Reba. Don't think Reba. "Who is acceptable?" the dragon asked. "Mrs. Sherman." It was hard for Dollarhide to say. "Speak up. I can't understand you. Whom are you thinking about?" Dollarhide, his face set, turned to the barbell. Up, over his head, much harder this time. "Mrs. wet in the water." "You think about your little buddy, don't you? You want her to be your little buddy, don't you?" The weight came down with a thud. "I don't have a little huddy." With the fear, his speech was failing. He had to occlude his nostrils with his upper lip. "A stupid lie." The dragon's voice was strong and clear. He said the S's without effort. "You forget the becoming. Prepare for the Shermans. Lift the weight." Dollarhide seized the barbell and strained. His mind strained with his body. Desperately, he tried to think of the Shermans. He forced himself to think of the weight of Mrs. Sherman in his arms. Mrs. Sherman was next. It was Mrs. Sherman. He was fighting Mr. Sherman in the dark, holding him down until loss of blood made Sherman's heart quiver like a bird. It was the only heart he heard. He didn't hear Reba's heart. He didn't. Fear leached his strength. He got the weight up to his thighs, could not make the turn up to his chest. He thought of the Shermans ranged around him, eyes wide, as he took the dragon's due. It was no good. It was hollow, empty. The weight thudded down. "Not acceptable." "Mrs. You can't even say Mrs. Sherman. You never intend to take the Shermans. You want Reba McLean. You want her to be your little buddy, don't you? You want to be friends. No. Lie. Just for a little while. Just for a little while, you sniveling hare-lip. Who would be friends with you? Come here. I'll show you what you are. Dollarhide did not move. I've never seen a child as disgusting and dirty as you. Come here. He went. Take down the sweatshirt. He took it down. Look at me. The dragon glowed from the wall. Take down the kimono. Look in the mirror. He looked. He could not help himself or turn his face from the scalding light. He saw himself drool. Look at yourself. I'm going to give you a surprise for your little buddy. Take off that rag. Dollarhide's hands fought each other at the waistband of the sweatpants. The sweatpants tore. He stripped them away from him with his right hand, held the rags to him with his left. His right hand snatched the rags away from his trembling, failing left. He threw them into the corner and fell back on the mat, curling on himself like a lobster split live. He hugged himself and groaned, breathing hard, his tattoo brilliant in the harsh gym lights. I've never seen a child as disgusting and dirty as you. Go get them. Hey, Ma! Get them! He padded from the room and returned with the dragon's teeth. Put them in your palms, lock your fingers, and squeeze my teeth together. Dollarhide's pectoral muscles bunched. You know how they can snap. Now, hold them under your belly. Hold yourself between the teeth. No! Do it! Now look! The teeth were beginning to hurt him. Spit and tears fell on his chest. Bleeds! You are awful, left behind in the becoming. You are awful, and I will name you. You are Cuntface. Say it. I am Cuntface. He occluded his nostrils with his lip to say the words. Soon I will be cleansed of you, the dragon said effortlessly. Will that be good? Good. Who will be next when it is time? Mrs. Erman. Sharp pain shot through Dollarhide. Pain and terrible fear. I'll tear it off. Reba, Reba, I'll give you Reba. Already his speech was improving. You'll give me nothing. She is mine. They are all mine. Reba McLean and then the Shermans. Reba, and then the Shermans. The law will know. I have provided for that day. Do you doubt it? No. Who are you? Cuntface. You may put away my teeth. You pitiful, weak hare-lip. You'd keep your little buddy from me, would you? I'll tear her apart and rub the pieces in your ugly face. I'll hang you with her large intestine if you oppose me. You know I can. Put 300 pounds on the bar. Dollarhide added the plates to the bar. He had never lifted as much as 280 until today. Lift it. If he were not as strong as the dragon, Reba would die. He knew it. He strained until the room turned red before his bulging eyes. I can't." "No, you can't, but I can." Dollarhide gripped the bar. It bowed as the weight rose to his shoulders. Up, above his head, easily. "Goodbye, cunt face," he said. Proud dragon, quivering in the light. Chapter 38. Francis Dollarhide never got to work on Monday morning. He started from his house exactly on time, as he always did. His appearance was impeccable, his driving precise. He put on his dark glasses when he made the turn at the Missouri River Bridge and drove into the morning sun. His styrofoam cooler squeaked as it jiggled against the passenger seat. He leaned across and set it on the floor, remembering that he must pick up the dry ice and get the film from... Crossing the Missouri Channel now, moving water under him. He looked at the whitecaps on the sliding river and suddenly felt that he was sliding and the river was still. A strange, disjointed, collapsing feeling flooded him. He let up on the accelerator. The van slowed in the outside lane and stopped. Traffic behind him was stacking up, honking. He didn't hear it. He sat, sliding slowly northward over the still river, facing the morning sun. Tears leaked from beneath his sunglasses and fell hot on his forearms. Someone was pecking on the window. A driver, face early morning pale and puffed with sleep, had gotten out of a car behind him. The driver was yelling something through the window. Dollarhide looked at the man. Flashing blue lights were coming from the other end of the bridge. He knew he should drive. He asked his body to step on the gas, and it did. The man beside the van skipped backward to save his feet. Dollarhide pulled into the parking lot of a big motel near the US 270 interchange. A school bus was parked in the lot, the bell of a tuba leaning against its back window. Dollarhide wondered if he was supposed to get on the bus with the old people. No, that wasn't it. He looked around for his mother's Packard. "Get in. Don't put your feet on the seat," his mother said. That wasn't it either. He was in a motel parking lot on the west side of St. Louis, and he wanted to be able to choose, and he couldn't. In 6 days, if he could wait that long, he would kill Reba McLean. He made a sudden high sound through his nose. Maybe the dragon would be willing to take the Shermans first and wait another moon. No, he wouldn't. Reba McLean didn't know about the dragon. She thought she was with Francis Dollarhide. She wanted to put her body on Francis Dollarhide. She welcomed Francis Dollarhide in grandmother's bed. "I've had a really terrific time, Dee," Reba McLean said in the yard. Maybe she liked Francis Dollarhide. That was a perverted, despicable thing for a woman to do. He understood that he should despise her for it, but oh God, it was good. Reba McLean was guilty of liking Francis Dollarhide, demonstrably guilty. If it weren't for the power of his becoming, if it weren't for the dragon, he could never have taken her to his house. He would not have been capable of sex. Or would he? "My God, man, that's so sweet." That's what she said. She said, "Man." The breakfast crowd was coming out of the motel, passing his van. Their idle glances walked on him with many tiny feet. He needed to think. He couldn't go home. He checked into the motel, called his office, and reported himself sick. The room he got was bland and quiet. The only decorations were bad steamboat prints. Nothing glowed from the walls. Dollarhide lay down in his clothes. The ceiling had sparkling flecks in the plaster. Every few minutes he had to get up and urinate. He shivered. Then he sweated. An hour passed. He did not want to give Reba McLean to the dragon. He thought about what the dragon would do to him if he didn't serve her up. Intense fear comes in waves. The body can't stand it for long at a time. In the heavy calm between the waves, Dollarhide could think, how could he keep from giving her to the dragon? One way kept nudging him. He got up. The light switch clacked loud in the tiled bathroom. Dollarhide looked at the shower curtain rod, a solid piece of 1-inch pipe bolted to the bathroom walls. He took down the shower curtain and hung it over the mirror. Grasping the pipe, he chinned himself with one arm, his toes dragging up the side of the bathtub. It was stout enough. His belt was stout enough, too. He could make himself do it. He wasn't afraid of that. He tied the end of his belt around the pipe in a bowline knot. The buckle end formed a noose. The thick belt didn't swing. It hung down in a stiff noose. He sat on the toilet lid and looked at it. He wouldn't get any drop, but he could stand it. He could keep his hands off the noose until he was too weak to raise his arms. But how could he be positive that his death would affect the dragon, now that he and the dragon were two? Maybe it wouldn't. How could he be sure the dragon then would leave her alone? It might be days before they found his body. She would wonder where he was. In that time, would she go to his house and feel around for him? Go upstairs and feel around for him and get a surprise? The great red dragon would take an hour spitting her down the stairs. Should he call her and warn her? What could she do against him, even warned? Nothing. She could hope to die quickly, hope that in his rage he would quickly bite deep enough. Upstairs in Dollarhide's house, the dragon waited in pictures he had framed with his own hands. The dragon waited in art books and magazines beyond number, reborn every time a photographer did what? Dollarhide could hear in his mind the dragon's powerful voice cursing Reba. He would curse her first before he bit. He would curse Dollarhide too, tell her he was nothing. "Don't do that! Don't do that!" Dollarhide said to the echoing tile. He listened to his voice, the voice of Francis Dollarhide, the voice that Reba McLean understood easily, his own voice. He had been ashamed of it all his life, had said bitter and vicious things to others with it. But he had never heard the voice of Francis Dollarhide curse him. "Don't do that." The voice he heard now had never, ever cursed him. It had repeated the dragon's abuse. The memory shamed him. He probably was not much of a man, he thought. It occurred to him that he had never really found out about that, and now he was curious. He had one rag of pride that Reba McLean had given him. It told him dying in a bathroom was a sorry end. What else? What other way was there? There was a way. And when it came to him, it was blasphemy, he knew. But it was a way. He paced the motel room, paced between the beds and from the door to the windows. As he walked, he practiced speaking. The words came out all right if he breathed deep between the sentences and didn't hurry. He could talk very well between the rushes of fear. Now he had a bad one. He had one that made him retch. A calm was coming after. He waited for it, and when it came, he hurried to the telephone and placed a call to Brooklyn. A junior high school band was getting on the bus in the motel parking lot. The children saw Dollarhide coming. He had to go through them to get to his van. A fat, round-faced boy, with his Sam Brown belt all crooked, put on a scowl, puffed up his chest, and flexed his biceps after Dollarhide passed. Two girls giggled. The tuba blatted out the bus window as Dollarhide went by, and he never heard the laughter behind him. In 20 minutes, he stopped the van in the lane 300 yards from Grandmother's house. He mopped his face, inhaled deeply 3 or 4 times. He gripped his house key in his left hand, the steering wheel with his right. A high keening sounded through his nose, and again, louder, louder, louder again. Go. Gravel showered behind the van as it shot forward, the house bouncing bigger in the windshield. The van slid sideways into the yard, and Dollarhide was out of it, running. Inside, not looking left or right, pounding down the basement stairs, fumbling at the padlocked trunk in the basement, looking at his keys. The trunk keys were upstairs. He didn't give himself time to think. A high humming through his nose as loud as he could to numb thought, drown out voices as he climbed the stairs at a run. At the bureau now, fumbling in the drawer for the keys, not looking at the picture of the dragon at the foot of the bed. "What are you doing?" "Where were the keys? Where were the keys?" "What are you doing?" "Stop! I've never seen a child as disgusting and dirty as you. Stop!" His searching hands slowed. Look at me." He gripped the edge of the bureau, tried not to turn to the wall. He cut his eyes painfully away as his head turned in spite of him. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." The telephone was ringing. Telephone ringing. Telephone ringing. He picked it up, his back to the picture. "Hey, Dee, how are you feeling?" Reba McLean's voice. He cleared his throat. "Okay." Hardly a whisper. "I tried to call you down here. Your office said you were sick. You sound terrible." "Talk to me." "Well, of course I'll talk to you. What do you think I called you for? What's wrong?" "Flu," he said. "Are you going to the doctor?" "Hello?" "I said, are you going to the doctor?" "Talk loud." He scrabbled in the drawer, tried the drawer next to it. "Have we got a bad connection, Dee? You shouldn't be there sick by yourself." "Tell her to come over tonight and take care of you." Dollarhide almost got his hand over the mouthpiece in time. "My God, what was that? Is somebody with you?" "The radio. I grabbed the wrong knob." "Hey, Dee, do you want me to send somebody? You don't sound so hot. I'll come myself. I'll get Marcia to bring me at lunch." "No." The keys were under a belt coiled in the drawer. He had them now. He backed into the hall, carrying the telephone. "I'm okay. I'll see you soon." The S's nearly foundered him. He ran down the stairs. The phone cord jerked out of the wall, and the telephone tumbled down the stairs behind him. A scream of savage rage. "Come here, cunt-face!" Down in the basement, in the trunk, beside his case of dynamite, was a small valise packed with cash, credit cards, and driver's licenses in various names, his pistol, knife, and blackjack. He grabbed the valise and ran up to the ground floor, quickly past the stairs, ready to fight if the dragon came down them, into the van, and driving hard, fishtailing in the gravel lane. He slowed on the highway and pulled over to the shoulder to heave yellow bile. Some of the fear went away. Proceeding at legal speed, using his flashers well ahead of turns, carefully he drove to the airport. Chapter 39. Dollarhide paid his taxi fare in front of an apartment house on Eastern Parkway, 2 blocks from the Brooklyn Museum. He walked the rest of the way. Joggers passed him, heading for Prospect Park. Standing on the traffic island near the IRT subway station, he got a good view of the Greek Revival building. He had never seen the Brooklyn Museum before, though he had read its guidebook. He had ordered the book when he first saw Brooklyn Museum in tiny letters beneath photographs of the great red dragon and the woman clothed with the sun. The names of the great thinkers, from Confucius to Demosthenes, were carved in stone above the entrance. It was an imposing building, with botanical gardens beside it, a fitting house for the dragon. The subway rumbled beneath the street, tingling the soles of his feet. Stale air puffed from the gratings and mixed with the smell of the dye in his mustache. Only an hour left before closing time. He crossed the street and went inside. The checkroom attendant took his valise. "Will the check room be open tomorrow?" he asked. "The museum's closed tomorrow." The attendant was a wizened woman in a blue smock. She turned away from him. "The people who come in tomorrow, do they use the check room?" "No, the museum's closed. The check room's closed." "Good. Thank you. Don't mention it." Dollarhide cruised among the great glass cases in the Oceanic Hall and the Hall of the Americas on the ground floor. Andes pottery, primitive edged weapons, artifacts and powerful masks from the Indians of the Northwest Coast. Now there were only 40 minutes left before the museum closed. There was no more time to learn the ground floor. He knew where the exits and the public elevators were. He rode up to the 5th floor. He could feel that he was closer to the dragon now, but it was all right. He wouldn't turn a corner and run into him. The dragon was not on public display. The painting had been locked away in the dark since its return from the Tate Gallery in London. Dollarhide had learned on the telephone that the great red dragon and the woman clothed with the sun was rarely displayed. It was almost 200 years old, and a watercolor. Light would fade it. Dollarhide stopped in front of Albert Bierstadt's A Storm in the Rocky Mountains, Mount Rosalie, 1866. From there he could see the locked doors of the painting, study, and storage department. That's where the dragon was. Not a copy, not a photograph. The dragon. This is where he would come tomorrow when he had his appointment. He walked around the perimeter of the 5th floor, past the corridor of portraits, seeing nothing of the paintings. The exits were what interested him. He found the fire exits and the main stairs, and marked the location of the public elevators. The guards were polite middle-aged men in thick-soled shoes, years of standing in the set of their legs. None was armed, Dollarhide noted. One of the guards in the lobby was armed. Maybe he was a moonlighting cop. The announcement of closing time came over the public address system, and he went to get his valise. Dollarhide stood on the pavement under the allegorical figure of Brooklyn and watched the crowd come out into the pleasant summer evening. Joggers ran in place, waiting while the stream of people crossed the sidewalk toward the subway. Dollarhide spent a few minutes in the botanical gardens. Then he flagged a taxi and gave the driver the address of a store he had found in the Yellow Pages. Chapter 40. At 9 p.m. Monday, Graham set his briefcase on the floor outside the Chicago apartment he was using and rooted in his pocket for the keys. He had spent a long day in Detroit, interviewing staff and checking employment records at a hospital where Mrs. Jacoby did volunteer work before the family moved to Birmingham. He was looking for a drifter, someone who might have worked in both Detroit and Atlanta, or in Birmingham and Atlanta. Someone with access to a van and a wheelchair, who saw Mrs. Jacoby and Mrs. Leeds before he broke into their houses. Crawford thought the trip was a waste of time, but humored him. Crawford had been right. Damn Crawford. He was right too much. Graham could hear the telephone ringing in the apartment. The keys caught in the lining of his pocket. When he jerked them out, a long thread came with them. Change spilled down the inside of the trouser leg and scattered on the floor. Son of a bitch. He made it halfway across the room before the phone stopped ringing. Maybe that was Molly trying to reach him. He called her in Oregon. Willie's grandfather answered the telephone with his mouth full. It was supper time in Oregon. "Just ask Molly to call me when she's finished," Graham told him. He was in the shower with shampoo in his eyes when the telephone rang again. He sluiced his head and went dripping to grab the receiver. "Hello, Hot Lips." "You silver-tongued devil. This is Byron Metcalf in Birmingham." "Sorry. I've got good news and bad news. You were right about Niles Jacoby. He took the stuff out of the house. He'd gotten rid of it, but I squeezed him with some hash that was in his room, and he owned up. That's the bad news. I know you hoped the Tooth Fairy stole it and fenced it. The good news is there's some film. I don't have it yet. Niles says there are 2 reels stuffed under the seat in his car. You still want it, right?" Sure I do." "Well, his intimate friend Randy is using the car, and we haven't caught up with him yet, but it won't be long. Want me to put the film on the first plane to Chicago and call you when it's coming?" "Please do. That's good, Byron, thanks." "Nothing to it." Molly called just as Graham was drifting off to sleep. After they assured each other that they were all right, there didn't seem to be much to say. Willie was having a real good time, Molly said. She let Willie say good night. Willie had plenty more to say than just good night. He told Will the exciting news. Grandpa bought him a pony. Molly hadn't mentioned it. Chapter 41. The Brooklyn Museum is closed to the general public on Tuesdays, but art classes and researchers are admitted. The museum is an excellent facility for serious scholarship. The staff members are knowledgeable and accommodating. Often they allow researchers to come by appointment on Tuesdays to see items not on public display. Francis Dollarhide came out of the IRT subway station shortly after 2 p.m. on Tuesday, carrying his scholarly materials. He had a notebook, a Tate Gallery catalog, and a biography of William Blake under his arm. He had a flat 9mm pistol, a leather sap, and his razor-edged filleting knife under his shirt. An elastic bandage held the weapons against his flat belly. His sport coat would button over them. A cloth soaked in chloroform and sealed in a plastic bag was in his coat pocket. In his hand, he carried a new guitar case. 3 pay telephones stand near the subway exit in the center of Eastern Parkway. One of the telephones has been ripped out. One of the others works. Dollarhide fed it quarters until Reba said, "Hello?" He could hear darkroom noises over her voice. "Hello, Reba," he said. "Hey, Dee. How are you feeling?" Traffic passing on both sides made it hard for him to hear. "Okay. Sounds like you're at a payphone. I thought you were homesick." "I want to talk to you later." "Okay. Call me late, all right?" "I need to see you." "I want you to see me, but I can't tonight. I have to work. Will you call me?" "Yeah, if nothing—" "Excuse me?" "I'll call." I do want you to come soon, Dee. Yeah. Goodbye, Reba. All right. Fear trickled from his breastbone to his belly. He squeezed it and crossed the street. Entrance to the Brooklyn Museum on Tuesdays is through a single door on the extreme right. Dollarhide went in behind 4 art students. The students piled their knapsacks and satchels against the wall and got out their passes. The guard behind the desk checked them. He came to Dollarhide. "You have an appointment?" Dollarhide nodded. "Painting study, Miss Harper." "Sign the register, please." The guard offered a pen. Dollarhide had his own pen ready. He signed, Paul Crane. The guard dialed an upstairs extension. Dollarhide turned his back to the desk and studied Robert Blum's Vintage Festival over the entrance while the guard confirmed his appointment. From the corner of his eye, he could see one more security guard in the lobby. Yes, that was the one with the gun. "Back of the lobby by the shop, there's a bench next to the main elevators," the desk officer said. "Wait there. Miss Harper's coming down for you." He handed Dollarhide a pink-on-white plastic badge. "Okay if I leave my guitar here?" "I'll keep an eye on it." The museum was different with the lights turned down. There was twilight among the great glass cases. Dollarhide waited on the bench for 3 minutes before Miss Harper got off the public elevator. "Mr. Crane? I'm Paula Harper." She was younger than she had sounded on the telephone when he called from St. Louis. A sensible-looking woman, severely pretty. She wore her blouse and skirt like a uniform. "You called about the Blake watercolor?" she said. "Let's go upstairs, and I'll show it to you. We'll take the staff elevator. This way." She led him past the dark museum shop and through a small room lined with primitive weapons. He looked around fast to keep his bearings. In the corner of the Americas section was a corridor which led to the small elevator. Miss Harper pushed the button. She hugged her elbows and waited. The clear blue eyes fell on the pass, pink on white, clipped to Dollarhide's lapel. "That's a 6th-floor pass he gave you," she said. "It doesn't matter. There aren't any guards on 5 today. What kind of research are you doing?" Dollarhide had made it on smiles and nods until now. "A paper on Butts," he said. "On Thomas Butts?" He nodded. "I've never read much on him. You only see him in footnotes as a patron of Blake's. Is he interesting?" "I'm just beginning. I'll have to go to England." "I think the National Gallery has 2 watercolors he did for Butts. Have you seen them yet?" "Not yet." "Better write ahead of time." He nodded. The elevator came. 5th floor. He was tingling a little, but he had blood in his arms and legs. Soon it would be just yes or no. If it went wrong, he wouldn't let them take him. She led him down the corridor of American portraits. This wasn't the way he came before. He could tell where he was. It was all right. But something waited in the corridor for him, and when he saw it, he stopped dead still. Paula Harper realized he wasn't following and turned around. He was rigid before a niche in the wall of portraits. She came back to him and saw what he was staring at. "That's a Gilbert Stuart portrait of George Washington," she said. "No, it wasn't." "You see a similar one on the dollar bill. They call it a Lansdowne portrait because Stuart did one for the Marquis of Lansdowne to thank him for his support in the American Revolution. Are you all right, Mr. Crane?" Dollarhide was pale. This was worse than all the dollar bills he had ever seen. Washington, with his hooded eyes and bad false teeth, stared out of the frame. My God, he looked like grandmother. Dollarhide felt like a child with a rubber knife. "Mr. Crane, are you okay?" "Answer or blow it all. Get past this." My God, man, that's so sweet. You're the dirtiest. No. Say something. I'm taking cobalt, he said. Would you like to sit down for a few minutes? There was a faint medicinal smell about him. No, go ahead. I'm coming. And you are not going to cut me, grandmother. God damn you, I'd kill you if you weren't already dead. Already dead. Already dead. Grandmother was already dead. Dead now. Dead for always. My God, man, that's so sweet. The other wasn't dead, though, and Dollarhide knew it. He followed Miss Harper through thickets of fear. They went through double doors into the painting, study, and storage department. Dollarhide looked around quickly. It was a long, peaceful room, well lighted, and filled with carousel racks of draped paintings. A row of small office cubicles was partitioned off along the wall. The door to the cubicle on the far end was ajar, and he heard typing. He saw no one but Paula Harper. She took him to a counter-height work table and brought him a stool. "Wait here. I'll bring the painting to you." She disappeared behind the racks. Dollarhide undid a button at his belly. Miss Harper was coming. She carried a flat black case, no bigger than a briefcase. It was in there. How did she have the strength to carry the picture? He had never thought of it as flat. He had seen the dimensions in the catalogs, 17 1/8 by 13 1/2 inches. But he had paid no attention to them. He expected it to be immense, but it was small. It was small, and it was here, in a quiet room. He had never realized how much strength the dragon drew from the old house in the orchard. Miss Harper was saying something. "Have to keep it in this Solander box, because light will fade it. That's why it's not on display very often." She put the case on the table and unclasped it. A noise at the double doors. "Excuse me, I have to get the door for Julio." She refastened the case and carried it with her to the glass doors. A man with a wheeled dolly waited outside. She held the doors open while he rolled it in. "Over here, okay?" "Yes, thank you, Julio." The man went out. Here came Miss Harper with the Solander box. "I'm sorry, Mr. Crane. Julio's dusting today and getting the tarnish off some frames." She opened the case and took out a white cardboard folder. "You understand that you aren't allowed to touch it. I'll display it for you. That's the rule, okay?" Dollarhide nodded. He couldn't speak. She opened the folder and removed the covering plastic sheet and mat. There it was. The great red dragon and the woman clothed with the sun, the man-dragon rampant over the prostrate, pleading woman caught in a coil of his tail. It was small, all right, but it was powerful, stunning. The best reproductions didn't do justice to the details and the colors. Dollarhide saw it clear, saw it all in an instant. Blake's handwriting on the borders, 2 brown spots at the right edge of the paper. It seized him hard. It was too much. The colors were so much stronger. Look at the woman wrapped in the dragon's tail. Look! He saw that her hair was the exact color of Reba McLean's. He saw that he was 20 feet from the door. He held in voices. "I hope I didn't shock you," said Reba McLean. "It appears that he used chalk as well as watercolor," Paula Harper was saying. She stood at an angle so that she could see what he was doing. Her eyes never left the painting. Dollarhide put his hand inside his shirt. Somewhere a telephone was ringing. The typing stopped. A woman stuck her head out of the far cubicle. "Paula, telephone for you. It's your mother." Miss Harper did not turn her head. Her eyes never left Dollarhide or the painting. "Would you take a message?" she said. "Tell her I'll call her back." The woman disappeared into the office. In a moment, the typing started again. Dollarhide couldn't hold it any more. Play for it all, right now. But the dragon moved first. "I've never seen—" "What?" Miss Harper's eyes were wide. A rat that big," Dollarhide said, pointing. "Climbing that frame." Miss Harper was turning. "Where?" The blackjack slid out of his shirt. With his wrist, more than his arm, he tapped the back of her skull. She sagged as Dollarhide grabbed a handful of her blouse and clapped the chloroform rag over her face. She made a high sound once, not over loud, and went limp. He eased her to the floor between the table and the rack of paintings, pulled the folder with the watercolor to the floor, and squatted over her. Rustling, wadding, hoarse breathing, and a telephone ringing. The woman came out of the far office. "Paula?" She looked around the room. "It's your mother," she called. "She needs to talk to you now." She walked behind the table. "I'll take care of the visitor if you—" She saw them then. Paula Harper on the floor, her hair across her face, and squatting over her, his pistol in his hand, Dollarhide stuffing the last bite of the watercolor in his mouth, rising, chewing, running toward her. She ran for her office, slammed the flimsy door, grabbed at the phone, and knocked it to the floor, scrambled for it on her hands and knees, and tried to dial on the busy line as her door caved in. The lighted dial burst in bright colors at the impact behind her ear. The receiver fell quacking to the floor. Dollarhide, in the staff elevator, watched the indicator lights blink down, his gun held flat across his stomach, covered by his books. First floor. Out into the deserted galleries. He walked fast, his running shoes whispering on the terrazzo. A wrong turn, and he was passing the whale masks, the great mask of Sissuit. Losing seconds, running now into the presence of the Haida high totems, and lost. He ran to the totems, looked left, saw the primitive edged weapons, and knew where he was. He peered around the corner at the lobby. The desk officer stood at the bulletin board, 30 feet from the reception desk. The armed guard was closer to the door. His holster creaked as he bent to rub a spot on the toe of his shoe. "If they fight, drop him first." Dollarhide put the gun under his belt and buttoned his coat over it. He walked across the lobby, unclipping his pass. The desk officer turned when he heard the footsteps. "Thank you," Dollarhide said. He held up his pass by the edges, then dropped it on the desk. The guard nodded. "Would you put it through the slot there, please?" The reception desk telephone rang. The pass was hard to pick up off the glass top. The telephone rang again. "Hurry." Dollarhide got hold of the pass, dropped it through the slot. He picked up his guitar case from the pile of knapsacks. The guard was coming to the telephone. Out the door now, walking fast for the botanical gardens, he was ready to turn and fire if he heard pursuit. Inside the gardens and to the left, Dollarhide ducked into a space between a small shed and a hedge. He opened the guitar case and dumped out a tennis racket, a tennis ball, a towel, a folded grocery sack, and a big bunch of leafy celery. Buttons flew as he tore off his coat and shirt in one move and stepped out of his trousers. Underneath, he wore a Brooklyn College T-shirt and warm-up pants. He stuffed his books and clothing into the grocery bag, then the weapons. The celery stuck out the top. He wiped the handle and clasps of the case and shoved it under the hedge. Cutting across the gardens now toward Prospect Park, the towel around his neck, he came out onto Empire Boulevard. joggers were ahead of him. As he followed the joggers into the park, the first police cruisers screamed past. None of the joggers paid any attention to them. Neither did Dollarhide. He alternated jogging and walking, carrying his grocery bag and racket and bouncing his tennis ball, a man cooling off from a hard workout who had stopped by the store on the way home. He made himself slow down. He shouldn't run on a full stomach. He could choose his pace now. He could choose anything. Chapter 42. Crawford sat in the back row of the jury box eating redskin peanuts, while Graham closed the courtroom blinds. "You'll have the profile for me later this afternoon, I take it?" Crawford said. "You told me Tuesday. This is Tuesday." "I'll finish it. I want to watch this first." Graham opened the express envelope from Byron Metcalf and dumped out the contents. 2 dusty rolls of homemade film, each in a plastic sandwich bag. "Is Metcalf pressing charges against Niles Jacoby?" "Not for theft. He'll probably inherit anyway, he and Jacoby's brother," Graham said. "On the hash, I don't know. Birmingham DA's inclined to break his chops." "Good," Crawford said. The movie screen swung down from the courtroom ceiling to face the jury box, an arrangement which made it easy to show jurors filmed evidence. Graham threaded the projector. "On checking the newsstands where the Tooth Fairy could have gotten a tattler so fast, I've had reports back from Cincinnati, Detroit, and a bunch from Chicago," Crawford said. "Various weirdos to run down." Graham started the film. It was a fishing movie. The Jacoby children hunkered on the bank of a pond with cane poles and bobbers. Graham tried not to think of them in their small boxes in the ground. He tried to think of them just fishing. The girl's cork bobbed and disappeared. She had a bite. Crawford crackled his peanut sack. "Indianapolis is dragging ass on questioning newsies and checking the Servco Supreme stations," he said. "Do you want to watch this or what?" Graham said. Crawford was silent until the end of the 2-minute film. "Terrific. She caught a perch," he said. "Now, the profile—" "Jack, you were in Birmingham right after it happened. I didn't get there for a month. You saw the house while it was still their house. I didn't. It was stripped and remodeled when I got there. Now, for Christ's sake, let me look at these people, and then I'll finish the profile." He started the second film. A birthday party appeared on the screen in the courtroom. The Jacobys were seated around a dining table. They were singing. Graham lip-read, "Happy birthday to you." 11-year-old Donald Jacoby faced the camera. He was seated at the end of the table with the cake in front of him. The candles reflected in his glasses. Around the corner of the table, his brother and sister were side by side, watching him as he blew out the candles. Graham shifted in his seat. Mrs. Jacoby leaned over, her dark hair swinging, to catch the cat and dump it off the table. Now Mrs. Jacoby brought a large envelope to her son. A long ribbon trailed from it. Donald Jacoby opened the envelope and took out a big birthday card. He looked up at the camera and turned the card around. It said, "Happy birthday, follow the ribbon." Bouncing progress as the camera followed the procession to the kitchen. A door there, fastened with a hook. Down the basement stairs, Donald first, then the others, following the ribbon down the steps. The end of the ribbon was tied around the handlebars of a 10-speed bicycle. Graham wondered why they hadn't given him the bike outdoors. A jumpy cut to the next scene, and his question was answered. Outdoors now, and clearly it had been raining hard. Water stood in the yard. The house looked different. Realtor Guillen had changed the color when he did it over after the murders. The outside basement door opened, and Mr. Jacoby emerged carrying the bicycle. This was the first view of him in the movie. A breeze lifted the hair combed across his bald spot. He set the bicycle ceremoniously on the ground. The film ended with Donald's cautious first ride. "Sad damn thing," Crawford said. "But we already knew that." Graham started the birthday film over. Crawford shook his head and began to read something from his briefcase with the aid of a penlight. On the screen, Mr. Jacoby brought the bicycle out of the basement. The basement door swung closed behind him. A padlock hung from it. Graham froze the frame. There. That's what he wanted the bolt cutter for, Jack, to cut that padlock and go in through the basement. Why didn't he go in that way? Crawford clicked off his penlight and looked over his glasses at the screen. "What's that?" "I know he had a bolt cutter. He used it to trim that branch out of his way when he was watching from the woods. Why didn't he use it and go in through the basement door?" "He couldn't." With a small crocodile smile, Crawford waited. He loved to catch people in assumptions. "Did he try? Did he mark it up? I never even saw that door. Guillen had put in a steel one with deadbolts by the time I got there." Crawford opened his jaws. "You assume Guillen put it in. Guillen didn't put it in. The steel door was there when they were killed. Jacoby must have put it in. He was a Detroit guy. He'd favor deadbolts." "When did Jacoby put it in?" "I don't know. Obviously it was after the kid's birthday. When was that? It'll be in the autopsy if you've got it here." "His birthday was April 14th, a Monday," Graham said, staring at the screen, his chin in his hand. "I want to know when Jacoby changed the door." Crawford's scalp wrinkled. It smoothed out again as he saw the point. "You think the Tooth Fairy cased the Jacoby house while the old door with the padlock was still there," he said. "He brought a bolt cutter, didn't he? How do you break in some place with a bolt cutter?" Graham said. "You cut padlocks, bars, or chain. Jacoby didn't have any bars or chained gates, did he?" "No." "Then he went there expecting a padlock. A bolt cutter's fairly heavy, and it's long. He was moving in daylight, and from where he parked, he had to hike a long way to the Jacoby house. For all he knew, he might be coming back in one hell of a hurry if something went wrong. He wouldn't have carried a bolt cutter unless he knew he'd need it. He was expecting a padlock." "You figure he cased the place before Jacoby changed the door? Then he shows up to kill them, waits in the woods." "You can't see this side of the house from the woods." Crawford nodded. "He waits in the woods. They go to bed, and he moves in with his bolt cutter and finds the new door with the deadbolts." "Say he finds the new door. He had it all worked out, and now this," Graham said, throwing up his hands. "He's really pissed off, frustrated. He's hot to get in there, so he does a fast, loud pry job on the patio door. It was messy the way he went in. He woke Jacoby up and had to blow him away on the stairs. That's not like the dragon. He's not messy that way. He's careful, and he leaves nothing behind. He did a neat job at the Leedses going in." "Okay, all right," Crawford said. "If we find out when Jacoby changed his door, maybe we'll establish the interval between when he cased it and when he killed them. The minimum time that elapsed, anyway. That seems like a useful thing to know. Maybe it'll match some interval the Birmingham Convention and Visitors Bureau could show us. We can check car rentals again. This time we'll do vans, too. I'll have a word with the Birmingham field office." Crawford's word must have been emphatic. In 40 minutes flat, A Birmingham FBI agent, with realtor Guillen in tow, was shouting to a carpenter working in the rafters of a new house. The carpenter's information was relayed in a radio patch to Chicago. "Last week in April," Crawford said, putting down the telephone. "That's when they put in the new door." "My God, that's 2 months before the Jacobys were hit. Why would he case it 2 months in advance?" "I don't know. But I promise you, he saw Mrs. Jacoby or saw the whole family before he checked out their house. Unless he followed them down there from Detroit, he spotted Mrs. Jacoby sometime between April 10, when they moved to Birmingham, and the end of April, when the door was changed. Sometime in that period, he was in Birmingham. The Bureau's going on with it down there?" "Cops, too," Crawford said. "Tell me this. How did he know there was an inside door from the basement into the house? You couldn't count on that, not in the South." "He saw the inside of the house, no question." "Has your buddy Metcalf got the Jacoby bank statements?" "I'm sure he does." "Let's see what service calls they paid for between April 10 and the end of the month. I know the service calls have been checked for a couple of weeks back from the killings, but maybe we aren't looking back far enough. Same for the Leedses." "We always figured he looked around inside the Leeds house," Graham said. "From the alley, he couldn't have seen the glass in the kitchen door. There's a latticed porch back there. But he was ready with his glass cutter, and they didn't have any service calls for 3 months before they were killed." "If he's casing this far ahead, maybe we didn't check back far enough. We will now. At the Leedses, though, when he was in the alley reading meters behind the Leeds house 2 days before he killed them, maybe he saw them going in the house. He could have looked in there while the porch door was open." "No, the doors don't line up. Remember? Look here." Graham threaded the projector with the Leeds home movie. The Leeds' gray Scotty perked up his ears and ran to the kitchen door. Valerie Leeds and the children came in carrying groceries. Through the kitchen door, nothing but lattice was visible. "All right. You want to get Byron Metcalf busy on the bank statement for April? Any kind of service call or purchase that a door-to-door salesman might handle? No, I'll do that while you wind up the profile. Have you got Metcalf's number?" Seeing the Leedses preoccupied Graham. Absently, he told Crawford 3 numbers for Byron Metcalf. He ran the films again while Crawford used the phone in the jury room. The Leedses film first. There was the Leedses' dog. It wore no collar, and the neighborhood was full of dogs. But the dragon knew which dog was theirs. Here was Valerie Leeds. The sight of her tugged at Graham. There was the door behind her, vulnerable with its big glass pane. Her children played on the courtroom screen. Graham had never felt as close to the Jacobys as he did to the Leedses. Their movie disturbed him now. It bothered him that he had thought of the Jacobys as chalk marks on a bloody floor. There were the Jacoby children, ranged around the corner of the table, the birthday candles flickering on their faces. For a flash, Graham saw the blob of candle wax on the Jacobys' bedside table, the blood-stains around the corner of the bedroom at the Leedses. Something... Crawford was coming back. "Metcalf said to ask you, don't talk to me." Crawford wasn't offended. He waited stock still, and his little eyes grew narrow and bright. The film ran on, its light and shadows playing over Graham's face. There was the Jacoby's cat. The dragon knew it was the Jacoby's cat. There was the inside basement door. There was the outside basement door with its padlock. The dragon had brought a bolt cutter. The film ended. Finally, it came off the reel, and the end flapped around and around. Everything the dragon needed to know was on the two films. They hadn't been shown in public. There wasn't any film club, film fest. Graham looked at the familiar green box the Leeds movie came in. Their name and address were on it. And Gateway Film Laboratory, St. Louis, Missouri, 63102. His mind retrieved St. Louis, just as it would retrieve any telephone number he had ever seen. What about St. Louis? It was one of the places where the Tatler was available on Monday night, the same day it was printed, the day before Lowndes was abducted. "Oh, me," Graham said. "Oh, Jesus." He clamped his hands on the sides of his head to keep the thought from getting away. "Do you still have Metcalf on the phone?" Crawford handed him the receiver. "Byron, it's Graham. Listen, do those reels of Jacoby film you sent, were they in any containers?" Sure. I know you would have sent them along. I need help bad on something. Do you have the Jacoby bank statements there?" "Okay, I want to know where they got movie film developed. Probably a store sent it off for them. If there are any checks to pharmacies or camera stores, we can find out where they did business. It's urgent, Byron. I'll tell you about it first chance. Birmingham FBI will start now checking the stores. If you find something, shoot it straight to them, then to us. Will you do that?" "Great." "What?" "No, I will not introduce you to Hot Lips." Birmingham FBI agents checked 4 camera stores before they found the one where the Jacobys traded. The manager said all customers' film was sent to one place for processing. Crawford had watched the films 12 times before Birmingham called back. He took the message. Curiously formal, he held out his hand to Graham. "It's Gateway," he said. Chapter 43. Crawford was stirring an Alka-Seltzer in a plastic glass when the stewardess's voice came over the 727's public address system. "Passenger Crawford, please." When he waved from his aisle seat, she came aft to him. "Mr. Crawford, would you go to the cockpit, please?" Crawford was gone for 4 minutes. He slid back into the seat beside Graham. Tooth Fairy was in New York today. Graham winced, and his teeth clicked together. No, he just tapped a couple of women on the head at the Brooklyn Museum. And listen to this. He ate a painting. Ate it? Ate it. The art squad in New York snapped to it when they found out what he ate. They got 2 partial prints off the plastic pass he used, and they flashed them down to Price a little while ago. When Price put them together on the screen, he rang the cherries. No ID, but it's the same thumb that was on the Leeds kid's eye. "New York," Graham said. "Means nothing. He was in New York today. He could still work at Gateway. If he does, he was off the job today. Makes it easier." "What did he eat?" "It was a thing called The Great Red Dragon and the Woman Clothed with the Sun. William Blake drew it, they said." "What about the women?" "He's got a sweet touch with the sap. Younger one's just at the hospital for observation. The older one had to have 4 stitches, mild concussion." "Could they give a description?" "The younger one did. Quiet, husky, dark mustache and hair. A wig, I think. The guard at the door said the same thing. The older woman, he could have been in a rabbit suit for all she saw." "But he didn't kill anybody." "Odd," Crawford said. "He'd have been better off to wax 'em both. He could have been sure of his lead time leaving and saved himself a description or 2. Behavioral science called Bloom in the hospital about it. You know what he said? Bloom said, maybe he's trying to stop." Chapter 44. Dollarhide heard the flaps moan down. The lights of St. Louis wheeled slowly beneath the black wing. Under his feet, the landing gear rumbled into a rush of air and locked down with a thud. He rolled his head on his shoulders to ease the stiffness in his powerful neck. coming home. He had taken a great risk, and the prize he brought back was the power to choose. He could choose to have Reba McLean alive. He could have her to talk to, and he could have her startling and harmless mobility in his bed. He did not have to dread his house. He had the dragon in his belly now. He could go into his house, walk up to a copy dragon on the wall, and wad him up if he wanted to. He did not have to worry about feeling love for Reba. If he felt love for her, he could toss the Shermans to the dragon and ease it that way, go back to Reba calm and easy and treat her well. From the terminal, Dollarhide telephoned her apartment. Not home yet. He tried Bader Chemical. The night line was busy. He thought of Reba walking toward the bus stop after work, tapping along with her cane, her raincoat over her shoulders. He drove to the film laboratory through the light evening traffic in less than 15 minutes. She wasn't at the bus stop. He parked on the street behind Bader Chemical, near the entrance closest to the darkrooms. He'd tell her he was here, wait until she had finished working, and drive her home. He was proud of his new power to choose. He wanted to use it. There were things he could catch up on in his office while he waited. Only a few lights were on in Bader Chemical. Reba's darkroom was locked. The light above the door was neither red nor green. It was off. He pressed the buzzer. No response. Maybe she had left a message in his office. He heard footsteps in the corridor. The Bader supervisor, Dandridge, passed the darkroom area and never looked up. He was walking fast and carrying a thick bundle of buff personnel files under his arm. A small crease appeared in Dollarhide's forehead. Dandridge was halfway across the parking lot, heading for the Gateway building, when Dollarhide came out of Bader behind him. 2 delivery vans and half a dozen cars were on the lot. That Buick belonged to Fisk, Gateway's personnel director. What were they doing? There was no night shift at Gateway. Much of the building was dark. Dollarhide could see by the red exit signs in the corridor as he went toward his office. The lights were on behind the frosted glass door of the personnel department. Dollarhide heard voices in there, Dandridge's for one, and Fisk's. A woman's footsteps coming. Fisk's secretary turned the corner into the corridor ahead of Dollarhide. She had a scarf tied over her curlers, and she carried ledgers from accounting. She was in a hurry. The ledgers were heavy, a big arm load. She pecked on Fisk's office door with her toe. Will Graham opened it for her. Dollarhide froze in the dark hall. His gun was in his van. The office door closed again. Dollarhide moved fast, his running shoes quiet on the smooth floor. He put his face close to the glass of the exit door and scanned the parking lot. Movement now under the floodlights. A man moving. He was beside one of the delivery vans, and he had a flashlight, flicking something. He was dusting the outside mirror for fingerprints. Behind Dollarhide, somewhere in the corridors, a man was walking. Get away from the door. He ducked around the corner and down the stairs to the basement and the furnace room on the opposite side of the building. By standing on a workbench, he could reach the high windows that opened at ground level behind the shrubbery. He rolled over the sill and came up on his hands and knees in the bushes, ready to run or fight. Nothing moved on this side of the building. He stood up, put a hand in his pocket, and strolled across the street. Running when the sidewalk was dark, walking as cars went by, he made a long loop around Gateway and Bader Chemical. His van stood at the curb behind Bader. There was no place to hide close to it. All right. He sprinted across the street and leaped in, clawing at his valise. full clip in the automatic. He jacked a round into the chamber and laid the pistol on the console, covering it with a T-shirt. Slowly he drove away. Don't catch the red light. Slowly around the corner and into the scattered traffic. He had to think now, and it was hard to think. It had to be the films. Graham knew about the films somehow. Graham knew where. He didn't know who. If he knew who, he wouldn't need personnel records. Why accounting records, too? Absences, that's why. Match absences against the dates when the dragon struck. No, those were Saturdays, except for Lowndes. Absences on the days before those Saturdays, he'd look for those. Fool him there. No workman's compensation slips were kept for management. Dollarhide drove slowly up Lindbergh Boulevard, gesturing with his free hand as he ticked off the points. They were looking for fingerprints. He'd given them no chance for fingerprints, except maybe on the plastic pass at Brooklyn Museum. He'd picked it up in a hurry, mostly by the edges. They must have a print. Why fingerprint if they didn't have something to match it to? They were checking that van for prints. No time to see if they were checking cars, too. Van. Carrying the wheelchair with Lowndes in it. That tipped them. Or maybe somebody in Chicago saw the van. There were a lot of vans at Gateway. Private vans, delivery vans. No. Graham just knew he had a van. Graham knew because he knew. Graham knew. Graham knew. The son of a bitch was a monster. They'd fingerprint everyone at Gateway and Beta, too. If they didn't spot him tonight, they'd do it tomorrow. He had to run forever with his face on every bulletin board, in every post office and police station. It was all coming to pieces. He was puny and small before them. Reba, he said aloud. Reba couldn't save him now. They were closing in on him, and he was nothing but a puny hairlip. Are you sorry now that you betrayed me? The dragon's voice rumbled from deep within him, deep as the shredded painting in his bowels. I didn't. I just wanted to choose. You called me. Give me what I want, and I'll save you. No, I'll run. Give me what I want, and you'll hear Graham's spine snap. No. I admire what you did today. We're close now. We can be one again. Do you feel me inside you? You do, don't you? Yes. And you know I can save you. You know they'll send you to a place worse than Brother Buddy's. Give me what I want, and you'll be free. No. They'll kill you, the old jerk on the ground. No. When you're gone, she'll fuck other people. No. Shut up. She'll fuck other people, pretty people. She'll put their... Stop it. Shut up. Slow down, and I won't say it. Dollarhide's foot lifted on the accelerator. That's good. Give me what I want, and it can't happen. Give it to me, and then I'll always let you choose. You can always choose, and you'll speak well. I want you to speak well. Slow down. That's right. See the service station? Pull over there, and let me talk to you. Chapter 45. Graham came out of the office suite and rested his eyes for a moment in the dim hallway. He was restive, uneasy. This was taking too long. Crawford was sifting the 380 Gateway and Bader employees as fast and well as it could be done. The man was a marvel at this kind of job. But time was passing, and secrecy could be maintained only so long. Crawford had kept the working group at Gateway to a minimum. "We want to find him, not spook him," Crawford had told them. "If we can spot him tonight, we can take him outside the plant, maybe at his house or on the lot." The St. Louis Police Department was cooperating. Lieutenant Fogel of St. Louis Homicide and one sergeant came quietly in an unmarked car, bringing a datafax. Wired to a Gateway telephone, in minutes the datafax was transmitting the employment roll simultaneously to the FBI Identification Section in Washington and the Missouri Department of Motor Vehicles. In Washington, the names would be checked against both the civil and criminal fingerprint records. Names of Bader employees with security clearances were flagged for faster handling. The Department of Motor Vehicles would check for ownership of vans. Only 4 employees were brought in: the personnel manager, Fisk, Fisk's secretary, Dandridge from Bader Chemical, and Gateway's chief accountant. No telephones were used to summon the employees to this late-night meeting at the plant. Agents called at their houses and stated their business privately. "Look 'em over before you tell 'em why you want 'em," Crawford said. "And don't let 'em use the telephone after. This kind of news travels fast." They had hoped for a quick identification from the teeth. None of the 4 employees recognized them. Graham looked down the long corridors, lit with red exit signs. Damn, it felt right. What else could they do tonight? Crawford had requested that the woman from the Brooklyn Museum, Miss Harper, be flown out as soon as she could travel. Probably that would be in the morning. The St. Louis Police Department had a good surveillance van. She could sit in it and watch the employees go in. If they didn't hit it tonight, all traces of the operation would be removed from Gateway before work started in the morning. Graham didn't kid himself. They'd be lucky to have a whole day to work before the word got out at Gateway. The Dragon would be watching for anything suspicious. He would fly. Chapter 46. A late supper with Ralph Mandy had seemed all right. Reba McLean knew she had to tell him sometime, and she didn't believe in leaving things hanging. Actually, she thought Mandy knew what was coming when she insisted on going Dutch. She told him in the car, as he took her home, that it was no big deal. She'd had a lot of fun with him and wanted to be his friend, but she was involved with somebody now. Maybe he was hurt a little, but she knew he was relieved a little too. He was pretty good about it, she thought. At her door, he didn't ask to come in. He did ask to kiss her goodbye, and she responded gladly. He opened her door and gave her the keys. He waited until she was inside and had closed the door and locked it. When he turned around, Dollarhide shot him in the throat and twice in the chest. 3 puts from the silenced pistol. A scooter is louder. Dollarhide lifted Mandy's body easily, laid him between the shrubs and the house, and left him there. Seeing Reba kiss Mandy had stabbed Dollarhide deep. Then the pain left him for good. He still looked and sounded like Francis Dollarhide. The Dragon was a very good actor. He played Dollarhide well. Reba was washing her face when she heard the doorbell. It rang 4 times before she got there. She touched the chain, but didn't take it off. "Who is it?" "Francis Dollarhide." She eased the door open, still on the chain. "Tell me again." "Dollarhide, it's me." She knew it was. She took off the chain. Reba did not like surprises. "I thought you said you'd call me, Dee." "I would have, but this is an emergency, really," he said, clapping the chloroformed cloth over her face as he stepped inside. The street was empty. Most of the houses were dark. He carried her to the van. Ralph Mandy's feet stuck out of the shrubbery into the yard. Dollarhide didn't bother with him anymore. She woke on the ride. She was on her side, her cheek in the dusty carpet of the van, transmission whine loud in her ear. She tried to bring her hands to her face. The movement mashed her bosom. Her forearms were stuck together. She felt them with her face. They were bound together from her elbows to her wrists with what felt like soft strips of cloth. Her legs were tied the same way, from knees to ankles. Something was across her mouth. What? What? Dee was at the door, and then she remembered twisting her face away and the terrible strength of him. Oh, Lord, what was it? Dee was at the door, and then she was choking something cold, and she tried to twist her face away, but there was a terrible grip on her head. She was in Dee's van now. She recognized the resonances. The van was going. Fear ballooned in her. Her instinct said, "Be quiet," but the fumes were in her throat, chloroform and gasoline. She retched against the gag. Dee's voice. "It won't be long now." She felt a turn, and they were on gravel now, rocks pinging under the fenders and floorboard. He's crazy. All right, that's it, crazy. Crazy is a fearsome word. What was it? Ralph Mandy. He must have seen them at her house. It set him off. Christ Jesus, get it all ready. A man had tried to slap her once at Riker Institute. She was quiet, and he couldn't find her. He couldn't see either. This one could fucking well see. Get it all ready. Get ready to talk. God, he could kill me with this gag in my mouth. God, he could be killing me and not understand what I was saying. Be ready. Have it all ready, and don't say, huh? Tell him he can back out. No damage. I won't tell. Be passive as long as you can. If you can't be passive, wait until you can find his eyes. The van stopped. The van rocked as he got out. Side door sliding open. Grass and hot tires on the air. Crickets. He came in the van. In spite of herself, she squealed into the gag and twisted her face away from him when he touched her. Soft pats on the shoulder didn't stop her writhing. A stinging slap across the face did. She tried to talk into the gag. She was lifted, carried. His footsteps hollow on the ramp. She was sure where she was now, his house. Where in his house? Clock ticking to the right. Rug, then floor. The bedroom where they did it. She was sinking in his arms, felt the bed under her. She tried to talk into the gag. He was leaving. Noise outside. Van door slammed. Here he comes. Setting something on the floor. Metal cans. She smelled gasoline. Reba? Dee's voice all right, but so calm, so terribly calm and strange. Reba? I don't know what to say to you. You felt so good, and you don't know what I did for you. And I was wrong, Reba. You made me weak, and then you hurt me. She tried to talk into the gag. If I untie you and let you sit up, will you be good? Don't try to run. I can catch you. Will you be good? She twisted her head toward the voice to nod. A touch of cold steel against her skin, whisper of a knife through cloth, and her arms were free. Now her legs. Her cheeks were wet where the gag came off. Carefully and slowly she sat up in the bed. "Take your best shot." "Dee," she said, "I didn't know you cared this much about me. I'm glad you feel that way, but see, you scared me with this." No answer. She knew he was there. "Dee, was it old dumb Ralph Mandy that made you mad? Did you see him at my house? That's it, isn't it? I was telling him I don't want to see him anymore, because I want to see you. I'm never going to see Ralph again." "Ralph died," Dollarhide said. "I don't think he liked it very much." Fantasy. He's making it up. Jesus, do I hope. "I've never hurt you, Dee. I never wanted to. Let's just be friends and fuck and have a good time and forget about this." "Shut up," he said calmly. "I'll tell you something. The most important thing you'll ever hear. Sermon on the Mount, important. 10 Commandments, important. Got it?" "Yes, Dee. Shut up. Reba, some remarkable events have happened in Birmingham and Atlanta. Do you know what I'm talking about?" She shook her head. "It's been on the news a lot. 2 groups of people were changed. Leeds and Jacoby. The police think they were murdered. Do you know now?" She started to shake her head. Then she did know, and slowly she nodded. "Do you know what they call the being that visited those people?" "You can say." "The tooth." A hand gripped her face, shutting off the sound. "Think carefully and answer correctly." "It's dragon something. Dragon, red dragon." He was close to her. She could feel his breath on her face. "I am the dragon." Leaping back, driven by the volume and terrible timbre of the voice, she slammed against the headboard. "The dragon wants you, Reba. He always has. I didn't want to give you to him. I did a thing for you today, so he couldn't have you, and I was wrong." This was Dee. She could talk to Dee. "Please, please don't let him have me. You won't? Please don't. You wouldn't. I'm for you. Keep me with you. You like me. I know you do." "I haven't made up my mind yet. Maybe I can't help giving you to him. I don't know. I'm going to see if you do as I tell you. Will you? Can I depend on you?" "I'll try. I will try. Don't scare me too much or I can't." "Get up, Reba. Stand by the bed. Do you know where you are in the room?" She nodded. "You know where you are in the house, don't you? You wandered around in the house while I was asleep, didn't you? Asleep? Don't be stupid. When we spent the night here, you went through the house, didn't you? Did you find something odd? Did you take it and show it to somebody? Did you do that, Reba?" "I just went outside. You were asleep, and I went outside, I promise." "Then you know where the front door is, don't you?" She nodded. "Reba, feel on my chest. Bring your hands up slowly. Try for his eyes." His thumb and fingers touched lightly on each side of her windpipe. "Don't do what you're thinking, or I'll squeeze. Just feel on my chest. just at my throat. Feel the key on the chain. Take it off over my head. Careful. That's right. Now I'm going to see if I can trust you. Go close the front door and lock it and bring me back the key. Go ahead. I'll wait right here. Don't try to run. I can catch you. She held the key in her hand, the chain tapping against her thigh. It was harder navigating in her shoes, but she kept them on. The ticking clock helped. Rug, then floor, rug again, loom of the sofa. Go to the right. What's my best shot? Which, fool along with him, or go for it? Did the others fool along with him? She felt dizzy from deep breathing. Don't be dizzy. Don't be dead. It depends on whether the door is open. Find out where he is. Am I going right? She knew she was. It's about 5 more steps. The voice was from the bedroom, all right. She felt air on her face. The door was half open. She kept her body between the door and the voice behind her. She slipped the key in the keyhole below the knob. On the outside. Now, through the door fast, making herself pull it to and turn the key. Down the ramp, no cane, trying to remember where the van was. Running into what? A bush. Screaming now, screaming, "Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me!" On gravel running, a truck horn far away. Highway that way. A fast walk and trot and run, fast as she could, veering when she felt grass instead of gravel, zigging down the lane. Behind her, footsteps coming fast and hard, running in the gravel. She stooped and picked up a handful of rocks, waited until he was close, and flung them, heard them thump on him. The shove on the shoulder spun her. A big arm under her chin, around her neck, squeezing, blood roared in her ears. She kicked backward, hit a shin, as it became increasingly quiet. Chapter 47. In 2 hours, the list of white male employees, 20 to 50 years old, who owned vans, was completed. There were 26 names on it. Missouri DMV provided hair color from driver's license information, but it was not used as an exclusionary factor. The dragon might wear a wig. Fisk's secretary, Miss Trillman, made copies of the list and passed them around. Lieutenant Fogel was going down the list of names when his beeper went off. Fogel spoke to his headquarters briefly on the telephone, then put his hand over the receiver. "Mr. Crawford? Jack? One Ralph Mandy, white male, 38, was found shot to death a few minutes ago in University City. That's in the middle of town, close to Washington University. He was in the front yard of a house occupied by a woman named Reba McLean. The neighbors said she works for Bader. Her door's unlocked. She's not home." "Dandridge," Crawford called. "Reba McLean. What about her?" "She works in the darkroom. She's blind. She's from someplace in Colorado." "You know a Ralph Mandy?" "Mandy?" Dandridge said. "Randy Mandy?" "Ralph Mandy. He work here?" A check of the roll showed he didn't. "Coincidence, maybe," Fogel said. "Maybe," Crawford said. "I hope nothing's happened to Reba," Miss Trillman said. "You know her?" Graham said. "I've talked with her several times." "What about Mandy?" "I don't know him. The only man I've seen her with, I saw her getting into Mr. Dollarhide's van." "Mr. Dollarhide's van, Miss Trillman? What color is Mr. Dollarhide's van?" "Let's see. Dark brown, or maybe black." "Where does Mr. Dollarhide work?" Crawford asked. "He's production supervisor," Fisk said. "Where's his office?" "Right down the hall." Crawford turned to speak to Graham, but he was already moving. Mr. Dollarhide's office was locked. A pass key from maintenance worked. Graham reached in and flipped on the light. He stood still in the doorway while his eyes went over the room. It was extremely neat. No personal items were anywhere in sight. The bookshelf held only technical manuals. The desk lamp was on the left side of the chair, so he was right-handed. Need a left thumbprint fast off a right-handed man. "Let's toss it for a clipboard," he said to Crawford, behind him in the hall. "He'll use his left thumb on the clip." They had started on the drawers when the desk appointment calendar caught Graham's eye. He flipped back through the scribbled pages to Saturday, June 28th, the date of the Jacoby killings. The calendar was unmarked on the Thursday and Friday before that weekend. He flipped forward to the last week in July. The Thursday and Friday were blank. There was a note on Wednesday. It said, AM 552, 3:45 to 6:15. Graham copied the entry. "I want to find out where this flight goes." "Let me do it. You go ahead here," Crawford said. He went to the telephone across the hall. Graham was looking at a tube of denture adhesive in the bottom desk drawer when Crawford called from the door. "It goes to Atlanta, Will. Let's take 'em out." Chapter 48. Water, cold on Reba's face, running in her hair. Dizzy. Something hard under her, sloping. She turned her head. Wood under her. A cold, wet towel wiped her face. "Are you all right, Reba?" Dollarhide's calm voice. She shied from the sound. Breathe deeply." A minute passed. "Do you think you can stand up? Try to stand up." She could stand with his arm around her. Her stomach heaved. He waited until the spasm passed. "Up the ramp. Do you remember where you are?" She nodded. "Take the key out of the door, Reba. Come inside. Now lock it and put the key around my neck. Hang it around my neck. Good. Let's just be sure it's locked." She heard the knob rattle. "That's good. Now go to the bedroom. You know the way." She stumbled and went down on her knees, her head bowed. He lifted her by the arms and supported her into the bedroom. "Sit in this chair." She sat. "Give her to me now." She struggled to rise. Big hands on her shoulders held her down. "Sit still, or I can't keep him off you," Dollarhide said. Her mind was coming back. It didn't want to. "Please try," she said. "Reba, it's all over for me." He was up, doing something. The odor of gasoline was very strong. "Put out your hand. Feel this. Don't grab it. Feel it." She felt something like steel nostrils, slick inside, the muzzle of a gun. "That's a shotgun, Reba, a 12-gauge Magnum. Do you know what it will do?" She nodded. "Take your hand down." The cold muzzle rested in the hollow of her throat. "Reba, I wish I could have trusted you. I wanted to trust you." He sounded like he was crying. "You felt so good." He was crying. "So did you, Dee. I love it. Please don't hurt me now. It's all over for me. I can't leave you to him. You know what he'll do." Bawling now. "Do you know what he'll do? He'll bite you to death. Better you go with me." She heard a match struck, smelled sulfur, heard a whoosh. Heat in the room. Smoke, fire, the thing she feared most in the world, fire. Anything was better than that. She hoped the first shot killed her. She tensed her legs to run. Blubbering. "Oh, Reba, I can't stand to watch you burn." The muzzle left her throat. Both barrels of the shotgun went off at once as she came to her feet. Ears numbed. She thought she was shot, thought she was dead, felt the heavy thump on the floor more than she heard it. Smoke now, and the crackle of flames. Fire. Fire brought her to herself. She felt heat on her arms and face. Out. She stepped on legs, stumbled, choking into the foot of the bed. "Stoop low," they said, "under the smoke. Don't run. You'll bump into things and die." She was locked in, walking, stooping low, fingers trailing on the floor. She found legs. Other end. She found hair, a hairy flap. Put her hand in something soft below the hair, only pulp, sharp bone splinters, and a loose eye in it. Key around his neck. Hurry. Both hands on the chain, legs under her. Snatch. The chain broke, and she fell backward, scrambling up again. Turned around, confused, trying to feel, trying to listen with her numbed ears over the crackle of the flames. Side of the bed. Which side? She stumbled on the body, tried to listen. Bang, bang, the clock striking. Bang, bang, into the living room. Bang, bang, take a right. Throat seared with smoke. Bang, bang. Door here. Under the knob. Don't drop it. Click the lock. Snatch it open. Air. Down the ramp. Air. Collapsed in the grass. Up again on hands and knees, crawling. She came up on her knees to clap, picked up the house echo and crawled away from it, breathing deep until she could stand. Walk. Run until she hit something. Run again. Chapter 49. Locating Francis Dollarhide's house was not so easy. The address listed at Gateway was a post office box in St. Charles. Even the St. Charles Sheriff's Department had to check a service map at the power company office to be sure. The Sheriff's Department welcomed St. Louis SWAT to the other side of the river, and the caravan moved quietly up State Highway 94. A deputy beside Graham in the lead car showed the way. Crawford leaned between them from the back seat and sucked at something in his teeth. They met light traffic at the north end of St. Charles, a pickup full of children, a Greyhound bus, a tow truck. They saw the glow as they cleared the northern city limits. "That's it," the deputy said. "That's where it is." Graham put his foot down. The glow brightened and swelled as they roared up the highway. Crawford snapped his fingers for the microphone. "All units, that's his house burning. Watch it now. He may be coming out. Sheriff, let us have a roadblock here, if you will." A thick column of sparks and smoke leaned southeast over the fields, hanging over them now. "Here," the deputy said. "Turn in on this gravel." They saw the woman then, silhouetted black against the fire, saw her as she heard them and raised her arms to them. And then the great fire blasted upward, outward, burning beams and window frames, describing slow high arcs into the night sky. The blazing van rocked over on its side, orange tracery of the burning trees, suddenly blown out and dark. The ground shuddered as the explosion, whoomp, rocked the police cars. The woman was face down in the road. Crawford and Graham and the deputies out, running to her as fire rained in the road, some running past her with their weapons drawn. Crawford took Reba from a deputy, batting sparks from her hair. He held her arms, face close to hers, red in the firelight. Francis Dollarhide. he said. He shook her gently. "Francis Dollarhide, where is he?" "He's in there," she said, raising her stained hand toward the heat, letting it fall. "He's dead in there." "You know that?" Crawford peered into her sightless eyes. "I was with him." "Tell me, please." "He shot himself in the face. I put my hand in it. He set fire to the house. He shot himself. I put my hand in it. He was on the floor. I put my hand in it. Can I sit down?" "Yes," Crawford said. He got into the back of a police car with her. He put his arms around her and let her cry into his jowl. Graham stood in the road and watched the flames until his face was red and sore. The winds aloft whipped smoke across the moon. Chapter 50. The wind in the morning was warm and wet. It blew wisps of cloud over the blackened chimneys where Dollarhide's house had stood. Thin smoke blew flat across the fields. A few raindrops struck coals and exploded in tiny puffs of steam and ashes. A fire truck stood by, its light revolving. S.F. Ainsworth, FBI Section Chief, Explosives, stood with Graham upwind of the ruins, pouring coffee from a thermos. Ainsworth winced as the local fire marshal reached into the ashes with a rake. "Thank God it's still too hot for him in there," he said out of the side of his mouth. He had been carefully cordial to the local authorities. To Graham, he spoke his mind. "I got to wait it, hell. This place'll look like a fucking turkey farm soon as all the special deputies and constables finish their pancakes and take a crap. They'll be right on down to help." Until Ainsworth's beloved bomb van arrived from Washington, he had to make do with what he could bring on the plane. He pulled a faded Marine Corps duffel bag out of the trunk of a patrol car and unpacked his Nomex underwear and asbestos boots and coveralls. "What did it look like when it went up, Will?" "A flash of intense light that died down. Then it looked darker at the base. A lot of stuff was going up. Window frames, flat pieces of the roof, and chunks flying sideways, tumbling in the fields. There was a shock wave, and the wind after. It blew out and sucked back in again. It looked like it almost blew the fire out." "The fire was going good when it blew?" "Yeah. It was through the roof and out the windows, upstairs and down. The trees were burning." Ainsworth recruited 2 local firemen to stand by with a hose, and a third, dressed in asbestos, stood by with a winch line in case something fell on him. He cleared the basement steps, now open to the sky, and went down into the tangle of black timbers. He could stay only a few minutes at a time. He made 8 trips. All he got for his effort was one flat piece of torn metal, but it seemed to make him happy. Red-faced and wet with sweat, he stripped off his asbestos clothing and sat on the running board of the fire truck with a fireman's raincoat over his shoulders. He laid the flat piece of metal on the ground and blew away a film of ash. "Dynamite," he told Graham. "Look here. See the fern pattern in the metal? This stuff's the right gauge for a trunk or a footlocker. That's probably it. Dynamite in a footlocker. It didn't go off in the basement, though. Looks like the ground floor to me. See where the trees cut there, where that marble tabletop hit it? Blown out sideways? The dynamite was in something that kept the fire off of it for a while." "How about remains?" "There may not be a lot, but there's always something. We've got a lot of sifting to do. We'll find 'em. I'll give 'em to you in a small sack." A sedative had finally put Reba McLean to sleep at DePaul Hospital shortly after dawn. She wanted the policewoman to sit close beside her bed. Several times through the morning she woke and reached out for the officer's hand. When she asked for breakfast, Graham brought it in. Which way to go? Sometimes it was easier for them if you were impersonal. With Reba McLean, he didn't think so. He told her who he was. "Do you know him?" she asked the policewoman. Graham passed the officer his credentials. She didn't need them. "I know he's a federal officer, Miss McLean." She told him everything, finally, all about her time with Francis Dollarhide. Her throat was sore, and she stopped frequently to suck cracked ice. He asked her the unpleasant questions, and she took him through it, once waving him out the door, while the policewoman held the basin to catch her breakfast. She was pale, and her face was scrubbed and shiny when he came back into the room. He asked the last of it and closed his notebook. "I won't put you through this again," he said, "but I'd like to come back by, just to say hi and see how you're doing." "How could you help it, a charmer like me?" For the first time he saw tears and realized where it ate her. "Would you excuse us for a minute, officer?" Graham said. He took Reba's hand. "Look here, there was plenty wrong with Dollarhide, but there's nothing wrong with you. You said he was kind and thoughtful to you. I believe it. That's what you brought out in him. At the end, he couldn't kill you, and he couldn't watch you die. People who study this kind of thing say he was trying to stop. Why? Because you helped him. That probably saved some lives. You didn't draw a freak. You drew a man with a freak on his back. Nothing wrong with you, kid. If you let yourself believe there is, you're a sap. I'm coming back to see you in a day or so. I have to look at cops all the time, and I need relief. Try to do something about your hair there." She shook her head and waved him toward the door. Maybe she grinned a little. He couldn't be sure. Graham called Molly from the St. Louis FBI office. Willie's grandfather answered the telephone. "It's Will Graham, Mama," he said. "Hello, Mr. Graham." Willie's grandparents always called him Mr. Graham. "Mama said he killed himself. She was looking at Donahue, and they broke in with it. Damn lucky thing. Saved you fellas a lot of trouble catching him. Saves us taxpayers footing any more bills for this thing, too. Was he really white?" "Yes, sir. Blonde. Looked Scandinavian." Willie's grandparents were Scandinavian. "May I speak to Molly, please?" "Are you going back down to Florida now?" "Soon. Is Molly there?" "Mama, he wants to speak to Molly. She's in the bathroom, Mr. Graham. My grandboy's eating breakfast again. Been out riding in that good air. You ought to see that little booger eat. I bet he's gained 10 pounds. Here she is." "Hello." "Hi, Hotshot." "Good news, huh?" "Looks like it." "I was out in the garden. My mama came out and told me when she saw it on TV. When did you find out?" "Late last night." "Why didn't you call me?" "My mama was probably asleep." "No, she was watching Johnny Carson. I can't tell you, Will. I'm so glad you didn't have to catch him." "I'll be here a little longer." 4 or 5 days? "I'm not sure. Maybe not that long." "I want to see you, kid." "I want to see you, too, when you get through with everything you need to do." "Today's Wednesday. By Friday I ought to—" "Will, my mama has all Willie's uncles and aunts coming down from Seattle next week, and—" "Fuck my mama. What is this my mama, anyway?" "When Willie was a real little, he couldn't say, 'Come home with me.' Will, I've waited for you. They never get to see Willie, and a few more days—" "Come yourself. Leave Willie there, and your ex-mother-in-law can stick him on a plane next week. Tell you what, let's stop in New Orleans. There's a place called—" "I don't think so. I've been working, just part-time, at this Western store in town, and I have to give them a little notice." "What's wrong, Molly?" Nothing's wrong. I got so sad, Will. You know, I came up here after Willie's father died. She always said Willie's father, as though it were an office. She never used his name. And we were all together. I got myself together. I got calm. I've gotten myself together now, too, and I... Small difference. I'm not dead. Don't be that way. What way? Don't be what way? You're mad. Graham closed his eyes for a moment. Hello? I'm not mad, Molly. You do what you want to. I'll call you when things wind up here. You could come up here? I don't think so. Why not? There's plenty of room. My mama would... Molly, they don't like me, and you know why. Every time they look at me, I remind them. That's not fair, and it's not true either. Graham was very tired. Okay, they're full of shit and they make me sick. Try that one. Don't say that. They want the boy. Maybe they like you all right. Probably they do, if they ever think about it. But they want the boy, and they'll take you. They don't want me, and I couldn't care less. I want you in Florida. Willie, too, when he gets tired of his pony. You'll feel better when you get some sleep. I doubt it. Look, I'll call you when I know something here. Sure. She hung up. Ape shit, Graham said. Ape shit. Crawford stuck his head in the door. Did I hear you say ape shit? You did. Well, cheer up. Ainsworth called in from the site. He has something for you. He said we ought to come on out. He's got some static from the locals. Chapter 51. Ainsworth was pouring ashes carefully into new paint cans when Graham and Crawford got to the black ruin where Dollarhide's house had stood. He was covered with soot, and a large blister puffed under his ear. Special Agent Janowitz from Explosives was working down in the cellar. A tall sack of a man fidgeted beside a dusty Oldsmobile in the drive. He intercepted Crawford and Graham as they crossed the yard. Are you Crawford? That's right. I'm Robert L. Delaney. I'm the coroner, and this is my jurisdiction. He showed them his card. It said, Vote for Robert L. Delaney. Crawford waited. Your man here has some evidence that should have been turned over to me. He's kept me waiting for nearly an hour. Sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Delaney. He was following my instructions. Why don't you have a seat in your car, and I'll clear this up. Delaney started after them. Crawford turned around. You'll excuse us, Mr. Delaney. Have a seat in your car. Section Chief Ainsworth was grinning, his teeth white in his sooty face. He had been sieving ashes all morning. As Section Chief, it gives me great pleasure to pull your prong. We all know that, Janowitz said, climbing from the black tangle of the cellar. Silence in the ranks, Indian Janowitz. Fetch the items of interest. He tossed Janowitz a set of car keys. From the trunk of an FBI sedan, Janowitz brought a long cardboard box. A shotgun, the stock burned off and barrels twisted by the heat, was wired to the bottom of the box. A smaller box contained a blackened automatic pistol. The pistol came out better, Ainsworth said. Ballistics may be able to make a match with it. Come on, Janowitz, get to it. Ainsworth took 3 plastic freezer bags from him. Front and center, Graham. For a moment, the humor left Ainsworth's face. This was a hunter's ritual, like smearing Graham's forehead with blood. That was a real sly show, partner. Ainsworth put the bags in Graham's hands. One bag contained 5 inches of a charred human femur and the ball of a hip. Another contained a wristwatch. The third held the teeth. The plate was black and broken, and only half was there, but that half contained the unmistakable pegged lateral incisor. Graham supposed he should say something. Thanks a lot. His head swam briefly, and he relaxed all over. Museum piece, Ainsworth was saying. We have to turn it over to the turkey, don't we, Jack? Yeah, but there's some pros in the St. Louis coroner's office. They'll come over and make good impressions. We'll have those. Crawford and the others huddled with the coroner beside his car. Graham was alone with the house. He listened to the wind in the chimneys. He hoped Bloom would come here when he was well. Probably he would. Graham wanted to know about Dollarhide. He wanted to know what happened here, what bred the dragon. But he had had enough for now. A mockingbird lit on the top of a chimney and whistled. Graham whistled back. He was going home. Chapter 52. Graham smiled when he felt the jet's big push rocket him up and away from St. Louis, turning across the sun's path south and east, at last toward home. Molly and Willie would be there. "Let's don't jack around about who's sorry for what. I'll pick you up in Marathon, kiddo," she said on the phone. In time, he hoped he would remember the few good moments, the satisfaction of seeing people at work who were deeply committed to their skills. He supposed you could find that anywhere if you knew enough about what you were watching. It would have been presumptuous to thank Lloyd Bowman and Beverly Katz, so he just told them on the telephone that he was glad to have worked with them again. One thing bothered him a little. The way he felt when Crawford turned from the telephone in Chicago and said, "It's Gateway." Possibly that was the most intense and savage joy that had ever burst in him. It was unsettling to know that the happiest moment of his life had come then, in that stuffy jury room in the city of Chicago, when even before he knew. He didn't tell Lloyd Bowman how it felt. He didn't have to. "You know, when his theorem rang the cherries, Pythagoras gave 100 oxen to the Muse," Bowman said. "Nothing sweeter, is there? Don't answer. It lasts better if you don't spend it talking." Graham grew more impatient the closer he got to home and to Molly. In Miami, he had to go out on the apron to board Aunt Lula, the old DC-3 that flew to Marathon. He liked DC-3s. He liked everything today. Aunt Lula was built when Graham was 5 years old, and her wings were always dirty with a film of oil that blew back from the engines. He had great confidence in her. He ran to her as though she had landed in a jungle clearing to rescue him. Isla Morada's lights were coming on as the island passed under the wing. Graham could still see white caps on the Atlantic side. In minutes, they were descending to Marathon. It was like the first time he came to Marathon. He had come aboard Aunt Lula that time, too, and often afterward he went to the airfield at dusk to watch her coming in, slow and steady, flaps down, fire flickering out her exhausts, and all the passengers safe behind their lighted windows. The takeoffs were good to watch as well, but when the old airplane made her great arc to the north, it left him sad and empty, and the air was acrid with goodbyes. He learned to watch only the landings and hellos. That was before Molly. With a final grunt, the airplane swung onto the apron. Graham saw Molly and Willie standing behind the fence under the floodlights. Willie was solidly planted in front of her. He'd stay there until Graham joined them. Only then would he wander along, examining whatever interested him. Graham liked him for that. Molly was the same height as Graham, 5 feet 10 inches. A level kiss in public carries a pleasant jolt, possibly because level kisses usually are exchanged in bed. Willie offered to carry his suitcase. Graham gave him the suit bag instead. Riding home to Sugarloaf Key, Molly driving, Graham remembered the things picked out by the headlights, imagined the rest. When he opened the car door in the yard, he could hear the sea. Willie went into the house, holding the suit bag on top of his head, the bottom flapping against the backs of his legs. Graham stood in the yard, absently brushing mosquitoes away from his face. Molly put her hand on his cheek. "What you ought to do is come on in the house before you get eaten up." He nodded. His eyes were wet. She waited a moment longer, tucked her head and peered up at him, wiggling her eyebrows. Tanqueray martinis, steaks, hugging and stuff. Right this way. And the light bill and the water bill and lengthy conversations with my child, she added out of the side of her mouth. Chapter 53. Graham and Molly wanted very much for it to be the same again between them, to go on as they had before. When they saw that it was not the same, the unspoken knowledge lived with them like unwanted company in the house. The mutual assurances they tried to exchange in the dark and in the day passed through some refraction that made them miss the mark. Molly had never looked better to him. From a painful distance he admired her unconscious grace. She tried to be good to him, but she had been to Oregon, and she had raised the dead. Willie felt it, and he was cool to Graham, maddeningly polite. A letter came from Crawford. Molly brought it in the mail and did not mention it. It contained a picture of the Sherman family, printed from movie film. Not everything had burned, Crawford's note explained. A search of the fields around the house had turned this picture up, along with a few other things the explosion had blown far from the fire. "These people were probably on his itinerary," Crawford wrote. "Safe now. Thought you'd like to know." Graham showed it to Molly. "See? That's why," he said. "That's why it was worth it." "I know," she said. "I understand that. Really, I do." The bluefish were running under the moon. Molly packed suppers, and they fished, and they built fires, and none of it was any good. Grandpa and Mamma sent Willie a picture of his pony, and he tacked it to the wall in his room. The fifth day home was the last day before Graham and Molly would go back to work in Marathon. They fished in the surf, walking a quarter-mile around the curving beach to a place where they had luck before. Graham had decided to talk to both of them together. The expedition did not begin well. Willie pointedly put aside the rod Graham had rigged for him and brought the new surf-casting rod his grandfather sent home with him. They fished for 3 hours in silence. Graham opened his mouth to speak several times, but it didn't seem right. He was tired of being disliked. Graham caught 4 snappers using sand fleas for bait. Willie caught nothing. He was casting a big rapala with 3 treble hooks, which his grandfather had given him. He was fishing too fast, casting again and again, retrieving too fast, until he was red-faced and his T-shirt stuck to him. Graham waded into the water, scooped sand in the backwash of a wave, and came up with 2 sand fleas, their legs waving from their shells. "How about one of these, partner?" He held out a sand flea to Willie. "I used the rapala. It was my father's. Did you know that?" "No," Graham said. He glanced at Molly. She hugged her knees and looked far off at a frigate bird sailing high. She got up and brushed off the sand. "I'll go fix some sandwiches," she said. When Molly had gone, Graham was tempted to talk to the boy by himself. No. Willie would feel whatever his mother felt. He'd wait and get them both together when she came back. He'd do it this time. She wasn't gone long, and she came back without the sandwiches, walking swiftly on the packed sand above the surf. "Jack Crawford's on the phone. I told him you'd call him back, but he said it's urgent," she said, examining a fingernail. "Better hurry." Graham blushed. He stuck the butt of his rod in the sand and trotted toward the dunes. It was quicker than going around the beach, if you carried nothing to catch in the brush. He heard a low whirring sound carried on the wind, and, wary of a rattler, he scanned the ground as he went into the scrub cedar. He saw boots beneath the brush, the glint of a lens and a flash of khaki rising. He looked into the yellow eyes of Francis Dollarhide, and fear raised the hammers of his heart. Snick of a pistol action working, an automatic coming up, and Graham kicked at it, struck it as the muzzle bloomed pale yellow in the sun, and the pistol flew into the brush. Graham, on his back, something burning in the left side of his chest, slid headfirst down the dune onto the beach. Dollarhide leaped high to land on Graham's stomach with both feet, and he had the knife out now, and never looked up at the thin screaming from the water's edge. He pinned Graham with his knees, raised the knife high, and grunted as he brought it down. The blade missed Graham's eye and crunched deep into his cheek. Dollarhide rocked forward and put his weight on the handle of the knife to shove it through Graham's head. The rod whistled as Molly swung it hard at Dollarhide's face. The big Rapala's hooks sank solidly in his cheek, and the reel screamed, paying out line as she drew back to strike again. He growled, grabbed at his face as she hit him, and the treble hooks jammed into his hand as well. One hand free, one hand hooked to his face, he tugged the knife out and started after her. Graham rolled over, got to his knees, then his feet. Eyes wild and choking blood, he ran from Dollarhide, ran until he collapsed. Molly ran for the dunes, Willie ahead of her. Dollarhide was coming, dragging the rod. It caught on a bush and pulled him howling to a stop before he thought to cut the line. "Run, baby! Run, baby! Run, baby! Don't look back!" she gasped. Her legs were long, and she shoved the boy ahead of her, the crashing ever closer in the brush behind them. They had 100 yards on him when they left the dunes, 70 yards when they reached the house. Scrambling up the stairs, clawing in Will's closet. To Willie, "Stay here!" Down again to meet him, down to the kitchen, not ready, fumbling with the speed loader. She forgot the stance, and she forgot the front sight, but she got a good two-handed grip on the pistol, and as the door exploded inward, she blew a rat hole through his thigh. "Mother!" And she shot him in the face as he slid down the door facing, and she shot him in the face as he sat on the floor, and she ran to him and shot him twice in the face as he sprawled against the wall, scalp down to his chin and his hair on fire. Willie tore up a sheet and went to look for Will. His legs were shaking, and he fell several times crossing the yard. The sheriff's deputies and ambulances came before Molly ever thought to call them. She was taking a shower when they came in the house behind their pistols. She was scrubbing hard at the flecks of blood and bone on her face and hair, and she couldn't answer when a deputy tried to talk to her through the shower curtain. One of the deputies finally picked up the dangling telephone receiver and talked to Crawford in Washington, who had heard the shots and summoned them. "I don't know. They're bringing him in now," the deputy said. He looked out the window as the litter passed. "It don't look good to me," he said. Chapter 54. On the wall, at the foot of the bed, there was a clock, with numbers large enough to read through the drugs and the pain. When Will Graham could open his right eye, he saw the clock and knew where he was, an intensive care unit. He knew to watch the clock. Its movement assured him that this was passing, would pass. That's what it was there for. It said 4 o'clock. He had no idea which 4 o'clock, and he didn't care, as long as the hands were moving. He drifted away. The clock said 8 when he opened his eye again. Someone was to the side of him. Cautiously he turned his eye. It was Molly, looking out the window. She was thin. He tried to speak, but a great ache filled the left side of his head when he moved his jaw. His head and his chest did not throb together. It was more of a syncopation. He made a noise as she left the room. The window was light when they pulled and tugged at him, and did things that made the cords in his neck stand out. Yellow light when he saw Crawford's face over him. Graham managed to wink. When Crawford grinned, Graham could see a piece of spinach between his teeth. Odd. Crawford eschewed most vegetables. Graham made writing motions on the sheet beneath his hand. Crawford slid his notebook under Graham's hand and put a pen between his fingers. "Willie okay?" he wrote. "Yeah, he's fine," Crawford said. "Molly, too. She's been in here while you were asleep. Dollarhide's dead, Will. I promise you he's dead. I took the prints myself and had Price match them. There's no question he's dead." Graham drew a question mark on the pad. "We'll get into it. I'll be here. I can tell you the whole thing when you feel good. They only give me 5 minutes. "Now," Graham wrote. "Has the doctor talked to you?" "No." "About you first?" "You'll be okay. Your eye's just swollen shut from a deep stab wound in the face. They've got it fixed, but it'll take time. They took out your spleen. But who needs a spleen? Price left his in Burma in 41. A nurse pecked on the glass. "I've got to go. They don't respect credentials, nothing around here. They just throw you out when the time's up. See you later." Molly was in the ICU waiting room. A lot of tired people were. Crawford went to her. "Molly—" "Hello, Jack," she said. "You're looking really well. Want to give him a face transplant?" "Don't, Molly." "Did you look at him?" "Yes." "I didn't think I could look at him, but I did." "They'll fix him up. The doctor told me. They can do it. You want somebody to stay with you, Molly. I brought Phyllis down. No, don't do anything else for me." She turned away, fumbling for a tissue. He saw the letter when she opened her purse, expensive mauve stationery that he had seen before. Crawford hated this. He had to do it. "Molly." "What is it?" "Will got a letter?" "Yes." "Did the nurse give it to you?" "Yes. She gave it to me. They're holding some flowers from all his friends in Washington, too." "May I see the letter?" "I'll give it to him when he feels like it." "Please let me see it." "Why?" "Because he doesn't need to hear from that particular person." Something was wrong with the expression on his face, and she looked down at the letter and dropped it, purse and all. A lipstick rolled across the floor. Stooping to pick up Molly's things, Crawford heard her heels tap fast as she left him, abandoning her purse. He gave the purse to the charge nurse. Crawford knew it would be nearly impossible for Lecter to get what he would need, but with Lecter he took no chances. He had an intern fluoroscope the letter in the X-ray department. Crawford slit the envelope on all sides with a penknife and examined its inside surface and the note for any stain or dust. They would have lye for scrubbing at Baltimore Hospital, and there was a pharmacy. Satisfied at last, he read it. "Dear Will, here we are, you and I, languishing in our hospitals. You have your pain, and I am without my books. The learned Dr. Chilton has seen to that. We live in a primitive time, don't we, Will? Neither savage nor wise. Half measures are the curse of it. Any rational society would either kill me or give me my books. I wish you a speedy convalescence, and hope you won't be very ugly. I think of you often. Hannibal Lecter." The intern looked at his watch. "You need me any more?" "No," Crawford said. "Where's the incinerator?" When Crawford returned in 4 hours for the next visiting period, Molly wasn't in the waiting room, and she wasn't in the intensive care unit. Graham was awake. He drew a question mark on the pad at once. "D. Dead how?" he wrote under it. Crawford told him. Graham lay still for a full minute. Then he wrote, "Lambed how?" Okay, Crawford said. St. Louis. Dollarhide must have been looking for Reba McLean. He came in the lab while we were there and spotted us. His prints were on an open furnace room window. It wasn't reported until yesterday. Graham tapped the pad. Body? We think it was a guy named Arnold Lang. He's missing. His car was found in Memphis. It had been wiped down. They'll run me out in a minute. Let me give it to you in order. Dollarhide knew we were there. He gave us the slip at the plant and drove to a Servco Supreme station at Lindbergh and US 270. Arnold Lang worked there. Reba McLean and Dollarhide had a tiff with a service station attendant on Saturday before last. We think it was Lang. He snuffed Lang and took his body to the house. Then he went to Reba McLean's. She was in a clinch with Ralph Mandy at the door. He shot Mandy and dragged him into the hedge. The nurse came in. For God's sake, it's police business, Crawford said. He talked fast as she pulled him by the coat sleeve to the door. He chloroformed Reba McLean and took her to the house. The body was there, Crawford said from the hall. Graham had to wait 4 hours to find out the rest. He gave her this and that, you know. Will I kill you or not? Crawford said as he came in the door. You know, the routine about the key hanging around his neck. That was to make sure she felt the body, so she could tell us she certainly did feel a body. All right, it's this way and that way. I can't stand to see you burn, he says, and blows Lang's head off with a 12-gauge. Lang was perfect. He didn't have any teeth anyway. Maybe Dollarhide knew the maxillary arch survives fires a lot of times. Who knows what he knew? Anyway, Lang didn't have any maxillary arch after Dollarhide got through with him. He shot the head off Lang's body, and he must have tipped a chair or something for the thud of the body falling. He'd hung the key around Lang's neck. Now Reba's scrambling around looking for the key. Dollarhide's in the corner watching. Her ears are ringing from the shotgun. She won't hear his little noises. He's started a fire, but he hasn't put the gas to it yet. He's got gas in the room. She got out of the house okay. If she had panicked too much, run into a wall or something, or frozen, I guess he'd have sapped her and dragged her outside. She wouldn't have known how she got out, but she had to get out for it to work. Oh, hell, here comes that nurse. Graham wrote fast. How vehicle? You have to admire this, Crawford said. He knew he'd have to leave his van at the house. He couldn't drive 2 vehicles out there, and he needed a getaway piece. This is what he did. He made Lang hook up the service station tow truck to his van. He snuffed Lang, locked the station, and towed his van out to his house. Then he left the tow truck on a dirt road back in the fields behind the house, got back in his van, and went after Reba. When she got out of the house all right, he dragged out his dynamite, put the gasoline around the fire, and lammed out the back. He drove the tow truck back to the service station, left it, and got Lang's car. No loose ends. It drove me crazy until we figured it out. I know it's right, because he left a couple of prints on the tow bar. We probably met him in the road when we were going up there to the house. Yes, ma'am, I'm coming. Yes, ma'am. Graham wanted to ask a question, but it was too late. Molly took the next 5-minute visit. Graham wrote, I love you, on Crawford's pad. She nodded and held his hand. A minute later, he wrote again, Willie okay? She nodded. Here? She looked up at him too quickly from the pad. She made a kiss with her mouth and pointed to the approaching nurse. He tugged her thumb. Where? He insisted, underlining twice. Oregon, she said. Crawford came a final time. Graham was ready with his note. It said, teeth. His grandmother's, Crawford said. The ones we found in the house were his grandmother's. St. Louis PD located one Ned Vogt. Dollarhide's mother was Vogt's stepmother. Vogt saw Mrs. Dollarhide when he was a kid, and he never forgot the teeth. That's what I was calling you about when you ran into Dollarhide. The Smithsonian had just called me. They finally had gotten the teeth from the Missouri authorities, just to examine for their own satisfaction. They noticed the upper part was made of vulcanite instead of acrylic like they use now. Nobody's made vulcanite plates in 35 years. Dollarhide had a new acrylic pair just like them made to fit him. The new ones were on his body. Smithsonian looked at some features on them, the fluting, they said, and Rugai, Chinese manufacturer. The old ones were Swiss. He had a key on him, too, for a locker in Miami. Big book in there, kind of a diary, hell of a thing. I'll have it when you want to see it. Look, sport, I have to go back to Washington. I'll get back down here the weekend if I can. You gonna be okay? Graham drew a question mark, then scratched it out and wrote, "Sure." The nurse came after Crawford left. She shot some Demerol into his intravenous line, and the clock grew fuzzy. He couldn't keep up with the second hand. He wondered if Demerol would work on your feelings. He could hold Molly a while with his face, until they finished fixing it anyway. That would be a cheap shot. Hold her for what? He was drifting off, and he hoped he wouldn't dream. He did drift between memory and dream, but it wasn't so bad. He didn't dream of Molly leaving or of Dollarhide. It was a long memory dream of Shiloh, interrupted by lights shone in his face and the gasp and hiss of the blood pressure cuff. It was spring, soon after he shot Garrett Jacob Hobbs, when Graham visited Shiloh. On a soft April day, he walked across the asphalt road to Bloody Pond. The new grass, still light green, grew down the slope to the water. The clear water had risen into the grass, and the grass was visible in the water, growing down, as though it covered the bottom of the pond. Graham knew what had happened there in April 1862. He sat down in the grass, felt the damp ground through his trousers. A tourist's automobile went by, and after it had passed, Graham saw movement behind it in the road. The car had broken a chicken snake's back. It slid in endless figure-eights across itself in the center of the asphalt road, sometimes showing its black back, sometimes its pale belly. Shiloh's awesome presence hooded him with cold, though he was sweating in the mild spring sun. Graham got up off the grass, his trousers damp behind. He was lightheaded. The snake looped on itself. He stood over it, picked it up by the end of its smooth, dry tail, and with a long, fluid motion cracked it like a whip. Its brains zinged into the pond. A bream rose to them. He had thought Shiloh haunted, its beauty sinister like flags. Now, drifting between memory and narcotic sleep, he saw that Shiloh was not sinister. It was indifferent. Beautiful Shiloh could witness anything. Its unforgivable beauty simply underscored the indifference of nature, the green machine. The loveliness of Shiloh mocked our plight. He roused and watched the mindless clock, but he couldn't stop thinking. In the green machine there is no mercy. We make mercy, manufacture it in the parts that have overgrown our basic reptile brain. There is no murder. We make murder, and it matters only to us. Graham knew too well that he contained all the elements to make murder. Perhaps mercy, too. He understood murder uncomfortably well, though. He wondered if in the great body of humankind, in the minds of men set on civilization, the vicious urges we control in ourselves, and the dark instinctive knowledge of those urges, function like the crippled virus the body arms against. He wondered if old, awful urges are the virus that makes vaccine. Yes, he had been wrong about Shiloh. Shiloh isn't haunted. Men are haunted. Shiloh doesn't care. And I gave my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also is vexation of spirit. Ecclesiastes.
That was Red Dragon by Thomas Harris. Read by Alan Sklar.
This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.